Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter mastered ancient magic and transformed Hogwarts. Here is short summary. What if Harry uncovered the secrets of ancient magic, mastering its power to reshape Hogwarts and his destiny? Dive into a journey where magic evolves, relationships tangle, and Harry's legacy changes the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Hermione's gift was as practical as ever. Her present was a small book on first aid, a package of magical bandages, and a collection of samples of the most common emergency potions. Ron had sent a Quidditch book titled When the Referee Isn't Looking. The book turned out to be a collection of short stories about sneaky moves, less than proper equipment upgrades, and even some romantic encounters on, around, and above the pitch. Harry was nervous about the present from Cho Chang. With all that had happened last year, he still fancied her. Her present turned out to be a necklace of round stone beads. The beads were smooth and cool in his hands. The center stone was a flattened disc with tapering edges. The layers of the stone stood out in lighter shades against the polished black that made up most of the stone, making a pattern of an eye. There was no note or card. Harry slipped the necklace on with a soulful look in his eyes. With some relief, Harry came to the Weasley family bundle. There were journey cakes from Mrs. Weasley. Ginny had baked a batch of cookies. The Mrs. Weasley authorized gift from Fred and George was a bag of chocolate frogs. Charlie Weasley sent a shimmering underrobe made from the fibers of dragon scales with a matching dragon hide belt. Errol's letters were from Bill and Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley's letter was short. It wished Harry a happy birthday, and thanked him for his consideration about the wizarding artifacts in the Muggle shop. Arthur Weasley told Harry to handle the situation as he felt was best, and that the ministry would repay him for anything he turned over to them. Bill, with a touch of Weasley humor, had sent an ear band with a fang hanging from it. The last item left on the bed was the parcel from school. The regular school letter was enclosed. With it came a second letter informing and congratulating Harry on being selected as a Gryffindor prefect, and his Hogwarts prefect badge and handbook. Harry gave a happy sigh for his bountiful morning. Snacking on one of Ginny's cookies, Harry started the task of writing thank you letters to everybody. It was August 3rd when the chiming of a bell made Gary Stone look up from his reading. Coming into the shop was the teenager with the messy mop of black hair. "Hello again, Harry. What can I do for you today?" "Morning, Mr. Stone," Harry said hesitantly. "I wrote my friend about some of the things in your shop. He was interested in them. His father was really, but he can't come around to buy them himself. He said I should buy them for him." "Did he? What do you get out of it?" "Well, I get to keep the change." Harry hated to lie, and not just because he wasn't very good at it. He was the one that took us out to the moors last year. Harry tried to keep to the facts, even if he was using them out of context, as he set his bag of wizarding money on the counter. Gary Stone held his gaze on Harry's face for a long moment. Harry couldn't help but compare it to being in front of Professor Snape or McGonagall. It was very uncomfortable, and took all his will to keep from flinching. "All right," Gary said at last. "It's not like I can't find you if I discover some monkey business going on." Reaching under the counter, he brought out the scale and calculator. While Gary was counting and calculating, Harry made his way to the black cabinet. Looking carefully, Harry tried to see what Mr. Weasley would most want out of Muggle hands. With some apprehension for what he was picking up, he stared to pull things out of the cabinet. Some choices of what to remove were very simple. The wicked hook-pointed knife with a silver snake head pommel was the first choice. It winked at Harry. The little book with the oily black cover made Harry uncomfortable to even touch it. All of the wands were next. With some experience with wands, Harry could tell the real thing from a fancy stick. He also decided to send Mr. Weasley the necklace made of human teeth and finger bones and a small jewelry box enameled with fingernails. "Are you sure your friend will want those things?" Gary gave Harry a questioning look as he set the selection on the counter. Most people wouldn't want too much of that kind of stuff around. He is a bit unusual, Harry muttered. He collects plugs. Plugs. I like switches myself. Well, if he trusts you to do the shopping, then you must know what you are doing. Gary wrapped up the items and handed them back to Harry. Do you want your change now, or would you like to keep the balance as credit for later? Credit for now. That way I won't spend more than I should before he has everything. Smart kid. Gary wrote out a note of store credit and handed it to Harry. Here you go. Have a good day. Thank you, Harry said as he left the shop. Back at the Dursleys, Harry was relieved to see that his aunt was still out shopping for new clothes with Dudley. Once in his room, Harry opened the shopping bag to repack everything for Hedwig to carry. With everything laid out on his desk, Harry started to out things into as organized bundle as he could manage. He started with the oily black book. A foul thing you are, Harry muttered to himself. Next he reached for the hook-pointed knife. Stop. Harry jumped at the unexpected voice. What? Who? He stammered, looking around the room. Here, the voice said again. Harry looked down at his desk. The snake-head pommel of the knife was flexing its short neck to look up at Harry. You can talk? Harry asked in disbelief. Listening to himself talking to the knife, Harry realized he was hissing. Out of reflex, Harry was speaking in Parseltongue to the snake-head. Do not put me with that book, the snake-head said in the language of serpents. You felt how filthy it is. I have no wish to touch it. It hissed at Harry. What are you? Harry felt foolish talking to the knife. How come you can talk? I am a knife, obviously. I was made from a wyvern hatchling by a wizard a long time ago. He gave me the power of speech to help him as his eyesight diminished. The knife explained patiently. It is hard to make a potion when you can't see clearly. Potions. Yes. My blade can cut anything you need to add to a potion. I can smell the freshness of the ingredients, and tell one herb from another. Sometimes I can even identify a potion by scent. With a smile, Harry decided that this knife might be worth keeping for a while. Maybe potions wouldn't be so bad this year. Harry returned to preparing his package to Mr. Weasley. Remembering what his knife had said, Harry was careful to insulate the things from one another. He was tempted to test the wands, but thought it best to remove the temptation and added them to the bundle. The more macabre items were added without hesitation. With a short note added, Harry sent Hedwig off with instructions to deliver the bundle to Mr. Weasley at work. Harry shuddered at the reaction of Mrs. Weasley if some of those things ever entered her home. Dear Mr. Weasley, in the accompanying bundle are some of the items I mentioned in my previous letter. I am confident you will keep or dispose of them as is appropriate. I have included a list of what the items cost in Muggle money, so that you can keep accurate records if the Ministry requires it. Any items that are neither dangerous nor illegal, you may keep as my gift to you and your family for all you have done for me. Best regards, Harry. Well, bless him, Mr. Weasley said to Hedwig. And thank you, Hedwig, he said as he accepted the owl's burden. On silent wings, Hedwig flew out the window as Arthur opened the bundle. With an appreciative sigh, he laid out 5 wands. 2 were simple, well-crafted wands made of light wood. 1 was made of red oak with a gilded pattern of ivy running its length. Arthur lifted it, feeling its weight and balance. Lumos. At his simple order, the gilding glowed and the wand gave of a pleasant glow and a conical beam of bright white light shone from its tip. Extinguishing the light, Arthur set the wand on his desk and picked up the next one. Made of ash, it was polished until it could be mistaken for ivory. The wand was perfectly smooth with almost no taper. It was like a sliver of moonshine. The wand was cool in Arthur's hand, but felt heavier than it looked. Sagittarius, Arthur said with a flick of his wrist. The result made him jump in his seat. The wand had let loose a burst of sparks on command. What was unexpected was that the bright white points of light had hit the wall with sharp cracking sounds. A line of 5 shallow holes were now burned into the wall. Arthur carefully set the wand on his desk. It was a wand for a fighter. It probably was once the property of an Auror. The next wand was a thing of beauty. It was a bough of holly that a runner of ivy had coiled around. The two had become one as they had grown. Polished to a shine, the last curl of ivy held a rose quartz crystal to the tip of the wand. At Mr. Weasley's command, Effloresce, the crystal glowed and sent out a shower of flower blossoms that swirled around his desk. With a warm smile he carefully set the wand with the others on his desk. At last, Mr. Weasley turned his attention to the rest of the bundle. The remaining items were nothing to smile about. He quickly retied them into the bundle. Pocketing the wands, Arthur Weasley picked up the bundle and Harry's letter, and left his office. Some things, he knew, were best dealt with quickly. Dear Harry, Mr. Weasley's letter said, Molly and I would like to thank you for your generosity. You know we cannot take advantage of your nature. Enclosed you will find the amount of Muggle money to cover the cost of the wands. Reading this made Harry smile. He knew that the Weasleys would never accept a gift from him, so he had lied about the cost of the wands. The enclosed money was less than half of what the wands had really cost. A letter from the Department for Magical Safety and Law Enforcement should reach you shortly to cover the rest of your expenses. Thank you for your consideration of the magical and Muggle communities. Additional, Molly and I would like to invite you to the Burrow for the last week of the summer holidays. We have made arrangements with Professor Dumbledore for your safety during your stay. Please let us know if you are interested by owl at your earliest convenience. Best regards, Arthur and Molly Weasley. Hedwig was out the window with Harry's acceptance of the invitation in minutes. After watching her until she was out of sight, Harry returned to his homework. With all of his potion books out, he was revising the essay Professor Snape had assigned. Lying in a patch of clear desk was the knife Harry had named Sever. The knife added comments that proved helpful with putting the essay together. Harry had just finished his homework for the summer when the brown owl arrived. Harry accepted the parcel and the owl departed without a sound. The seal on the parcel was from the Ministry of Magic. Harry cleared a space on his desk and bent his attention on the parcel. Breaking the seal, Harry peeled back the paper to find an envelope and a leather wallet tied with a ribbon and an official seal. Harry opened the letter first. Mr. H. Potter, we at the Department for Magical Safety and Law Enforcement would like to thank you for your efforts. It is always appreciated when a member of the wizarding community acts in accordance with the best interests of society and in support of the Ministry of Magic. Your efforts to help maintain the safety and security of the community at large have been made known to us by Mr. A. Weasley of the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. It is our wish that more young members of our community would follow your example of responsibility and initiative. We would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your efforts in an appropriate fashion. Long-winded blokes, thought Harry before continuing. We have transferred sufficient funds to your Gringotts account to compensate you for your time and efforts in removing dangerous objects of dark magic from the Muggle community. Enclosed is a receipt of this transaction. We of the Department for Magical Safety and Law Enforcement would like to encourage your continued consideration and support. We have, as is normal when someone turns in dangerous items to the Ministry of Magic, conducted an investigation of your previous activities. Harry suppressed a shudder, fearful of what the ministry might have discovered. Taking a calming breath, he kept reading. Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that we found your exemplary record to be encouraging. We have received letters of endorsement of your character from Alistair Moody, or retired. Albus Dumbledore, Professor, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Minerva McGonagall, Professor, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Arthur Weasley, Department Head, Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, and divers other members of the wizarding community. With due consideration of all information and facts in evidence, we have evaluated your performances. Mr. Potter, we of the Department for Magical Safety and Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic do hereby extend to you the appointment to the position of apprentice or with all rights, responsibilities, authority, pay, and privileges thereof. It is our hope that you will accept this position. If you do not wish to accept the appointment at this time, please return the accompanying wallet unopened and the position will be held for you. Before he left the Dursleys for the Burrow, Harry had stayed busy. The required chores and Dudley's Harry hunting had continued to Harry's last day there. He made 2 more trips to Magical Collectibles, to thin out the collection of potentially dangerous magical artifacts. On his last trip of the summer, Harry was surprised to see 2 new people behind the sales counter with Gary Stone. Gary explained to Harry that the shops, he owned quite a few in America, were a hobby and an investment for retirement. Gary was starting a new consulting contract, and would be setting up a new shop near the client. This would give Gary the chance to continue his hobby and work without excessive conflict. Harry also sent Hedwig on multiple deliveries to people he wanted to ask for favors before the school year started. All free time at the Dursleys was spent reading. Harry alternated between the books he had bought from Magical Collectibles and his Auror's Manual. Mr. Weasley had sent Harry a piece of rope and a letter of instructions. The rope was a portkey that Harry was to tie around his trunk, then hold onto. The portkey would activate at 8 a.m. on August 24th. Harry was sitting at his desk studying Arma Adoro. Harry was almost halfway through the book. When switching between this and Animus Accido Addictio, Harry found common threads that tied them together. This made studying the books clearer and the ideas easier to understand. Harry was working through a section about transfiguration methods, applications, and classifications. The page in front of Harry's eyes had a diagram that deserved careful study. One hand was depicted 3 times. The first and third were holding a rod of some kind. The middle illustration of the diagram showed the hand empty, but with a ring on the index finger. The ring looked like a coil of thick wire. With a sense of understanding, Harry made the mental connections that would unlock what he had been reading. With a sense of excitement, Harry reread the instructions around the diagram. Harry held his wand loosely in his right hand. Fighting to control the excitement he felt, Harry held out his wand hand. He took a calming breath and focused his mind. With his eyes on the ring, Harry spoke a single word. Change. With a sense of motion that was too fast to see, his wand was transformed. Harry now had a ring on his index finger that looked like a single coil of carved wood. With a feeling of amazement, Harry repeated the process a few more times. Finally, with the ring back around his finger, Harry bent his head back to the book. Pointing his index finger at the book, he spoke. Lumos. As if his finger was a wand itself, a beam of light shone from its end. With a sense of wonder, Harry tried a few more simple charms. With a smile, he left his wand as a ring and bent his head back over the book. It wasn't until when he finally went to bed that Harry realized that he had just done magic out of school. And the ministry had not sent an owl. Harry was still questioning the lack of a reprimand the next morning. The 2 likeliest explanations were that he had either performed a type of magic the ministry didn't detect, or his status as an apprentice Auror granted him some freedom from the normal rules. It took an hour of reading his Auror manual to find the answer. Because of his appointment, Harry was allowed to perform magic out of school under the restrictions that he did not draw any Muggle attention to himself unless it was a matter of extreme emergency or self-defense. Any and all magic performed out of school would be subject to review at the department's discretion. Armed with this information, Harry made his last-minute preparations to depart for the Burrow. He told Hedwig off his travel plans, then sent her off with a letter to Sirius to let his godfather know also. Harry made sure he had remembered everything. With his trunk packed, he tied the portkey rope around it, and at 7:55 Harry gestured to Hedwig's cage. Change. At his order, the cage shrunk to a size where Harry was able to put it in his pocket. Next was sever. Harry picked up the knife. Ready for a trip? Harry asked in the hissing language of serpents. Where you go, I go. Change. Harry gave the word of command. The knife now resembled a ornamental lapel pin which Harry tucked away under his shirt collar. With a last check of the time, Harry sat on his trunk and grabbed the rope. At 8 a.m. the world disappeared in a rush of wind and color. With a thump, Harry arrived at the Burrow. It was, Harry reflected, the least eventful trip to the Weasleys that he had ever made. The portkey had landed Harry halfway between the front garden and the front door. Out of that door boiled the Weasley family, with Ron in the lead. Harry stood up beside his trunk in time to be welcomed. Harry, Ron shouted, you made it. Harry, dear, Molly Weasley exclaimed as she pulled Harry into a motherly hug. We are so glad you could make it. She stood back a bit to give Harry a good once-over. Harry noticed that tucked into the belt of her robe was the holly and ivy wand. Goodness, you've grown, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. Come in and have breakfast. Fred, George, you and Ron help Harry with his trunk. With a smile, Harry let himself be herded into the kitchen. After a filling breakfast, Harry passed the day catching up with the Weasleys. Ron was predictably preoccupied with Quidditch, and complaining about Hermione and Vicky. Ginny tried to play the polite hostess, but kept blushing and falling silent around Harry. The twins were careful to keep to safe topics of small talk, but Harry suspected it was a cover. Over lunch, Harry was informed that the whole family would be together for dinner. The afternoon was used to practice Quidditch. Fred and George would alternate playing. One or the other was always busy with something else. The teams were Ron and Ginny against Harry and whichever twin was available at the moment. Nobody was really interested in keeping score, and everybody had fun. At 4:30, the voice of Mrs. Weasley summoned everybody back to the house. "Everyone clean up," Mrs. Weasley instructed. "Company will be here soon." Harry was feeling good after his quick shower. While the magic of the burrow made sure there was always plenty of hot water, everybody had to be courteous with so many people in close quarters. Harry was glad to be back in the wizarding world and to be surrounded by friends. As he and Ron were getting dressed, Harry was entertaining his friend by sharing some of the fan mail. Harry almost had to wrestle the pictures of Ron's hands. Once again, Mrs. Weasley's voice summoned everybody. Hermione and Crookshanks had just arrived by portkey. Harry, Ron, and the rest of the Weasleys welcomed her. As soon as Hermione set him down, Crookshanks was off. Bottlebrush tail held high as he shot into the garden. In a flurry of leaves and twigs, garden gnomes fled screaming in every direction. In short order, Hermione was settled into Ginny's room. Then the Gryffindor trio along with the twins and Ginny gathered in the front room for some catching up when the others started to arrive. Hermione was telling the others about how her parents had refused to let her go to Bulgaria over the summer. This put a small smile on Ron's face. "My parents said I was too young to be serious about a boy." "Honestly," she exclaimed, "we are just friends." Ron smiled wider. "They let me come here. What would have been so wrong about Bulgaria?" Further conversation was cut off when first Charlie, then Bill apparated into the room. There was a round of welcomes, back-slapping, handshakes, and well-wishing. Mrs. Weasley immediately had the newcomers put to work. It was 6:15 when the tables in the garden were set up and Mrs. Weasley was just setting out the feast she had prepared when Mr. Weasley and Percy arrived. "Good evening, everyone," Arthur called out before pulling his wife into an embrace and, with some good-natured cheering from the assembled family and guests, keyed her. When he let go, Molly was visibly flustered and Arthur was smiling proudly. "I hope everyone is well," Percy said almost formally, looking just as proud. Everybody was soon seated around the tables. Everybody had a plate full of Mrs. Weasley's excellent cooking in front of them and was about to dig in, when Mr. Weasley stood up and cleared his throat. "If I can have your attention, please," he smiled as everybody watched him patiently. "I have some announcements to make." Arthur Weasley paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. After the unfortunate events at the end of the last school year, it is important that we all take time to remember the blessings we are able to enjoy. With troubles ahead, we can never forget to live the lives we are given. Only by being the best we can be, can we overcome the problems a corrupt few will create out of their selfish desires. With that said, I would like to share some good news with everybody. Today, I have accepted the position as head of the Department for International Magical Cooperation. He had to pause as everybody cheered at the good news. After everybody calmed down, he continued. I have also to announce Percy has been appointed as my replacement as head of the Department for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. There was more cheering and Percy puffed out his chest with pride. Out of his robes, Mr. Weasley pulled out a scroll and passed it to his son, Charlie. "What's this?" Charlie asked as he unrolled the scroll. "It is your appointment to the Department of Magical Games and Sports." After the ministry investigated Ludo Bagman's gambling problems, there were a lot of openings in his department. An underclerk named Matthew Maddox is acting as department head until they find someone else. "Thank you," Charlie said slowly. "I'll have to think about it. I know you will miss your dragons, son. But try to think of what else you may be capable of." Mr. Weasley reached into his robes again. "Don't think too long. I will have an answer in a few days. I just want to be sure." "Good thinking." Arthur nodded his accent to Charlie. He then pulled out a small parcel and passed it down to Ron. "Ronald, this is for you. Someone has been a good friend and pulled some strings." Ron looked at the wax seal for a moment before breaking it. The parcel had a letter and, to Harry's eyes, a familiar-looking wallet. Ron read the letter carefully, looked up at his father, then read it again. "It is a lot of responsibility, Ronald. Apparently some people think you are ready for it." Ron passed the letter to Hermione and sat looking at the wallet, thinking. Hermione read the letter quickly and let out a gasp. She passed the letter on to Harry, who immediately passed it on to Bill. Bill read the letter, with Charlie reading over his shoulder. The letter was then passed to Molly Weasley. During all of this, Ron held the wallet with an intense look. Occasionally, muscles in his face would twitch as different thoughts ran through his head. Finally, an almost malicious smile grew across Ron's face just as his mother finished reading the letter. "Oh, Ron," Mrs. Weasley beamed at the same moment that Ron opened the wallet. There was a popping sound and a brief flash of light, then Ron was looking at his badge and identification. Hermione grabbed Ron in a tight hug. Harry could tell that Ron was no longer thinking about the wallet. Ron's smile had changed and he was slowly turning very pink. It took the growling of an embarrassed Harry's stomach to remind everybody of the tables loaded with food. Everybody was suddenly hungry, and dinner was attacked with a vengeance. It was an excited and happy Weasley family at dinner that night. Harry was smiling until he went to bed. Until the dream. Once again, Harry was on the spare bed set up in Ron's room. He had gone to bed with a contented smile. He was glad that the Weasleys, a family of some of the best people Harry had ever known, had had an evening of such good news. Mr. Weasley and Percy had started reviewing and debating all of the Ministry codes about Muggle artifacts as soon as dinner was over. Charlie was talking to his brothers about Quidditch. Ron had buried his nose in his Auror's manual the moment the dishes were cleared away. Ron only put the manual down when Hermione and Ginny burst out in giggles over his sudden fascination with a book that wasn't about Quidditch. Harry was feeling light-hearted as he drifted off to sleep. Flickering light from the fireplace and a quartet of stand lamp made the old dining room seem almost comforting. The stylish dining table glowed from years of diligent care. Under the table a huge snake waited for her master's bidding. Trapped in her shifting coils was the broken body of a young woman that was beeping in fear and pain. On top of the table was a middle-aged man with his arms and pulled tight against the ropes held him tied spread eagle. On each side of the table, a figure in dark robes and a mask stood. They had their wands pointed at the man on the table. From their wands came a sulphurous yellow light that covered the man. The room was almost quiet. The fireplace crackled. The woman beeped and whimpered in the embrace of the snake. The table and ropes creaked. The man, with a look of horror and madness in his eyes, strained against his bonds as his chest heaved in ragged breaths. At the head of the table, holding what looked like a basket woven of black cables around a red crystal, was a pleased-looking Voldemort. Almost negligently, the Dark Lord passed the artifact to a crouching figure at his left. The figure darted forward to take hold of the thing as it dropped from his master's grip into his own silver hand. "Come," Voldemort hissed to Nagini. The snake released the young woman and moved to coil herself around her master's legs. "Release him." At the command from their lord, the Death Eaters ended their curse and banished the ropes. The man relaxed only slightly but was otherwise unchanged. The torture would continue in his mind for the rest of his life. "I thank you, Master Ethans, for the serpent's heart. As I promised, you and your daughter may live." Voldemort looked up as 3 more Death Eaters entered the room, herding a pair of servants. The elderly cook screamed when she saw the crumpled form under the table and rushed forward. The maid just collapsed where she stood. "Kill them," Voldemort commanded. A chorus of voices rose in obedience of the order. Avada Kedavra. In a flash of green light, the servants' lives were ended. With a self-satisfied smirk on his face, the Dark Lord disappeared. "Rye, Harry." Through a sea of murky red agony, a voice called out to him. "Harry." Ron shouted his name again. Harry managed a groan in reply. "Harry, what happened?" Harry managed to open his eyes. It took an eternity for Harry to realize what was going on. "Voldemort," Harry gasped. Ron flinched at the name. Harry realized he was laying face down on Ron's bedroom floor, with his hands clutched to his scar. With every muscle giving painful protests, Harry struggled to his feet. Have to write Dumbledore. Harry looked around taking in more information. The lights were all on in the room, and the complete population of the burrow was crowded around Ron's door. Ron, I'll need Pig. Hedwig isn't here yet. Harry moved in clumsy lurches as he found parchment and quill. With his glasses crooked on his face, in a hasty scrawl Harry wrote down the details of his vision. When Harry sealed the letter, Ron took it and fastened it to Pig. Go straight to Dumbledore, Pig. Ron instructed the miniature owl with an urgent voice. Hurry. Ron opened his hand and Pig was off like a shot. Seeing the letter was on its way, Harry sagged with relief. Harry. Mr. Weasley spoke up. Harry, what happened? In a tired voice, Harry told the Weasleys of the dream. Harry had trouble sleeping after that. When the rest of the house had gone back to their rooms, Harry had flopped back on the bed and closed his eyes. Ron had watched them for a few minutes before turning off the lights and going to bed. In almost no time, Harry was left laying in the dark listening to Ron's breathing. Careful not to disturb anybody, Harry slipped out of the room. Lumos, Harry whispered. From the end of his finger a beam of soft light illuminated the stairs. Harry made his way to the living room. Once he was situated on the couch, Harry extinguished his light. Sitting in the darkness, Harry tried to wrestle with his thoughts. Fear and guilt surged through him. It wasn't until the first hints of morning touched the sky that Harry drifted off to sleep. As was her custom, Molly Weasley woke early to fix the family's breakfast. She was startled to see Harry in his pajamas and glasses sleeping on the couch. Careful not to wake him, Molly conjured a warm blanket and covered the sleeping boy. It was almost an hour later when Arthur Weasley poked his head into the kitchen. Molly, he whispered, come and have a look. Curious, Molly followed. She found Arthur standing in the living room with an amused expression. Harry was still sleeping quietly on the couch. Cuddled up next to him with an impish grin, was a sleeping Ginny. Arthur and Molly shared a smile and a hug before returning to the kitchen. It was one of the quietest mornings at the burrow. Percy had passed the sight in the living room, pausing only for a moment, on his way to breakfast. Hermione saw the pair and smiled wistfully. Fred and George nearly exploded with laughter at their discovery. With identical, mischievous grins, the twins recognized an opportunity too good to miss. Harry and Ginny slept, oblivious to the flashes of a camera. It was Molly Weasley that finally intruded on the sleeping pair. Ginny, gently called Molly as she shook Ginny's shoulder. Ginny, it is time to get up. When Ginny's eyes opened she was startled to see her mother standing over her. Get dressed, Ginny. We have a busy day ahead. Slowly, Ginny sat up. When she saw Fred, George, and Hermione smiling at her, Ginny squeaked and blushed to her scalp and fled to her room. It was her abrupt departure that woke Harry. As he sat up, he saw that everybody in the room was looking at him with an assortment of grins. What? Harry was still feeling bewildered 2 hours later. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys had just arrived by Flow Powder at Diagon Alley. After a stop at Gringotts, the group split up. The twins disappeared as soon as their mother turned around. Mrs. Weasley, armed with a shopping list, set off after instructing Ron to look after Ginny. Ginny, who had not said a word all morning, tagged along behind the trio. The infamous trio approached their shopping in their traditional manner. They started by getting all the books on their school lists. Harry and Ron had to drag Hermione out of the bookstore. Next was a quick trip to the apothecary. It was soon apparent to Ron and Harry that Hermione was trying to get Ginny actively involved with the group. Hermione especially needed her help to drag the boys from the window of quality Quidditch supplies. While the boys did understand the need to visit Madame Malkin's for new school robes, neither could understand why the girls insisted on taking so long, how they thought it was fun, or why they had to giggle so much. With that behind them, the group went in quest for ice cream. Harry, a voice cut through the crowd of shoppers. The group was just sitting down to sundaes at the ice cream parlor. Harry froze with a full spoon halfway to his mouth. Harry, how are you? Coming over from 2 tables away was Terry Shire of Hufflepuff. Harry almost dropped his spoon. Terry Shire was dressed in a pair of baggy jeans and a t-shirt that had to be 3 sizes too small. Unbidden, the image of her in nothing but the black night dress she had sent on his birthday came to his mind. Blushing crimson, Harry waved at her shyly. "Hello, Terry," Harry said in a struggle to be polite. "How are you doing?" Harry had never seen Terry Shire in anything but school robes before. He had to admit to himself that while she had plenty of curves, his previous idea of a little plump was never accurate. "I'm good," Terry answered before bending over where Harry sat to give him a warm hug and a peck on the cheek. "Shopping for school?" Yeah." Harry was uncomfortably aware of Terry's ample bosom pressed against him. "Terry, you know my friends Hermione and Ron, and this is Ginny." Ginny, who had been scowling at her sundae, looked up with a smile at being introduced as one of Harry's friends. "We were just taking a break, together, after shopping." "Pleased to meet you," Terry said socially. "I just wanted to say hello. I am here with my mum. I'll see you at school." She gave Harry another squeeze and key on the cheek before finally letting go of him. "See you, Harry," she waved to the others as she skipped back to her table. "Mate," Ron said as he watched Terry's bouncy departure. "You've been holding out on me." He was still looking at where Terry had sat down next to an attractive, statuesque woman of middle years. "She seemed friendly," Hermione said coolly as she looked at Ron with an expression filled with frustration. She turned back to Harry and looked him in the face. Harry was still blushing mildly. "I didn't know you knew her that well. She wrote to me last summer. She wanted to congratulate me on winning the tournament." Harry fell silent, suddenly preoccupied with his sundae. After pushing the ice cream around for a minute, he spoke again. "I got a lot of owls last year after school." Harry carefully gave an edited account of the fan-hate mail that he had received. Hermione and Ginny didn't need Ron's grins to tell them that Harry was holding back. Harry's sundae was a multicolored mess before he was allowed to stop answering the girls' questions long enough to eat it. He knew that there would be more questions later. When the group was done with their ice cream, they headed for the Leaky Cauldron. Mrs. Weasley had told everybody to meet back there when they were done shopping. Just before they made it the pub, the twins materialized. "Harry, glad we caught you," started Fred. "We have to talk," continued George. "There is some business about our Quidditch team we need you to help settle." The twins started to steer Harry away from the others. "Sorry Ron, Gryffindor players only." Soon, Harry found himself in front of Quality Quidditch Supplies again. The twins ushered Harry past the shop and around some corners. Harry thought it was a little funny that Diagon Alley had a back alley. "Harry, my brother and I," started Fred again. "Before we talk business, would like to thank you for your generosity that made this possible." The twins lead Harry down the alley as they spoke. "We know you don't want a lot of attention, so we have made you a silent partner of Weasley Wizard Wheezes." The twins finally came to a stop in front of an ordinary-looking door set into a shabby-looking 2-story building. "Harry, welcome to our future," the twins said together as they pulled Harry into the building. The old warehouse was a slice of utter chaos. Ancient crates and barrels were stacked in the corners, most covered with decades of dust. Some of the ancient crates had been pressed into duty as shelves. In the middle of the floor, 6 cauldrons bubbled happily. To Harry's right was a set of stairs leading to the upper story. Under them was a perch with 14 owls. A haphazard pile of junk was surrounded by battered barrels of Tuntung Taffy, Canary Creams, and other edible WWW products. Harry saw stacks of fake wands, bundles of brooms, and piles of cloaks. Through the semi-organized madness an old wizard worked with a smile on his face. "How?" Harry stammered. "All this is thanks to you," said Fred with a wide grin. "Fred and I had been working on the plans for years," explained George. "When you gave us your tournament winnings, it was just the startup capital we needed. Actually we are about 2 years ahead of schedule. But we don't mind that a bit. Over here," George gestured to the right. "We have our own delivery owls. Looks like 4 are out making drops. Upstairs is the office. Lee Jordan is up there now. Murray is on the payroll. He helps with the production work. George and I do product production, quality control, research and development, and manage the business. Once we graduate this year, we are opening a store. For now we are doing business by Owl Post. Budget is a little tight, but we expect an upswing in sales when the school year starts. We know you are going to be busy, Harry, but we would like you to be involved in the business too. Help come up with ideas, product testing, whatever you have time for. Harry looked at the twins with a new level of respect. Their accomplishments were impressive. Slowly a grin spread across Harry's face. I look forward to doing business with your Misters Weasley and Weasley. On the way back to the Leaky Cauldron, the three of them did discuss the Gryffindor House Quidditch team. There was a keeper slot to fill this year. They all expected Ron to try out for the team. While they would be happy to have him on the team, the tryouts would be open to everybody second year and above. An impatient gathering met them at the pub. Once all heads were accounted for, and the shopping lists double-checked, everybody returned to the Burrow by Flo. Life at the Burrow was always a little mad. Fred and George thrived on causing confusion. Ginny kept swinging between polite and social to shy and love-struck. Ron lived for Quidditch, and apparently arguing with Hermione. Hermione lived for her books and provoking Ron. Molly Weasley took on the heroic task of keeping the children in order. She also took it upon herself to fatten up Harry. Harry loved being at the Burrow. It was the closest thing to home that he had ever experienced. He admired all that Weasleys had done for him. He counted it a victory when he got away with doing chores around the Weasley house. The Weasleys treated Harry like family, and he wanted to pay them back by taking on responsibilities like the others. Fred and George thought it was funny, so without a word from Harry, the twins would distract their mother so he could do the dishes or some other chore. It was the last Saturday of the summer holiday, and Harry was in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley had been called by Flo to a neighbor that needed a hand with a minor emergency. Ron was in the living room reading his Auror's manual with a glint in his eyes. Hermione was studying Standard Book of Spells, grade 5 right beside an oblivious Ron. Fred and George were in their room creating more pranks. Harry had finished the dishes and started on the rest of the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley kept a clean home, but Harry was giving the kitchen an extra scrubbing. The scrapping of a chair on the floor told Harry he wasn't alone in the kitchen. "You don't have to do that," Ginny's voice came from behind him. "I know," he answered. "But I want to. Your mum has done a lot for me." "You all have, Gin." He started scrubbing out a small cauldron. "You can leave that. Mum can use magic to clean it." "Nothing wrong with a little hard work," Harry said looking over his shoulder at Ginny. She was sitting perched on a kitchen chair in a pair of loose shorts and blouse she appeared to have outgrown a year or more ago. She was showing plenty of arm and leg, and was giving Harry an impish grin. Apparently Ginny was trying to imitate Terry Shire's idea of fashion. Trying not to blush, Harry bent his attention back to the cauldron he was scrubbing. Ginny didn't have the same curves as Terry, but she was still pleasant to look at. Harry tried to squish that line of thinking before he did blush. Ginny may not have the same curves, but she has a cuter smile. Harry admitted to himself. After the pots, Harry started in on the oven. "Harry," Ginny protested, "you do not have to clean the oven. Mum does that after we go to school. It gives her something to do when she doesn't have all of us to look after." "I know, but if I clean the kitchen, your mother won't get as upset when you make a mess later." "Why would I make a mess? Besides, a little hard work won't kill me. What makes you think I am going to make a mess?" "Think of it as practice," came Harry's voice from the oven. "What mess, Harry?" persisted Ginny. "I'll have a home and a kitchen of my own someday. I'll have to keep cleaning up messes all the time, I'm sure." Harry paused as he finished scraping out a bit of burnt something. "You won't make much of a mess, Ginny." "What are you talking about? I know you can do a good job." "Harry," Ginny yelled in frustration, "I am not going to make a mess." "Oh," said a defeated-sounding Harry as he stood up from the now spotless oven. "I was hoping you would make me some more cookies." Attracted by Ginny's frustrated yelling, Ron, Hermione, and the twins were all standing by the door into the kitchen. At Harry's last words, Ginny gave a delighted squeal and the others burst into laughter. With a blushing face, Ginny shooed everybody out of the kitchen and set to work. Mrs. Weasley returned home in the late afternoon. Her neighbor, Mrs. Fawcett, had needed an emergency sitter while she took her eldest child to St. Mungo's. Molly knew it was an emergency, but she was worried about her own children. When she apparated into the front room and saw it empty, she became even more nervous. Then she heard the voices in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley suddenly imagined her kitchen a disaster and rushed to survey the damage. As soon as she was in the doorway, she froze in shock. The twins, Ron, Ginny, Hermione, and Harry were all in the kitchen. The Weasley boys and Hermione were seated around the table with a platter of freshly baked cookies. Harry was at the sink, washing dishes. Ginny was standing next to Harry in an old white blouse and a spotted apron, with a huge grin and shining eyes. Molly Weasley found herself smiling at the sight. Suddenly everybody jumped at Ginny's next words. "Hello, Mum." Hours later, the burrow was quiet. The children were all in their rooms. Molly and Arthur were sitting in the kitchen, just sharing time together. "Arthur," Molly spoke up. "You should have seen them today." Molly went into detail of the scene she had discovered in her kitchen that afternoon. Arthur smiled at the story she was telling, and didn't put much weight behind the innuendos and embellishments that Molly added. In Ginny's room, two girls were giggling in the dark. Hermione had just described Ron's reaction to Harry and Ginny being alone in the kitchen. His face had shown every part of the conflicting thoughts and emotions. Ron was furious at the idea of his friend and guest having to clean the Weasleys' kitchen, but relieved that it was a pile of chores that he could safely avoid. While Ron was glad to see his sister was happy, and so was his best friend, he was less than content at the idea of them having fun together. And finally there was the war between his two most basic motivations. Ron had been torn between the desire to be overprotective of his baby sister, and the need to fill his stomach. Ultimately Ron's stomach had won, and the cookies had lost. In the darkness, between fits of giggles, Ginny was still smiling. She had been smiling from the moment Harry had asked her to bake cookies. She had heard often enough that the way to a man's heart was through his stomach. Ginny knew she wasn't the cook her mother was. But there was no way she would refuse a request from Harry. Ginny had spent the whole evening thinking about Harry. Sometimes she had held on to her logic. Other times she was just being giddy and emotional. Laying in the dark, she tried to think of why she was so happy about Harry. Harry had liked her cookies. He didn't just say they were good, he had asked her to bake them. But Harry hadn't come to her and asked her to do it as a favor for him. He hadn't tried to sweet-talk her to cook for him. Harry had teased her and talked to her in the same way she had seen him talk to Hermione and Ron when he wanted their help with something. Harry had treated Ginny just like any of his other friends. Harry had not treated her like a fragile little girl. He had not treated her like his friend's little sister, or even as his own little sister. Harry had treated her as a normal person. Harry asked Hermione for help with understanding lessons. He asked Ron for information about Quidditch and the wizarding world. Ginny had seen this countless times. When Harry wanted something, he knew to ask people that he trusted. Today Harry had asked Ginny to bake cookies. Harry could have had her mother bake all the cookies he wanted, and she would have been happy too. Instead, Harry had asked Ginny. Ginny saw that Harry trusted her to know what she was doing. She knew that Harry accepted her as having equal worth with him and his friends. Ginny was smiling because Harry had noticed her for what she could do. He had noticed her, for herself. And who knows what he might notice about her next. Ginny was still smiling when she drifted off to sleep. Somewhere in the night, she dreamed of a warm kitchen with Harry Potter washing her dishes. The brilliant orange Chudley Cannon's posters made Ron's room seem brighter than it really was. Ron and Harry were both reading. Harry was working on Animus Accido Addictio. Ron was continuing to study his Auror's manual. Feeling his eyes starting to burn with fatigue, Harry took a break from deciphering the new ideas the book was introducing to his mind. Looking over at his friend, Harry chuckled at Ron's suddenly studious nature. "Ron," Harry asked at last, "how can you be that interested in a book of rules?" After Ron had accepted the apprentice Auror badge, Harry had told him he was an apprentice also. "There are some interesting things in there, but most of it is so dry." "Malfoy," Ron said without looking up. His daddy may buy him a position as team seeker. He may even be able to buy him a prefect's badge. But he will have to watch himself now. Ron flipped the book to the last section. The last 6 pages of the manual were official ministry forms. An incident report form for documenting any unusual event the Auror witnessed or was involved in. A citation form, for issuing notices of infractions of ministry codes. The accompanying report form for was provided, to be filed with the ministry so a record of the citation could be kept. There was a witness statement form, for recording testimony of events from and witnesses of an event after the fact. Also included was an order of confiscation for when an Auror was forced to take possession of property for emergency purposes, impounding evidence, or taking charge of illegal or dangerous items. Last was the report of confiscation of property report form, to be filed with the ministry. The manual was enchanted so that when a form was torn out, it was instantly replaced. Enough violations will cost his daddy money, Ron said with a wicked grin. And I am sure his daddy would be so proud if his son brought the ministry's attention on the Malfoy family. Harry had to laugh at that thought. Minister Fudge may not want to admit that Voldemort was back, but the Dark Lord would never hesitate to express his displeasure of a Death Eater that attracted too much official attention. I want to find every bit of law, code, or what have you that I can use to bust that slimy git. Ron declared. Ron and Harry shared mischievous grins as they extinguished the lights. And just maybe, thought Harry as he drifted to sleep, Malfoy will get a paper cut from all the notices we write him. It was September 1st at last. In spite of all that had happened at the end of the last term, Harry was looking forward to the new school year. The weather outside the burrow was threatening rain, but none had fallen yet. After a filling breakfast, Harry finished the last of his packing. Harry had been carefully avoided showing off while at the Weasleys'. He had kept the new magic he was learning to himself. He only took out his books when in Ron's room. Ron's apathy towards books had held, and Harry's reading material had gone unquestioned. The books had introduced new ideas to Harry. While the magic was different from the material taught at Hogwarts, he had learned new ways to think about magic. Between his independent studies and Sever, Harry was expecting an upswing in his grades. With all the positive things that had happened during the last weeks of summer, he was in a very god mood indeed. Harry was in such a good mood that he decided a little showing off was in order. After sending Hedwig on ahead to school, Harry shrank her cage and put it away in his trunk. Harry concentrated on the heavy trunk. Lift, Harry commanded. With all of his will set on it, the trunk floated from the floor. Harry felt exhilarated at his success with this new magic, but it was draining. It took a lot of energy to use the mind as a focus for sustained magic. Harry decided to use a basic levitation charm. Using his finger with the wand ring to direct the trunk, Harry levitated his school things out of Ron's room. "Harry," Hermione exclaimed in an admonishing tone. "You are not allowed to perform magic out of school." Ron, who had just wrestled his trunk to the bottom of the stairs, turned to see Harry effortlessly levitation his own trunk down to the living room. "Hermione," Harry explained with an innocent grin. "As an official of the ministry, I am obligated to practice my magic so I am ready to deal with any situation that I may be called upon to deal with." "You cannot be serious. Harry, you will get in trouble." "Nope. As an apprentice Auror, the manual clearly states I am allowed to perform magic as long as I do not attract undue attention from muggles except in extreme emergencies." "Hey," exclaimed Ron, "you're right." He pulled out his wand and levitated his own trunk. With so many members of the ministry in one family, Charlie had taken the job in the Department of Magical Games. It was easy for Arthur to arrange some transportation. A pair of cars from the ministry arrived at the Burrow to take everybody to King's Cross Station. With Fred and George being over 17, and Harry and Ron holding apprentice status, it was short work to get all the trunks loaded. Crookshanks was almost reluctant to leave the Garden Gnomes. He was furious about having to be put into a wicker carry cage. The trip to the train station was uneventful. It was after getting the trunks unloaded that things got a little tense. "Well, hiya Harry," the voice of Gary Stone cut through the noise of the crowd. Harry was surprised to see the shopkeeper. "On your way to school?" "Hello Mr. Stone." "Gary, please." "Harry." Mrs. Weasley inserted herself into the conversation. Who is your friend? This is Mr. Stone. He owns the collectible shop I wrote Mr. Weasley about. Harry made introductions. Gary, this is Mrs. Weasley. A pleasure, Gary said with a smile. Your husband is a collector. I know you must be a saint. All of us collectors are a bit nuts. One of the twins snorted at this. Harry quickly finished the introductions. On your way to your consulting job, Gary? Harry asked, remembering his last conversation with the shopkeeper. No, just here to meet a friend. Job starts tomorrow. Don't let me keep you from your train. Have a nice trip. Thank you. Good luck on your job. They parted company and let the crowd carry them in their respective directions. It was with a sigh of relief that Harry passed through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4 at last. The lines of the Hogwarts Express were a welcome sight to Harry's eyes. Harry and Ron agreed that it would be best to not show off on the platform. They loaded their trunks into a compartment by muscles alone. After a last round of hugs from Mrs. Weasley, everybody climbed aboard. Harry and Hermione had to excuse themselves from the Weasleys temporarily. They changed into their school robes and donned their prefect's badges. They were expected to put in an appearance in the prefect's car. The prefect's car was like a mobile common room. There were overstuffed chairs, warm leather couches, a scattering of tables, even a small fireplace. The car was easily bigger on the inside than on the outside. I was the most comfortable car on the train. A total of 24 students were in the car. 6 prefects from each house, with 2 from 5th, 6th, and 7th year, were present. Harry and Hermione moved to join the other Gryffindor prefects. Ian Smith, in his Ravenclaw robes and head boy badge, greeted Harry and congratulated Hermione and Harry both on being made prefects. Behind Ian, the assembled prefects of Hufflepuff House, including head girl for the year, approached Harry. Harry recognized some faces, but their names escaped him. Harry, the head girl addressed him coolly. If we can have a moment of your time. Harry just nodded his head, not having any idea of what he should say. We have been talking about what happened last year. If you don't want to talk about what happened at the end of the tournament, we will respect that. However, we would appreciate it if you can tell us what happened to Cedric. Sure, Harry said with all the eloquence he could muster. Thank you. Hufflepuff is known for hard workers and patient minds. We do not have the heroes of Gryffindor, or the overachievers of Ravenclaw. The head girl held out an envelope in her left hand. Let us know when you have time, and we will arrange everything. Harry took the envelope, and accepted a handshake. Your friends are also welcome. After each of the Hufflepuff prefects shook Harry's hand, they moved away from the Gryffindors quietly. Harry opened the envelope with Hermione looking over his shoulder. A short letter and a patch of leather were inside. The leather was a backing for Harry's prefect's badge in Hufflepuff colors with a black border. Mr. Potter, the letter said, in recognition of your hard work on behalf of Hogwarts, you are named an honorary member of House Hufflepuff. The accompanying is given as a token of our appreciation, and will grant you access to the Hufflepuff common rooms. For all you have done, and in memory of Cedric Diggory. Yours in friendship, Thelma Miller, Hufflepuff House. With mixed feelings, Harry affixed the backing to his prefect's badge. On the opposite side of the car from the Gryffindor gathering was the nest of Slytherin prefects. Standing at the edge of the Slytherin pack was none other than Draco Malfoy. His sneer was clearly visible. Harry didn't miss the fact that Draco was on the edge of his group. The prefects of the other houses accepted their 5th-year prefects among them. Harry doubted Draco's position beside the Slytherin prefects was just normal house procedure. Harry's observation gained weight when the Slytherin prefects left sneering Draco behind and approached Harry. Behind him, Harry felt the Gryffindors tensing. Everybody in the car was watching the meeting of Harry Potter and the Slytherin prefects. Harry never pretended to be friendly with Slytherin, and had no idea who any of their prefects were besides Draco and Millicent Bulstrode. The leader of the pack was a 7th-year boy that stood a little ahead his fellows. Mr. Potter, the Slytherin said stiffly. Slytherin House respects achievement. The 7th year held out his hand. Your show of determination and skill deserve recognition. Thank you, Harry said, sounding far more confident than he felt. With some trepidation, Harry took the Slytherin's hand. It was a very short and abrupt handshake. The Slytherins moved back to their place on the other side of the car. The tension dissolved from the air, leaving Harry feeling relieved and a little weak in the knees. There was no rule that said the prefects had to stay in the car. It was an informal opportunity to meet. The Gryffindor prefects agreed on the first password for the school year, vigilance. After some polite small talk, Harry and Hermione left to rejoin their friends. It was almost 2 hours before Malfoy darkened the compartment doorway. Fred and George were further up the train with some fellow 7th years. Ginny, Ron, Harry, and Hermione were all reading. With trailing bodyguards, Draco arrived to harass them. He hardly opened his mouth when Harry cut him off. "Cracker Jacks," Harry stated in a level tone. "How many, Draco?" "How many what, Potter?" demanded Draco. "Cracker Jacks. It's a muggle snack that comes with a prize in every box." "How many boxes did your father have to buy to find you a prefect's badge?" "What are you talking about?" "He is asking," Hermione explained as if to a slow child. "How much did it cost for your father to buy you a prefect's badge?" Ron, who had not said a word, had his quill in hand and was writing furiously. "Must be embarrassing for him," Harry said. "He has to use his money and connections to help you keep up with someone from a muggle family." He gestured towards a smiling Hermione. Draco stood fuming for a long moment, then whipped out his wand. Furu. Draco's curse was disrupted when Harry pointed his finger and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Draco's wand was blasted from his hand as he was blown back against his bodyguards. Draco staggered a bit before recovering his wand and his balance. Before he could comment, a piece of parchment was held in front of his face. "What is this?" Draco demanded as he yanked the notice out of Ron's hand. "That is your notice of citation," said Ron in a firm voice. "You are in violation of Ministry laws of conduct for misuse of a wand by brandishing with intent to curse. You can pay the 10 sickle fine in person at the Ministry office or by owl, or you can appear in court to contest the citation." Ron then handed a citation notice to each of Draco's bodyguards. "You are each cited for conspiracy of violation of Ministry laws of conduct. The fine is 3 sickles each." Ron sat down and started writing out his report of the citations. Draco, totally flustered by his loss of control of the situation, threw down the citation notice and stormed off with goons in tow. "Ron!" Ginny squealed. She launched herself into her brother and hugged her tightly. Hermione followed with a hug of her own, which left Ron a bright red. "Way to go, mate." Harry slapped Ron on the shoulder. "But you forgot one." "What?" Ron asked. Harry pointed to the discarded notice on the compartment floor. "Littering. 10 nuts." Everybody burst into laughter. The smiles were still going strong when the witch with the snack cart came by. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station without further excitement. The mass of students piled out in a noisy tide of dark school robes. "Furs years," a loud voice called out. "Furs years, this way." "Hagrid," Harry yelled to his friend as he waved. "All right. There, Ari," Hagrid called back with a smile. Harry couldn't help but feel that this was the best year so far. The first-year students were following Hagrid. The rest were scrambling for carriages. On the ride up to the castle, Harry and friends were still having bouts of laughter and fits of giggles as the thought about Malfoy's misfortune. As the carriages crossed the grounds, the faint moonlight was enough to give hints of what had changed over the summer. It was hard to tell in the dark, but it looked like someone had built a small house down by the lake shore. The students would have to wait until daylight to see for sure. Arrivals at the castle were never a big presentation for second years and up, but Harry never grew tired of seeing the main entrance. Hungry and excited, the students made their way to the great hall for the welcoming feast. The brightly illuminated hall beckoned the students. Long tables lay waiting. Harry grinned. His best year ever was about to start. Once the sorting was accomplished, Professor Dumbledore stood. The student body fell silent. "Welcome all," the headmaster said in a warm and comforting voice, "to a new year at Hogwarts. This year, it is my hope that we will all take the opportunities to make new friends, and help to build a stronger wizarding community. I will save further announcements until after we have had an opportunity to satisfy some of the demands of our bodies. I would just like to say, fill her up." At that, The tables were suddenly laden with food. The headmaster took his seat as the students attacked the food. "Harry," Hermione asked as she heaped food onto her plate. "I've been meaning to ask you. How have you been doing magic without having your wand out?" "I had my wand, you just didn't see it," Harry explained. "Watch." Harry held his right hand over the table. With a circular motion of his hand Harry spoke. "Change." With a flicker of activity the ring on his index finger was transformed back into his wand. Lumos. A beam of light sprang from the tip of the wand. Change. The wand was a ring once more and the light was now coming from the tip of Harry's finger. Extinguishing his magical light, Harry began to shovel food into his mouth. "Whoa, Merlin's beard," Ron exclaimed. "That's fantastic, Harry," Hermione said with bright eyes. "Where did you learn that? When? Can you teach me?" "Found it in a book," Harry said around a mouthful of pork chop. "Loan it to ya, lur." That seemed to satisfy Hermione for the moment and she let Harry eat in peace for a while. She exchanged idle chatter with the other Gryffindors around her as the feast progressed. Harry enjoyed the excellent food. He was glad to be back at school. With an effort of will, Harry kept most of his attention on his plate. Yet he could not help but look over to the Ravenclaw table. With each glance, Harry's eyes drank in the image of Cho Chang. Cho sat at her table, eating slowly. She looked tense, Harry noticed. There was tightness around her eyes. She looked beautiful. Before Harry knew it, the feast was done. The headmaster stood once more as the leftovers vanished. "With sated appetites we will soon retire. I know that your minds are hungry for the knowledge you have come to learn. Before I release you to your beds, I have a few announcements. First, I want to point out that the aptly named Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students. Second, by order of the Ministry, there will be Aurors in the school at undisclosed times during the school year. Any inappropriate use of magic will be punished. Thirdly, I would like to say that Quidditch will resume. House captains please see Madam Hooch about scheduling practice and tryout sessions. Further announcements can wait until later. I see many eyes ready to close, so it is time for me to stop talking and for you to start walking. Good night everyone." Professor Dumbledore sat down as the students rose to their feet. Prefects took their first years in tow, and everybody retired from the Great Hall. Following behind the last of the Gryffindor first years, Harry was in good cheer. When he finally entered the Gryffindor common room, Harry was home. Harry decided every school year should start this way. September 2nd was a Saturday. That meant that students had 2 days at school before classes actually started. Harry was just having a bit of a lay-in, enjoying the opportunity to enjoy a schoolwork-free, chore-free, and Dursley-free weekend. His peaceful thoughts were intruded upon by a pair of red heads. Fred and George each poked their heads in between the bed curtains on either side of Harry's bed. "Oh, good," started Fred. "You're awake," George continued. "Rise and shine, seeker o' mine." Quidditch meeting in the common room. In 30 minutes, and the twins departed as quickly as they arrived. It was a bewildered and groggy Harry Potter that made his way into the common room 20 minutes later. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was gathered in a conversation area near a window. The morning sky was clear and promising for a warm day. Fred and Angelina Johnson were sharing a love seat. Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell shared another one. George was in one of a pair of high-backed armchairs. Harry plopped down in the other. The love seats and chairs were set around a low table that was laden with cheese, toast, rolls, butter, marmalade, pitchers of juice, pots of tea, and a collection of plates and cups. Harry shared a round of greetings before helping himself to some breakfast. Quidditch meeting called to order, Fred began. "First order of business is the selection of our new team captain. I nominate Harry," George spoke up. "All in favor raise a hand." 7 hands went into the air. The twins had 2 hands raised each. Harry choked down a mouthful of buttered roll. "No," Harry protested. "I don't have any experience." "Harry," Fred explained, "it has to be you. The rest of us graduate this year," finished George. "You will be captain next year by default," Angelina added. "You should get used to it so you have experience for next year." "I can't. Look at my record." My first 2 seasons on the team we lost the cup because I couldn't even make it to the last game. I can't be captain if I may not even be at the game. Harry, Alicia said in a gentle voice. This year will be different. Yes, Voldemort. The team flinched as back and he wants my head on a platter. Harry, Katie protested. That is now way to talk. Sorry. Look you, why not have Angelina be captain? She is a natural leader. But, Harry, I'm 7th year. You need to be captain with an experienced team before you are forced to be captain while building a whole new team. Angelina, you can be captaining this year, and I will be your second. That way you can help me, but we don't lose our leadership if I can't make it to the pitch. Okay, Fred jumped in. Angelina for captain and Harry for co-captain. Show of hands, George called. This time 11 hands were raised, with Harry being the only person to raise just one. Second order of business, Angelina said as she smoothly took charge as captain. Tryouts. We need a new keeper. More than that, Harry added. We need a reserve seeker. Just in case. Angelina, Katie suggested. How about we fill out a whole roster of reserve players? That way we can start training the team for next year. It will also give us someone to practice against. And Harry can captain the reserve roster for practice. Alicia threw in. Sounds like a good idea. Angelina said in approval. All right then, I will post a notice that tryouts will be held for the first weekend of October. Is there any other team business to discuss? Brooms, Fred barked. Our team needs better brooms. Fred and I can afford better brooms now, George continued. But as it is our last year on the team, it is a bit of a waste. We were thinking that if we all pitched in, then we could buy a good set of brooms for the team. We would get to use them this year, and then pass them on to the house team for next year. Sounds like a promising idea, Angelina agreed. What do you two have in mind? Our little brother follows the Chudley Cannons, said Fred. They haven't had a good season in a while. They are planning to upgrade to Firebolts for their next season. We were thinking of putting up a bid for their used set of Avis Quicksilvers. They are professional grade competition brooms. But not as famous as Nimbus and Firebolt. So we should be able to get a good price. Concluded Fred. I'm in, said Harry. You have a broom, Harry, Angelina reminded him. I know, but this is for the whole team. Besides, if something happens to my Firebolt, it would be good to have a spare broom besides something from the school broom shed. I can't argue with that, agreed Angelina. I remember how you lost your Nimbus 2000. Angelina paused. You never did tell us how you got the Firebolt. Harry was suddenly very preoccupied with putting a layer of marmalade on a slice of toast. I will take up a collection, Alicia volunteered. And you too, Katie said to the twins. Ask the Cannons about their used brooms. Does anybody else have something to say? Angelina asked the team. When nobody spoke up, she continued. Meeting closed. Thank you all. The official Quidditch meeting was over, but nobody was in a hurry to leave. Everybody chatted freely as they enjoyed a leisurely breakfast. Before long, the conversation was all about the coming Quidditch season. Most of the talk was speculation about who would try out for the team. Fred and George brought up Ron's name a couple of times. Harry agreed that his best friend would be a good choice. Ron had grown up in a family with enough children to make a whole Quidditch team. Being the youngest boy had forced him to be quick on his feet, and able to endure a lot. The team started to drift apart as the common room started to fill. Harry was just coming back from his dorm with his books when Hermione and Ginny came down from the girls' dorm. Harry greeted the girls and told them that Ron was just starting to wake up. So he should be awake by lunch, Ginny said with a scowl. Harry chuckled at Ginny's expression. Hermione was content to wait. It only took half an hour for Ron to make his way to the common room. The four of them made their way to the Great Hall together. Breakfast on a Saturday morning was a very casual affair in the Great Hall. Harry had already eaten, but still managed to find an appetite for some eggs and sausage. Ron filled his plate and ate like a man that regularly was forced to starve. Surprisingly, Ginny ate nearly as much. The peaceful atmosphere was broken by Dean Thomas rushing over to the Gryffindor table. You guys have to see this, he said as he tried to catch his breath. Come on. He was nearly bouncing on his feet, waiting for the others to follow. At the main entrance to the castle they were joined by an equally excited Neville Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan. "Come on," Dean prompted as he took the lead. Harry and company followed, filled with curiosity. Dean led them across the grounds. Down by the lake, opposite from the Forbidden Forest, lay the object of Dean's excitement. A small, perfectly Muggle-looking house had been built. The house and adjoining yard was surrounded by a white picket fence. There was even a car parked near the front porch of the house. Dean was from a Muggle family, so Harry could not understand what had his friend so excited. That was, until Dean pointed in one of the windows. Whoever was in the house was watching television. Harry recognized the blue police box TARDIS of Doctor Who on the glowing screen. Dean, an avid fan of science fiction, was excited at the possibility of being able to watch his favorite shows while at school. Seamus was also a dedicated follower of any show with a spaceship. Neville was excited because he had never seen a television before. "Hello." The sudden voice made all 7 students jump. "Harry." Harry looked for the speaker and nearly jumped again. "Mr. Stone," Harry said in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "Hiya, Harry. This is my consulting job." Gary Stone had just come around the back side of the house. "It's a cultural study class. Your headmaster wanted me to reproduce an average American home. I understand some of your schoolmates come from a narrow world of experience. I'm supposed to help them learn to think outside of their own perspective." Gary looked at the assembled students. "Who are the new 3, Harry?" Harry made introductions around, and explained what had brought them all out to the house. "Make you a deal," Gary offered. "Keep your grades up, and you can come by on weekends to watch TV." "Deal." Dean and Seamus agreed at once. "But starting next weekend, I still have unpacking to do." Dean and Seamus were disappointed, but took it in stride. "Off you go, I have work to do." He shooed the students away with a smile. Dean and Seamus started an animated debate about what shows they would watch, while listing pros and cons to a confused but excited Neville and Ron. Hermione rolled her eyes at the idea. Her idea of how to use free time involved the library. Ginny just grinned and giggled at the scene. Returning to the castle, Harry saw Cho Chang just leaving the Great Hall. Excusing himself from his friends, Harry hurried to catch up to her. "Cho," Harry called. At his voice, she turned to face him with a polite smile. "Hello, Harry. How are you?" "I'm good. It's always good to be back at Hogwarts." "How are you doing, Cho?" "I am fine. I am looking forward to class starting." "I know the feeling," Harry smiled, thinking of Sever. "I am actually looking forward to potions this year." The two walked through the school together as they talked. "You have your OWLs this year, don't you, Harry?" "Yes. I hope I do well on them." "I am sure you will. If you have trouble studying for them, don't be afraid to ask me for help." "Thank you. I promise to think of you, Cho, if I need help." Harry was too wrapped up in watching a small smile on Cho's face to notice a bookcase that slid quietly out of his way. "Is your team excited about the coming Quidditch season?" Harry asked, more out of wanting to keep the conversation going than any curiosity about the sport. "I don't know. It is only the first day back. I am looking forward to it, but it is too early to tell about the rest of the team." She sat down in a comfortable brown chair. Harry perched on an ottoman footstool next to her. "Gryffindor already had a team meeting this morning." He grinned. "I think we are just more obsessed with the sport." Cho returned the grin in agreement. "Good morning, Harry." Harry looked back over his shoulder to see Ian Smith. It was then that Harry realized where he was. He had walked with Cho right into the Ravenclaw common room. Harry took a moment to get his thoughts in order. Morning Ian. Sleep well." Harry smoothly attempted to get time to think. "Yes, thanks. And you?" Yeah, at least I think I did. I was asleep at the time so I didn't notice." Harry hoped he wasn't going to blush after saying something so lame. He was startled when Ian, Cho, and some nearby Ravenclaws chuckled. "Good one," Ian acknowledged. "Glad to see you taking us up on our invitation. No problems with the pass then?" Honestly, Harry reached into his robes and pulled out Animus Accido Addictio with the Ravenclaw bookmark in it. "I was so involved in talking with Cho that I didn't notice where I was." Harry wanted to hit himself for that slip. Cho was looking at her lap, hiding her blush from Harry. He was sure she was laughing at what he said, but didn't want to embarrass him. Old book, Ian observed. Yes, agreed Harry, but it has some fascinating ideas and approaches to magic. That comment led to an open discussion about magical theory. Harry got the impression that this was a common discussion in the Ravenclaw common room. Harry was able to add a comment here and there. For the most part, he remained a spectator. Harry had witnessed the Gryffindor common room get involved in conversations before. Most were about Quidditch or about the tournament last year. Most were about emotionally charged topics of daring and/or skill. The Ravenclaws were no less emotional. The choice of topics for the sometimes animated conversation provided an interesting peek into the Ravenclaw minds. Harry couldn't help but wonder what topics the Hufflepuffs would discuss in their common room. The conversation wound down as noon approached. Harry, along with Cho, Ian, and a handful of other Ravenclaws went to the Great Hall for lunch. Harry was startled when Ian made a comment on the way to lunch. "By the way, Harry, later on, remind the other prefects of your house that there is a meeting after dinner tonight." Ian had then gone back to the conversation without a hitch. After lunch, which Harry had spent acutely aware of how close he was to Cho, he excused himself from the Ravenclaw table. Harry had spent hours in the company of Cho Chang, and couldn't stop smiling about it. In high spirits he entered the Gryffindor common room. When he arrived, Hermione, the Weasleys, and Harry's roommates turned to look at him. Harry saw them all facing him with mixed expressions. What? At last, Harry collapsed onto the common room chair. It was the end of the first week of school, and Harry felt every hour of it like a bag of on his shoulders. He was tired. His body ached and his eyes burned. Staring off into the cold hearth, Harry's mind raced back to the highlights of the first week of the term. Saturday had been a day of mixed blessings. Discovering Gary Stone was at Hogwarts was a surprise. Spending the morning with Cho Chang had been thrilling. The grilling he had received from his friends about it was only mildly annoying. The greatest part of Saturday, of the weekend really, had come after the prefects' meeting. The prefects' meeting had been run by Ian Smith as head boy. The prefects of the houses had been assigned duties that included helping first and second years. Monitoring hallways during classes and after hours was also a prefect responsibility. The long-standing traditional term for prefects' duties was snogger hunting. Prefects were to always be on the lookout for couples snogging. Nowhere in the school's rules were there the words, "Students shall not snog on school property." Snogging, shagging, and fighting all fell under a moldy blanket rule of, all persons, while present on school grounds or at any time supporting school colors, shall conduct themselves with proper manners and decorum. Apparently the rule had been set down by the founder Rowena Ravenclaw. Nobody had ever bothered to update it. Harry had accepted as his area of snogger hunting the Dada corridor. Because of the jinx surrounding the Dada job, nobody wanted to be too close to the office or classrooms. Hermione agreed with Harry that people were just being silly, but her patrol area was centered on the library and surrounding study rooms. It wasn't until Harry had accepted his assignment that he remembered that it also put him around Filch's office. After the prefects' meeting broke up, the fifth year's prefects were encouraged to walk their patrol areas. "It is best," Ian Smith had said, "to get to know your areas early." Harry couldn't find any fault with Ian's logic. The first weekend back was too soon for couples to be forming. It would be better to find all the snogging and shagging places before the couples did. Armed with that thought, Harry explored the Dada corridor. Trying every door, looking around every curve and corner, and examining every detail had proved beneficial. Harry found rooms he had never seen before. They ran from small storage closets and cloakrooms up to a small lecture auditorium. There was a room filled with empty cages of all sizes. Harry discovered a long room set up as a dueling training area that had not been used in ages. From unused classrooms and offices Harry acquired a robe full of treasures. Growing up in Dudley's cast-offs had taught Harry look for opportunities in what other people ignored. One cloak room had a number of carefully folded winter cloaks covered by another cloak spread over them. It was prime snogging and shagging spot. The cloak room was set into a blind nook at the end of the Dada corridor. Harry had carefully moved all the cloaks into one neat pile, finding a rather nice book bag in the process. Checking to see if the pile was disturbed later would tell Harry if an couple was using the room. By the time Harry's patrol was over, his new bag was full. Harry collected an assortment of cast-off textbooks. From the dueling room, for example, Harry had found a dusty, tea-stained book titled Insta-Curse, The User's Guide to Quick-Draw Dueling. Harry counted 5 offices along the Dada corridor. The largest office was well known to Harry. When he opened the office, Harry had been assaulted by memories and feelings. This is the office where he had said goodbye to Professor Lupin. This was the office of the conceited Gilderoy Lockhart. It was in this office that Harry had learned of the treachery of Barty Crouch Jr. With a cold knot in the pit of his stomach, Harry walked into the office. The real Professor Mooney had cleared out of Hogwarts in a hurry. A justifiably paranoid man, he had left everything that wasn't his behind. Constant vigilance included not picking up things that might be cursed. There was a box and a stack of papers on the desk of the otherwise spotless office. An excited Harry Potter left the Dada office 5 minutes later. The Marauder's map tucked safely in his pocket. With the map back in his possession, Harry could now find every snogging and shagging spot in the school. Harry had returned from his first night of prefect duties in high spirits. He didn't mention the map to anybody. Hermione did approve of his collecting the old texts, but thought he should turn them into the school library. Harry had assured her that he would. After his Dada OWLs, he told her. Sunday was another pleasantly quiet day. Much to Ron's annoyance, Harry and Hermione spent most of the day with their noses firmly planted in books. Harry was going through Animus Accido Addictio with an eye for every detail. Remembering the conversation with the Ravenclaws, Harry wanted to have as much information about magical theory as possible. Cho would prefer to be someone that could talk about more than Quidditch, he was sure. Hermione was reading ahead for the coming school year. Ron, with nothing better to do, spent the day digging through his Auror's manual. After dinner, Harry met the new Dada professor. Harry had just started his snogger hunt when he heard someone in the Dada professor's office. Harry knocked on the door to the office. "Enter," came the short response to the knock. Harry opened the door slowly. "How can I help you?" asked the man by the desk. Harry took in the scene quickly. A man of middle years was unpacking boxes and getting the desk in order. "Just checking," Harry said. "I am the prefect that checks this part of the school on Sundays and Wednesdays. I heard you in here and just wanted to check." The man looked at Harry. Harry noticed details about his new professor. All of his things looked like they were second-hand. The leather briefcase was badly scuffed at the corners. The shiny satin robes were frayed at the cuffs and collar. A coffee cup on the desk had a chip in the rim. Do you need anything, Professor?" "I'm fine, young man. Go back to your snogger hunting." Professor Fletcher dismissed Harry. The rest of the night passed uneventfully. Monday had started gray and gloomy. Something about the first day of classes made it hard to wake up. The great hall filled with groggy students who in turn filled their stomachs and, in cases like Ron, their pockets with food. While working on bacon and cheese on toast, the class schedules were passed out. "Yes," hissed Ron, "no potions until tomorrow." Harry reviewed his schedule. Today was double herbology followed by care of magical creatures. After lunch were charms, astronomy, and Dada. Harry felt better at the idea of not having to start his Mondays in the dungeons. Now if they just didn't have to share classes with the Slytherins, Harry would have been really happy. At the start of herbology, Professor Sprout informed them that it would be a survey year. They would be covering points from every major field of herbology this year in preparation for the upcoming OWLs. Depending on how a student performed this year, their remaining herbology classes at Hogwarts would be tailored to that student's strengths. At Professor Sprout's instructions, Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs paired of together. The pairing of students of different houses was met with mixed emotions. Ron was paired with a Hufflepuff boy that looked just as disgruntled as Ron did. Both of them kept frowning at each other and glancing to their neighboring pair. Hermione had been paired with a girl that kept smiling at Ron's partner. Neville was paired up with Hannah Abbott, and looked like Christmas had come early. As soon as Professor Sprout had told the students to find partners, Terry Shire had latched onto Harry's arm. Harry had mixed feelings of his own about his partner. Each pair of students was assigned a potting table, a space in greenhouse number 3, and a plot of dirt between greenhouses 5 and 6. First assignment of the term was to plant whatever herbs the pair wanted. Each pair would then keep a journal of everything they did to maintain their plants. At midterm, everybody was to turn in a report written without the help of their partner, on the properties and uses of what they planted. Final grade for the term would be based on the journal, the midterm report, and the overall success of what was planted. The midterm report was to make sure nobody would receive a free grade from the work of their partner. Harry, being less than stellar when it came to herbology, wasn't sure on what he wanted to plant. Terry confessed that the only thing in her garden at home was weeds. Once Professor Sprout had finished giving instructions, Harry and Terry started going through their texts and the professor's seed inventory for ideas. Harry had finally decided on planting the 3 herbs most often used in healing potions. What motivated Terry's choices, Harry didn't know. She just smiled mysteriously at Harry as she selected envelopes of seeds. Terry worked close to Harry as they potted their seeds, brushing up against him frequently. Harry was relieved when herbology was over. Things were getting too warm in the greenhouse for comfort. The Hufflepuffs left for the castle, while the Gryffindors went down to Hagrid's hut, but not before Terry managed to plant a quick key on Harry's cheek. With that parting shot, she ran to join the Hufflepuff girls who giggled all the way into the castle. Care of magical creatures was a different experience than anybody expected. Hagrid had a fascination for dangerous and ugly creatures. Instead of some new abomination, Hagrid had 3 holding pens set up. Standing between the pens was a beaming Hagrid. "Alry, there, you 3. Hagrid greeted the trio. When the Slytherins arrived, Hagrid began the lesson. Avenue, a rare opportunity, Hagrid started. With Gary Stone's Muggle house set up, a number of magical creatures had been drawn to it like iron filings to a lodestone. Hagrid informed them that they would be studying brownies, gnomes, and gremlins for the first term. Malfoy expressed his displeasure about the lesson plan. "Why gremlins?" Draco had demanded to know. "They are attracted to Muggle machines. You can never be sure when ya may have to work around Muggles. Ya best know what creows ya may be runnin' into," Hagrid explained. "There is no reason I would soil myself by being around a bunch of filthy Muggles." Draco insisted with a sneer. "Ya will learn 'bout gremlins," Hagrid roared. "Or ya will be findin' herself a new school to be goin' to." The class calmed down after that. After a lecture about their common traits, Hagrid broke the class into small groups to study the creatures. Malfoy stood next to the gremlin's pen. Inside, a gang of gremlins were happily messing with an assortment of mechanical devices. Draco was muttering loudly about gremlins being the problem of filthy Muggles. He never noticed Gary Stone talking to Hagrid 5 feet away. After Hagrid's class, it was time for lunch. Charms and astronomy had been taken up by lectures about the importance of the OWLs and the need to review everything covered in previous years. At long last, Harry and company made their way to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Fletcher introduced himself to the class. He had a sense of pride reminiscent of Gilderoy Lockhart. But Harry observed a tightness of the eyes and confidence in his voice that said new professor knew what he was about. The professor laid out the lesson plan for the first term. "By end of this term," he said, "you will all be able to tell me the most common ways people are lured to the dark arts. All the charms and talismans in the world are useless if you don't know what you should be watching for." Quills out. The rest of the class had been spent taking notes. Tuesday's classes had started with potions. Sever had been an asset from the start. The knife understood English, but could only speak in the language of serpents. The knife's voice was a low hissing that only Harry could hear and understand. Harry was paired with Neville towards the front of the class. Snipe marched into the room and started to lecture about the importance of the OWLs. "And people call snakes slimy," Sever wisecracked. As the class continued, Sever was helpful for both Harry and Neville. Harry was using Sever to cut Frog's tongue, with the snake's head hilt facing towards Neville. "He is adding the toad's skin first," Sever hissed in warning. Neville. Harry stopped Neville. Wasn't it catfish scales first? What? Oh, thanks, Neville muttered as he started over. You are welcome, Severus said. Severus also warned Harry that some of the dragonfly tails Professor Snape had provided were too dry to use. Hermione. Harry coughed. Hermione. When Hermione looked in Harry's direction, he held a dry dragonfly tail where only she could see it. With a small shake of his head, Harry crushed the tail into powder. Hermione immediately checked the dragonfly tails she and Ron had, and discarded the dry ones. Harry and Hermione used soft coughs and subtle gestures to warn the other Gryffindors. At the end of class, all of the Gryffindors had made the anti-staining potion correctly. All of the Slytherin potions came out substandard. Professor Snape was fit to be tied. Not only could he not call down the Gryffindors, he couldn't praise the Slytherins. Ron and Harry were still smiling over the incident that afternoon. Predictions of death and suffering in divination's class were easy to accept when thinking of a frustrated potions master. Harry. Ginny kicked Harry's chair, breaking him out of his thoughts. Harry, come on, dinner. All right, he heaved himself out of his chair. Let's go. Harry felt that the school year was off to a good start. Much of the giggles and doubting looks from past years seemed to have died out. Harry had a better sense of self-confidence and he liked it. Over the first couple of weeks Harry became accustomed to his new status as a prefect but was careful not to brandish his position over his friends. Harry was making a reputation for himself as a prefect. Armed with the Marauders map, Harry had no problem finding any couple snogging after hours. It was Sunday, September the 17th, and Harry was on patrol. In truth, it was less effort than other prefects had to put forth. Harry sat in the empty Dada lecture auditorium with his attention divided between watching the Marauders map and reading a chapter about silent casting. Harry liked the idea of using charms and hexes without having to vocalize. You lost some of the advantage of being under an invisibility cloak, if people could hear you casting spells. Harry also used his patrols to help his house. He was responsible for his assigned patrol area, but he was not restricted to it. He used his map to hunt out Slytherin couples especially. Every 5 points he could knock off of Slytherin put them that much further from the House Cup. Harry would have felt guilty about this abuse of position if it wasn't for Professor Snape. No matter how well Gryffindors performed in potions, Professor Snape looked for ways to pick on them. If the 5th years escaped with their points untouched, the other years would feel Snape's wrath. When Neville avoided making any mistakes, Snape would single him out for being too slow. Never mind that there were Slytherins that were slower than Neville. Severus was a fantastic resource when dealing with the potions master. While Harry was making a name for himself as the bane of Slytherin couples, he was less feared by other houses. He never ignored students he found, but he did try to make things easier on them. A couple caught snogging after hours could cost house points and detentions. A couple caught shagging suffered harsher punishments and cost their house more points. A timely sneeze or a casual, "Hello Mrs. Norris," could give an indiscreet couple the warning they needed to robe themselves. A pair of Ravenclaw 3rd years were relieved at losing 5 points for being out after hours. I misplaced my favorite quill. She was helping me look for it. Honest. The boy had insisted. Harry pretended not to see the lip gloss all over his neck. Is that it behind the desk? Harry asked innocently as he pointed at a piece of silk on the floor. Yes. The boy quickly collected the girl's panties and together they fled towards their common room. Harry had told Ron and Hermione about the Ravenclaw couple. It was just small talk over breakfast. Hermione was a little disappointed that Harry wasn't taking his duties more seriously. Ron just thought it was funny. During their 3rd divinations class of the term, the professor had made a dire prediction of doom for Harry. She had specifically warned against discoveries in the dark. Ron and Harry were afraid they would hurt themselves trying not to laugh. Harry was starting to see prefect duties as more of a privilege than a chore. That was, until he ran across Marcus Wright. Harry was returning to his own common room after patrol when ran into the man. Or more precisely, the man nearly ran over Harry. What are you doing? The man demanded of Harry. Just going to bed, Harry said mildly. What are you doing up this late? Students are not allowed out of bed this late. He started to reach for Harry. "You will have to come with me." Harry stepped back from the man's reach. "I am a school prefect. I am supposed to be here." Harry gestured to his prefect's badge. "Who are you? What are you doing on school grounds?" Harry demanded of the man. "I don't answer to you, boy. Now come with me." Harry stepped back again and reached into his robes. Holding up his Auror's badge in his left hand, Harry pointed his casting finger at the man. "You will answer me, or you will answer to the headmaster and the ministry," Harry stated flatly. The man took a long, hard look at Harry's credentials and then he exploded into laughter. While he was laughing, the man pulled his own badge out. "Auror right, at your service. You can call me Marcus, Mr. Potter," the man said with a smile. "Imagine meeting you at this hour. I am here to inspect the school. There are some questions about what may be happening here." From there, the conversation spiraled down into an interrogation of what had happened so far. Harry had left that encounter feeling like he needed a shower. Marcus had repeatedly asked slanted questions. He wanted to know how Hagrid had endangered students. He had asked which students Professor Snape was inviting to special classes. Marcus had asked how Professor Dumbledore had been negligent in his duties. Marcus Wright had reworded them, but they were the same basic questions over and over again. He had mixed them in with questions about strangers on school grounds, students acting strangely, or about any unexplained problems. Harry noticed that not only was the man digging to find evidence against Professor Dumbledore. The Auror was disappointed when Harry couldn't help him find it. Harry decided to tell the headmaster about the encounter as soon as the opportunity presented itself. Harry was up with the dawn. It was Saturday, September 30th, the first day of the Gryffindor Quidditch tryouts. Harry had wanted to be sure to get an early start. With a silencing charm on his bed curtains, Harry had slept with his alarm clock by his pillow. Harry's first surprise of the morning came when he opened his bed curtains. Ron, Dean, and Seamus were all getting dressed and eagerly talking about the tryouts. By the time Harry had made his way down to breakfast, he was sure that all of Gryffindor had gone mental. Almost the whole house was up at dawn. Not that they were all going to try out, but nobody wanted to miss the show. Everybody in the house that owned a broom had it out. Some people, like Ron, were so nervous that they held onto their brooms as if their lives depended on it. Other Gryffindors were carrying their brooms and waving them like flags. Harry saw a few brooms held like weapons at the ready. He was sure everybody had gone mental. The other members of the team joined up with Harry at breakfast. Fred and George were ginning like cats in a creamery. The chasers were all wide-eyed at the surrounding madness. "It is going to be a long day," Angelina Johnson observed. Harry begged a piece of parchment and borrowed a quill from Hermione. She was going to study while watching the tryouts, and scribbled a fast note. When the team was done eating, Harry left the note on his plate and stood up. As soon as he stepped away from the table, his plate was empty and spotless. The Quidditch team went down to the pitch together. The team started with a meeting in the changing room. As the team changed into their Quidditch robes so they would be easy to spot in the growing crowd, Angelina issued out equipment. The Weasleys took charge of the bludgers with an extra pair of beater clubs. Katie and Alicia each held a battered quaffle. Angelina gave a Harry clipboard and a sack of small, hard rubber balls. Harry thought he had the easiest job. All he had to do was find a good seeker. Chasers and beaters had to work as a part of the team. The position of keeper was also an issue for the chasers to take care of, because they would be testing the prospective keeper's ability to block shots. Harry was almost able to relax at those thoughts. "Today we build the champion team of tomorrow." Angelina, as captain, gave the short motivational speech. "From our house, we shall find the best Quidditch players Hogwarts has to offer. Today we build for tomorrow's victory." Harry tried to sound encouraging. "Ready, team?" Angelina asked. "Ready," all 6 Gryffindors chorused. The team marched out onto the field to be greeted by a thunderous cheer. All of Gryffindor had turned out. The hopefuls were gathered on the pitch with the rest cheering from the stands. Looking around, Harry could see that Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were both strongly represented among the spectators. There were even a few from Slytherin. Harry suspected they were spying, trying to find weakness to exploit in whoever made the team. Sonorous, Angelina prepared to address the crowd. "Welcome to the Gryffindor tryouts." Her charmed voice carried to every part of the stadium. "This year we are looking for a new keeper. In addition, we will be filling a reserve roster to reinforce our team and to continue our victories into the years to come." The assembled Gryffindors cheered anew at her words. "Anybody interested in the keeper position, please move to the south end of the pitch. Chasers to midfield, please. If you are interested in trying out to be a beater, join the Weasley twins at the north end. If you want to try for the position of reserve seeker, see Harry." "Thank you." Harry's heart sank as a full 20 people started for him. In the lead, clutching a school broom in a death grip, was Ginny Weasley. Harry looked at the hope-filled faces in front of him and felt his stomach turn to stone. Quidditch was the first team sport Harry had ever played. He had never been in the position to choose players for any position before. To stall for time, Harry made a show of inspecting everybody's broom while each wannabe seeker put their name on Harry's clipboard. Some, like Ginny, were making do with school brooms. Neville Longbottom proudly held a battered Nimbus 1800 in his hands. "I've been practicing all summer," Neville said with his face looking flush and with a frightened but determined look in his eyes. All in all, the brooms were all older models, but acceptable just the same. Harry finally had a plan in mind and spoke to his eager audience. "Everybody," Harry said, surprised his voice wasn't shaking. "Make 2 lines, facing each other. Put your brooms down for now." As everybody sorted themselves into matching lines, Harry watched for anything that could make his job easier. Once they were in 2 lines of 10, the hopeful faces looked to Harry again. Harry reached into the sack Angelina had handed him, and started to pull out rubber balls. Passing out 10 balls, Harry instructed his group on what they were to do. The first line, Harry indicated the line of 10 students holding the rubber balls. "We'll pass the balls to the second with a high toss. The second line is to try to catch the ball and pass it back the same way. All right, go." Harry watched as 12 to 16-year-old students tried to play catch with the small balls. After a few minutes, everybody appeared to have found a comfortable rhythm in their tosses and catches. "Everybody keep going, but take a step backwards." Not sure what Harry was looking for, the hopefuls followed his instructions. Harry watched them and made a tick mark next to person's name every time he saw them drop the ball. As the morning progressed, Harry continued to test the seeker wannabes. After the first ball toss, Harry had them do it over on their brooms. Even the smallest amount of drift became a problem for some people. Next, Harry had everybody get into groups of 4. While the group was flying in a low and slow circle, they were to pass a ball around. Every once in a while, Harry would tell a group to fly faster, or higher, or further apart. Harry finally called everybody down. "Okay everybody," Harry said to the excited and tired faces. "Take a rest for a bit." There were several sighs of relief at Harry's words. Harry walked off a few steps to discourage conversation with the hopefuls. Trying not to show any feelings, Harry started to count out the marks on the clipboard. He was just putting totals under people's names when there was a sharp pop in front of him. The sound was immediately followed by an excited voice. "Harry Potter, sir." Dobby the house elf was suddenly in front of Harry and as excited as ever. Harry Potter is the smartest and kindest of wizards. Harry Potter was thinking of all his friends today and he asked Dobby for help. "Very clever you is, sir. Leaving a note for Dobby on your plate, sir." Harry felt himself on the edge of blushing. Dobby's high, excited voice was attracting attention. "Dobby has a message for Harry Potter." Harry took the folded parchment that Dobby was waving around. "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said, tuning out the house elf as he read the note. It was written in a flowing penmanship Harry recognized instantly. "Dear Harry," Professor Dumbledore's letter began. "I compliment you on your foresight and consideration of your schoolmates. I have given my consent to the house elves to follow your unexpected request. Have a good lunch. Albus Dumbledore." Harry finished the letter and looked down at Dobby. The house elf was looking right back up at Harry. Harry had honestly not been thinking on the same scale as Professor Dumbledore and Dobby. Harry paused for a bit. "All right then." Harry wasn't sure what to say, but apparently that was close enough for Dobby. The house elf disappeared with a pop. Seconds later, it sounded like a sting of firecrackers was let off in the middle of the pitch. Harry turned around to see a long table running half the length of the pitch loaded with food. At one end of the table were stacks of plates, bowls, cups and utensils. "What's all this?" Angelina Johnson swooped down on her broom to question Harry. "Well, I asked my friend Dobby. Dobby the house elf that is, to provide us a lunch at the pitch. When I said, us in my note, I meant the team. Dobby took it to mean everybody here." Harry handed Professor Dumbledore's letter to Angelina. "I guess he thought it was a nice day for a picnic." Harry didn't try to explain which he was talking about. Angelina made a face at the letter that Harry couldn't tell the meaning of. "All right then." Angelina turned away from Harry and charmed her voice to carry to everybody in the stadium. "Listen up everyone. Lunch is served. Team first, tryouts next, and everyone else after. Thank you." Angelina quieted her voice again. "Come on Harry, let's eat." The Gryffindor team made it to the table before the stampede began. When it was clear that everybody was finished, the table and dishes all vanished. Harry almost groaned at the thought of what was about to come. With clipboard in hand, Harry went to where the seeker tryouts were relaxing. They all jumped to their feet when they saw Harry coming their way. "Good work this morning everyone." Harry started off. "Dennis Creevy, Joshua Lane, Natalie MacDonald, Richard Miller, and Ginny Weasley, please pick up your brooms." The 5 named looked almost crushed until Harry's next words. "Everybody else, thank you for coming out. You should all be proud of the effort you put forward today." 15 disappointed faces slowly gathered their things and left the grass. Some went up to the stands, the rest returned to the castle. "Next we speed things up a bit." Harry spoke to the remaining 5 hopefuls. "Mount up." Harry suited actions to words and mounted his firebolt. With 5 students in his wake, Harry launched himself into the air. It was a tired and dirty Quidditch team that dragged themselves into the showers. Tryouts had become almost manic after lunch. Harry's seekers had been asked to dive bomb the chasers. Harry had asked Fred and George to have their beaters send bludgers towards the seekers. The chasers and beaters had all done their part in testing the wannabe keepers. By dusk, everybody was worn out, but also in good spirits. The team agreed to meet after dinner to finalize the roster. After a long shower and a slow dinner, Harry felt it difficult to climb the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. It was with measurable relief that he finally flopped into a comfortable chair in the common room. The team meeting was completed in short order. It ended with an announcement from Angelina Johnson. "If I may have your attention," Angelina addressed the common room. "The final roster will be posted in the morning. All members of the team, including reserves, are to report to the pitch at 1 tomorrow afternoon for practice. Thank you." With that, Angelina collapsed into Fred's lap. Harry sat with the team for a few minutes then climbed to his feet. After making his good nights he made his way up to his dorm. Harry sat at his desk catching up with his letters to his pen pals. He had much to share about his first month of the new school year. John Thompson and Tom Johnson especially would want to know about the day of Quidditch tryouts. With the last of his energy, Harry saw his letters off before seeking out his bed. Sunday brought its own trials for Harry. With protesting muscles and a head that full of sand he stumbled out of bed. Between his bed and the bathroom, Harry was intercepted by Neville. "Harry," Neville looked tense as he spoke. "I wanted to apologize for yesterday." "Apologize for what?" "For wasting your time. I am not much for flying. My grandmother suggested that I try out. She was rather insistent that I should put myself forward. My duty, she said, to bring attention to the family name." "Neville, you tried your best." Harry tried to comfort his friend. "In truth, you were far from the worst yesterday." "I wasn't. No. In fact, with some more practice, you could be a better seeker than Malfoy. He may be a first-rank seeker for Slytherin, but only because his father bought him the position." "Really?" Neville was looking considerably brighter. "Look, Neville," Harry said firmly. "No disrespect to your grandmother, but you should play to your own strengths." Harry, following a burst of inspiration, turned and opened his trunk. "But my gran keeps telling me to be brave, to make a name for myself." Neville deflated again. What strengths do I have? Herbology, Neville, Harry said as he continued to dig in his trunk. Remember last year, even the fake Moody thought you were good with herbology. He was rather put out with me when I didn't ask you for help with the second task. Ah, Harry stood up with the object of his search in his hand. I wanted to check with you before I used this. Harry didn't want to lie to Neville. The truth was that he just never got around to it. A friend sent this to me for my birthday. Harry handed the potion and letter he had received from Tiffany DeFay. Neville read the brief note before examining the potion. Her carefully unstoppered the vial and sniffed at the contents. Clover picked under a full moon, washed in a spring and blended with holy water. Neville gave an authoritative nod of his head. Used to see through illusions. Neville restoppered the vial and passed it and the letter back to Harry. This can be very useful to keep people from tricking you. Thank you, Neville. Harry put the vial away. I wanted to be sure, and I trust your word about herbology. Now if you will excuse me, I really need to use the loo. Harry made his escape to the bathroom, leaving a beaming Neville behind. Some time later Harry arrived in the Great Hall. The rest of the team was enjoying a leisurely breakfast. The chasers were looking as wrung out as Harry felt. The Weasley twins, with their boundless energy, looked as if they had a master prank ready to go. Harry sat with the team for solidarity. It was going to be another long day. Harry knew that the team would be facing people with charged emotions all day. With an accuracy that would have astounded Harry's divination professor, his prediction was borne out in short order. With Hermione in their wake, two Weasleys ran into the Great Hall. Ron nearly crashed into his brothers. He grabbed both of them in an excited hug. I made the team, Ron yelled. I'm keeper. Grr off me, hollered Fred. Ron, let go. George echoed his twin's sentiment. Harry had just a bare moment to enjoy the sight of three wrestling Weasleys. As a grin started to touch Harry's face, a bundle of energy flew into his lap. I made it, squealed Ginny. She was sitting in Harry's lap with her arms around him. She pressed his face against his chest and alternated between excited squeals and nervous giggles. I made Reserve Seeker. Oh, I have to write Mum. Harry felt awkward, but at the same time having a girl holding on to him felt good. Ginny. Harry was not sure if he should push Ginny away or hug her back. He settled for holding his hands on her shoulders while he tried to get her to listen. Ginny, maybe you shouldn't get too excited. Ginny. Hermione came to Harry's rescue. If you don't let go of Harry, people are going to wonder just how you made the team. What do you mean? Ginny insisted, looking over her shoulder at Hermione but making no sign of letting go of Harry. Like maybe you earned your position off the pitch. Hermione had a stern expression on her face. Suddenly Ginny couldn't get away from Harry fast enough. Finally Ginny was standing a foot from Harry, breathing hard and red-faced. The whole team exploded into laughter. Breakfast dragged on. The other reserve players arrived with a little more dignity than Ginny had managed. The Gryffindor players socialized over toast and juice. The people that had not made the team drifted over to speak to the Quidditch players. Most offered some kind-on congratulations and/or encouragements, even if the words sounded forced. A few wanted an explanation as to why they didn't make the team. I expected better sportsmanship from Gryffindors, Harry said in an angry mutter. A pair of approaching students heard him and turned around. There were no more complaints that morning. The team's breakfast was filled with chatter. People exchanged stories of their Quidditch experience. Ron kept pestering Angelina about strategy. Harry worked hard to avoid laughing. People had had the same conversations before, but somehow it counted for more now that they were a part of the team. Breakfast was stretched out until lunch. It was with a sense of excitement that the team headed towards their first practice of the season. Harry had never seen the changing room so noisy, or so crowded. Harry missed the early absence of the Weasley twins from the rest of the team. All right Gryffindors, Angelina's voice came through the changing room. Everybody to the field. Sitting outside of the changing room were Fred and George. The Weasley twins were perched on top of a packing crate. The crate was 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. Listen up, George called. If you already have a broom you want to use, Fred explained. You can go ahead and use it. However, School brooms are not acceptable. It was decided to be in the team's best interest to help establish a new standard. To this end, my brother and I, Fred continued as he and his twin moved to stand beside the crate. With the blessings of the senior team members, have taken it upon ourselves to procure, at a reasonable price, with considerable effort on our part. So show us proper appreciation. Get on with is, growled Angelina. Brooms for the whole team, finished Fred. With his last words, the twins opened the crate. Behold, the glory, the elegance, of the Avis, Quicksilver. George pulled one of the brooms from the crate and held it above his head. The broom was sculpted. Harry could think of no better word for it, to look fast. The handle had only a fraction on a curve where the rider would be mounted. The head of the broom had the sharp features of an eagle's head. The whole handle was a glossy silver color. The bristles of the broom did not end in an even cut, like Harry's firebolt did. Instead, the twigs were laid out in a staggered spiral pattern. It reminded Harry of a burning torch, or the flames coming out of a jet engine. The broom looked like it had been designed for the RAF. Harry, Angelina said after a moment. Harry, you have the most experience here with high-performance brooms. Care to give it a try? All right then, Harry agreed. He accepted the broom from George. Mounting the broom, Harry felt the fine texture of the handle. While the silver finish made the shaft appear slippery, the texture provided a sure grip. With a nod to his teammates, Harry launched into the air. The broom was a work of excellent craftsmanship. It accelerated smoothly to its top speed in just seconds. While it was not as fast as the Firebolt, it was faster than the Nimbus 2000. After a few loops around the goal posts, Harry had a fair measure of the broom. The center of steering was well forward of what Harry was used to. This made for a smoother ride. So did the steady rates of acceleration and braking. It was an excellent broom for a chaser, Harry decided at last. All the traits that smoothed out the ride were detrimental to a seeker. Overall, however, the brooms were a far cry better than any in use by the rest of the team. Harry even suspected that they were better than any brooms the other houses were likely to field this year. Harry would stick to his Firebolt, thanks, but the team had made a good choice. Finally, Harry landed and made a point of handing the broom to Angelina Johnson. You'll love it, Harry pronounced. I bet it is better than any other house can put into use this year or the next. There was a general murmur of excitement at Harry's words. Harry retrieved his Firebolt. The twins were handing out Quicksilvers to the senior team and the reserves. Harry took a step towards the pitch when a red haze passed in front of his vision. Crucio. At the edge of Harry's vision stood a figure in a black cloak and a bone-white mask. He was holding a wand aimed at a woman on the floor. The woman was dressed in a plain gray robes and sandals. Her face, with strong Indian features, was framed by a tangle of gray hair. The woman screamed and her body thrashed as the Death Eater's curse filled her with pain. Release her, Harry heard Voldemort's voice speaking. The woman lay on the floor, breathing in gasping sobs. If you surrender the formula, my dear, I promise to let you live. The Dark Lord waited for an answer. The woman lay on the floor, not answering. Harry slowly became aware of other Death Eaters in the room. They were searching for something with all the delicacy of rampaging bulls. Continue, Voldemort ordered. Crucio. Harry recognized the voice of Lucius Malfoy as he continued the torture of the woman. Harry felt himself trying to scream. He could not help the woman. He could not escape the scene in front of his eyes. Harry tried to keep his attention on other details of the vision. Any bit of information that would help to keep his mind away from the screaming woman. The room looked like a bazaar. Ceramic pots and vases were set around the room. Beautiful porcelain statues stood on shelves between stacks of books and scrolls. Be reasonable, the woman had stopped screaming, and Voldemort was talking to her again. What use do you have for serpent's tears? The woman still refused to answer. Voldemort sighed and gestured to Malfoy. Crucio. The woman thrashed on the hardwood floor. Around her, Death Eaters were smashing everything. Shards of porcelain and ceramic spread across the floor. The woman's skin was being cut to ribbons by the sharp pieces. Her robes were soon soaked with blood. She clawed at the floor, pulling up splinters until her fingernails tore themselves free from her cuticles. There was a wet gurgle from her throat. She had bitten through her tongue. Blood flowed from her mouth. It sprayed into the air when she coughed. After an immeasurable amount of time, her body calmed. Finally, she went completely limp. The woman had choked to death. She had drowned in her own blood. With a paint-blistering oath, Voldemort kicked the body. He shouted to his Death Eaters. As the room was consumed by fire, they left. Voldemort lingered only a moment, awash with anger towards the body just being caressed by the raging fire, before he disappeared. With a hoarse scream, Harry jolted himself awake. Fighting off a wave of panic and confusion, Harry sat up. Before anybody could say a word or lay a comforting hand on his shoulder, Harry groaned. Arg! Harry covered his face with his hands. Harry had seen a gimp of white walls, white sheets, and white curtains on the windows. Harry was in the hospital wing, again. I think I feel sick. Madame Pomfrey quickly put a basin in Harry's lap. Harry just sat there for a long time, trying to gather his thoughts. He knew he needed to tell the headmaster about what he just saw. As if the thought was a summons. And how is Mr. Potter doing, Poppy? The headmaster asked the school nurse. Harry didn't hear her answer, but heard the swishing of Dumbledore's robes as he approached the bed. It is a little early in the school year to be giving us all such a shock, isn't it, Harry? It was not my idea, Professor. Harry answered mildly. Then he rushed on. Professor, I had another vision of Voldemort. Harry went on to tell his headmaster of all the details he could recall. When Harry finished, his throat was dry and his hands were shaking. I will look into it at once, Dumbledore assured Harry as he stood to leave. Professor, I need to tell you. Harry rushed to tell of his late-night encounter with the Auror. Thank you, Harry. I shall see to that too. For now, I recommend you eat some supper and get some rest. As soon as the headmaster moved away from the bed, the school nurse came over to Harry with a tray of food. Thank you. Is it still Sunday? Harry asked the nurse. Yes. You have only been here for 4 hours. Now eat. When you are done, I will let you have 15 minutes to see your visitors. Harry dutifully ate the bowl of beef stew. Once the tray was empty, Madame Pomfrey took it away. A moment later, Hermione, Angelina Johnson, and the Weasleys came in. There was a moment of confusion as everybody tried to talk to Harry at once. They all wanted to know what had happened to him. With as few details as possible, Harry explained how his scar would hurt when Voldemort was especially murderous or angry. It hurt worse when an unforgivable curse was used or someone was being tortured. That is why I wanted a reserve seeker, Harry explained to Angelina. And why I can't be captain. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Angelina looked a little shaken, and took comfort from Fred's arm around her. You should see the crowd outside, Ron said in a rush. Hermione and Ginny both glared at him, but he didn't see them. More than half the Quidditch players are out there. Ron nodded his head towards the door. Our team needs to practice, not stand. Not just our team, Ron interrupted. The whole school. There are players from every house. What? Harry was surprised at this revelation. Why? Well, Harry, Hermione tried to sound casual in her explanation. When you collapsed at the Quidditch pitch, everybody was concerned. Angelina sent Alicia and Katie to find Professor McGonagall, and Fred and George made a litter to carry you here. There was a lot of excited yelling. Everybody heard that you had collapsed, Fred put in. And if our seeker can't fly, then every team in the school will want to know. So they can try to beat us at Quidditch this year. George finished the explanation. Well, I am as right as rain, Harry said flatly. And we will beat them all. Harry's words cheered his visitors. A few moments later, Madame Pomfrey chased them all out so Harry could get some rest. Unfortunately, Harry got very little rest. Harry drifted off to sleep without any problems, into the embrace of nightmares. They all started the same way. Harry found himself in a graveyard. A mist concealed everything a few feet away from where he stood. In each dream, the dead haunted Harry. Every person Harry had seen Voldemort torture or kill came to Harry. Some tried to drag him down into their graves. Some shouted accusations at him, or demanded revenge. The very worst, The dream that made Harry wake up screaming was of Cho Chang. Harry returned from the graveyard with Cedric's body and the Triwizard Cup. Harry presented the cup to Cho, proud of being the champion. "He would have liked you to have this dream," Harry said. Cho took the cup from Harry and looked into it before thrusting the cup back at Harry and running away in tears. Inside the cup, still beating, was Cedric's heart. Harry didn't sleep for the remainder of the night. That night held no comfort for him. There was no escape from the misfortunes of his life. As soon as the first light of the morning touched the windows of the hospital wing, Harry slipped out. Dressed in white hospital pajamas, he quickly made his way back to his dorm. With the exception of soft snores, the room was quiet. 4 of the 5 beds had their curtains drawn. Harry's own bed was empty and cold. Harry was almost bitter with envy. Even normal dreams enjoyed by his friends were denied to him. It was a grumpy and tired Harry Potter that made his way to breakfast. He had dressed quietly, to avoid waking any of his dorm mates, and left Gryffindor Tower to avoid having to talk to anyone. The nightmares had left him depressed and miserable. He never noticed who else was in the Great Hall. He just walked in a wooden way over to his normal seat and plopped himself down. Harry was wrestling with all the guilt that he held pent up inside for so long. Everybody told Harry that Cedric's death was not his fault. He just could not accept that this morning he had argued to save Wormtail's life. It was Wormtail that had led Bertha Jerkins to her death at Voldemort's hand. Wormtail had killed Cedric at Voldemort's order, "Kill the Spare." It was Wormtail that had rescued Voldemort and later performed the spell that restored the Dark Lord to a body that was healthy and whole. And now Voldemort was killing again. All because Harry had let Wormtail live. Harry sat clutching at an empty golden cup. His knuckles were white as he gripped the cup as if trying to crush it. He was lost in his thoughts and feelings of guilt and didn't notice the cup losing its shape in his hands. Harry didn't even take notice of his view of his hand on the cup blurring. Standing just feet away from an oblivious Harry Potter, Cho Chang watched him. Harry Potter was the boy who lived. He was a Quidditch talent to be reckoned with. He was the Triwizard champion. This was the only person to withstand the unforgivable curses of Voldemort. The boy who lived, that had faced the Dark Lord 4 times in his short life, sat with a mangled cup in his hands without being aware of anything. Cho Chang stood watching Harry Potter crying in silence. Harry didn't know how long he had sat at the table. He suspected he would have sat there until doomsday if I wasn't for the pain in his scar. He didn't black out this time. He didn't scream. In a hazy vision, Harry watched a furious Voldemort slowly torture a young man. Voldemort was in a towering rage. This was not an attempt to gain something from the man. Voldemort was torturing the man for the evil joy of it. There were no demands from the Dark Lord. With unforgivable curses and simple charms, the man was being killed slowly, 1 inch at a time. Harry watched the vision without moving. Everything the Dark Lord did to the man, Harry blamed himself for letting it happen. He watched the man be skinned alive. Voldemort used a severing charm to take the man's skin off in strips. Then he used his wand like a hot iron to cauterize the raw flesh. He burned the exposed tissue to keep the man from bleeding to death. The slow torture went on for a long time. Every time the man started to black out, Voldemort would use the pain of the Cruciatus curse to shock the man back into awareness. Cho watched Harry suffer some kind of fit. Every few minutes Harry would gasp, or his body would shudder. Through it all, tears streamed down Harry's face. What frightened Cho the most was the scar on Harry's forehead. It was normally a thin pink line hidden behind his mop of untamed black hair. Now it was an ugly purple. The scar stood out clearly against Harry's pale skin. The torture went on and on. The man screamed, his throat raw. Splintered bones cut into thrashing muscles. Voldemort punctuated his rage with a final curse. Harry saw it as a merciful end to the torture. Voldemort gave an imperious gesture with his wand. Avada Kedavra. Cho nervously watched Harry's body stiffen. The scar on his head wept blood in the same way his forehead ran with sweat. She was on the edge of crying for help. She wanted to send somebody to fetch the headmaster. But her voice failed her when Harry slowly stood and left the Great Hall. She remained frozen in place for a moment, only able to watch Harry walk away. Only once he was out the door did she give herself a shake. Tell Professor Flitwick that I am following Harry, Cho said to a fellow Ravenclaw that had been sitting at their table the whole time. And tell Professor Dumbledore also. With that, Cho was out the door after Harry. The flash of green faded and the vision passed. Harry was only vaguely aware of where he was or of the presence of an audience. Without looking to see who was there, Harry stood and left the Great Hall. It took all of Harry's self-control to walk calmly from the castle. Harry, moving almost like a robot, headed for the Quidditch pitch. He nearly yanked the door to the broom shed of its hinges. Harry grabbed his firebolt and launched himself into the air. Flattening himself along the handle, Harry flew as fast as he could. He willed his broom to fly faster, desperate to escape the feelings that were flogging him. When there was no more speed to be coaxed out of the broom, Harry started to fly recklessly. He had been flying in circles around the field. Harry flew low, his knees only inches from the ground. He did spirals until he was nearly thrown off. Harry even tried the touch-and-go tricks he had seen in late-night American Western flicks. Harry executed every trick and stunt he knew, and then he flew them in combinations. Harry pushed himself to his limits. With agonizing slowness, Harry's joy of flying worked its way through the fog of guilt and misery. Cho watched Harry take to his broom. Cho could understand. She loved to fly. She knew the thrill of making a broom perform to its limits. Cho watched Harry zoom around the stadium. He flew with a desperation that Cho could see, even if she couldn't understand. Harry's flying became almost erratic. He was pushing himself and his broom to new limits. Cho winced at some of the things he was doing. Harry flew in the early morning sunlight as if he had been born with a broom in his hands. Cho grabbed her trusty Comet 260 and launched herself into the morning sky. Harry felt his emotions smoothing out. He felt himself regaining his self-control. Harry let his broom slow down. With his mind clearing, Harry could enjoy the feeling of being in the air. Harry. Harry turned to see who was calling his name. Cho was flying up to him. Harry pulled his broom up and waited in mid-air for Cho to catch up. Harry, are you all right? I'm fine, Harry said more shortly than he wanted. I just needed to, you know. Harry, I wanted to tell you, I wanted to thank you. Over the summer, your letters helped me work through what I felt after Cedric died. I really didn't do anything, Harry said modestly. I am glad I could do something for you, after. Harry, if you need someone, if you want to talk. Harry said with his usual linguistic mastery. Cho let her broom carry her closer to Harry. He started to blush, avoiding Cho's eyes. She reached out and brushed her fingers over Harry's cheek. Cho, I'm okay, really. Things just got to me. But I'm fine now, really. Impulsively, Cho threw her arms around Harry and pulled him into a tight hug. Oh, Harry. The two slowly drifted to the ground as a gentle spiral. Harry awkwardly tried to return the embrace. He could feel the warmth of her body. With her face pressed against the side of his neck, Harry could smell the warm fragrance of her hair. Harry knew he should feel ecstatic at having Cho hold him, but the morning had left him emotionally exhausted. It wasn't until their brooms touched the ground that Cho let go of Harry. They separated and slowly climbed to their feet. Harry picked up his broom and carefully inspected it. Cho looked down at herself and meticulously straightened and brushed off her robes. Both were doing what they could to avoid looking the other in the eye. An awkward silence built up between them. They were rescued from their situation by a calling voice. Mr. Potter. The voice was that of Professor McGonagall. The two students whipped around to face the speaker. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Dumbledore were walking across the field together. Madame Pomfrey is rather put out with you. She does not appreciate her charges sneaking off. I'm sorry, Professors. Harry apologized. I just couldn't stand to be in the hospital wing any longer. Minerva, said Professor Dumbledore. Why don't you return to your students? I will see to it that Mr. Potter gets cleaned up. Professor McGonagall didn't look pleased with the dismissal, but didn't refuse. As you say, Headmaster. She left briskly, no doubt eager to return to her class before the students did too much damage. I'll put that away for you, Harry, Cho said as she took Harry's broom from his hand. Harry didn't resist, he only nodded in acknowledgement. Come along, Harry. The headmaster made a sweeping gesture towards the castle. Together, they started walking. Harry looked back once, to see Cho walking beside her head of house. I dare say, Harry, you picked an excellent morning for flying. Dumbledore's words pulled Harry's attention back to him. Would you care to share what brought you to this decision? Haltingly, Harry started to tell the headmaster about his nightmares. He went on about the feelings of guilt and how he had spent the summer trying to come to an understanding. Harry talked about his pen friends, his correspondence with Cho, and even his time at the Burrow. After talking about his nightmares and emotions, Harry spoke of his latest vision of Voldemort. Harry was only dimly aware that he was walking. He didn't realize how many details of his vision he shared with Professor Dumbledore. Harry told the headmaster of his feelings of being lost and helpless. How going out to the Quidditch pitch to fly was his way of regaining his sense of self-control. I know I broke the rules, Professor. Harry said at last. I made the decision and I will accept the consequences that come of it. That is very mature of you, Harry. However, I think you will be surprised by the consequences of this morning. Professor Dumbledore looked past Harry. Harry looked to see what could be behind them. Harry was startled to see that they had walked all the way into the Gryffindor common room. Coming up out of their seats were Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. Your little excursion started very early this morning. If you hurry and get cleaned up, you will only be late to your first class of the day. I will excuse your tardiness. Thank you, Professor, Harry said with some relief. Professor Dumbledore started out the portrait hole as Harry was surrounded by his friends. Ron and Hermione started asking Harry where he had gone, and if everything was all right. Ginny had pulled out a white handkerchief and started cleaning the mess from Harry's face. Harry gave a censored review of his dreams and vision, and an abbreviated account of his morning. When Harry mentioned Cho, Ginny's face became set and she scrubbed Harry's face hard enough to make him wince. Harry finally gave enough information to satisfy his friends. Taking as little time as possible, Harry made himself presentable. They all set off to their classes. The trio set off for herbology while Ginny headed for the dungeons and potions. Nobody noticed the careful way Ginny folded the soiled handkerchief and put it into her pocket. The trio arrived late to the greenhouse for their herbology class. All three of them had to smooth things over with their partners. Harry, still recovering from his emotional morning, was unprepared for the way his partner, Terry Shire, acted. Harry saw her when he first entered the greenhouse. She had her head bent over the potting table with a frown on her face. The minor commotion of the trio's arrival made her look up. As soon as she saw Harry, the frown vanished. A smile was followed by a mischievous look spreading over her face. Long time no see, stranger, Terry drawled when Harry made his way to their workstation. Her voice changed pitch and in a tone of mock anger, she continued talking. You missed more than half of the class, mister. I will have you know I had to suffer, working my fingers to the bone because you wanted to have a lay about this morning. Harry made his face into a scowl and set himself to imitate Uncle Vernon. Now Petunia, Harry grumbled. You know I have a lot on my mind. Terry smiled as if she had just won the house cup, not knowing that Harry's aunt was named Petunia or how much Harry despised his treatment at her hands. Well, I had to do your share of the work this morning. Terry spoke in a normal voice. You were just going to have to make it up to me. Harry jumped and Terry giggled. She had just pinched Harry's bum. Harry had missed a lot of lessons about how people interacted during the years that the Dursleys had deprived him of every opportunity they could. A large part of his modesty around girls came from the fact that he just didn't know what was expected of him. It wasn't that Harry was slow or thick-witted. He just never had a good example to follow. In short, Harry was clueless. During the last 30 minutes of class, Harry was blushing like a sunrise. Terry used every opportunity she could find or invent to touch Harry. Any time she faced him, she pressed her chest forward so he could feel the curves of her beeps brushing against him. If Terry had to turn away from Harry to talk to someone else, she would rub her bottom against him. If he held still, he would caress Harry's arm. All the while, Terry tried to maintain a conversation with Harry. Using the topic of herbology, Terry used every innuendo she could. Mercifully, Harry missed most of them. Harry blushed constantly. When rubbed her bottom against his hips or pressed her beeps against his arm, Harry would stammer an apology. The touch of her fingers made him nervous. Harry only caught the meaning of a quarter of Terry's suggestive comments, but it was enough to make him jumpy. Harry was trying to decide if he should try to make her stop. It was with a great flood of relief that Harry heard the bell that signaled the end of class. Harry put Ron and Hermione between himself and Terry as quickly as he could without running. A faked coughing fit gave Harry an excuse for his red face. The rest of the day passed with some sense of normalcy. There were a lot of questioning looks from students. The story of Harry's collapse Sunday had spread to the whole school. Malfoy thought that it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. The trio was just making their way to the Great Hall for dinner when Draco and his shadows approached. "Forgot how to fly, Potter," Draco sneered. "Or did the stench of the unwashed Weasleys make you faint?" Reflexively, Harry and Hermione grabbed onto Ron, keep him from physically attacking Draco. "Draco, is Nagini your mother or your father?" Harry asked in a flat voice. It was Malfoy's turn to sputter. He whipped out his wand and aimed it at Harry. A large hand clamped onto Draco's wrist. Harry was surprised to see Gary Stone was attached to that hand. "Release me," Draco ordered. "Drop the wand, boy." Gary's voice dripped with contempt. "Filthy muggle, let go of me. The rules forbid attacking a student with magic. Drop the wand. You were mistaken, if you think I care what a filthy muggle has to say." Draco was struggling against the grip on his wrist, but the hand holding him didn't move in the slightest. "My father will hear of this. Your father would do well to hear of this. It is apparent that he had neglected your education in matters of propriety. I am employed by this school, as such you are to obey me." With a slow twist of his wrist, Gary made Draco's arm bend painfully. Draco swore at Gary Stone as his hand became limp. The wand clattered to the floor. As soon as the wand was out of Draco's hand, Gary let go of his wrist. 5 points from Slytherin," Hermione said with a vicious grin. "Attempting to attack a student with magic." 5 points from Slytherin, Harry followed. "Failure to compile with school staff." 10 galleons, Ron thrust a citation at Malfoy. Brandishing a wand in the presence of a muggle. Draco glared at them. "Detention," pronounced Gary, "for insulting a member of the faculty, failure to follow directions, and attempting to attack a fellow prefect." He kicked Draco's wand across the foyer. "Good evening to you." Gary entered the Great Hall. Harry and his friends followed, leaving Malfoy swearing at Crabbe and Goyle in their wake. Gary Stone did not normally dine at the staff table. Harry was unprepared to see him walk to the head table. His muggle clothing stood out against the sea of robed students as he moved between the tables. Harry, Hermione, and Ron made their way to their normal places at the Gryffindor table while Gary took a seat beside Hagrid. "If I may have your attention," Dumbledore stood at his place at the head table. When the Great Hall fell quiet, he continued speaking. "It has been brought to my attention how much last year's Yule Ball was enjoyed by all who were in attendance." A soft murmur rippled through the students. It had not been decided whether or not to hold another Yule Ball this year, but it is under consideration. "This evening it is my pleasure to announce a school dance. This shall not be a formal event, and all students are welcome to attend. The dance will be held after the annual Halloween feast as a continuation of the festivities." "Thank you." The headmaster resumed his seat and the Great Hall was instantly filled with excited chatter. Automatically, Harry's eyes sought out Cho Chang. Cho, who was looking to Harry, met his gaze. Harry gave a shy smile. Cho smiled warmly and nodded her head. His smile spread into a wide grin and he nodded back. Her smile brightened and they held their eye contact a moment longer, before their attention was drawn in other directions. "Harry." Ginny was suddenly between Harry and Ron. "Ginny." Ron protested his sister's embarrassing behavior. "I'll have you know, Ron, that there is nothing wrong with a girl asking a boy to a dance," Ginny said hotly. "Is there, Harry?" "Nothing wrong with it all," Harry agreed before focusing his attention on his plate. He really didn't want to be involved in the scene that was about to take place. "See," Ginny said with a glare for her brother. "Why should girls have to wait? We have as much right to ask for what we want as anybody." There is no reason for a girl to wait around for some dull-witted boy to work up the nerve to ask her. There is a queen on the throne, Ron. If a queen can make important choices for the nation, a girl can make important choices for herself. Ron, who had flinched from his sister's rant, sullenly turned his attention back to the food on the table. Fine, Ron gave an exasperated sigh. Do what you want. Too right, I will. Ginny turned back to Harry. Her face and voice softened, and Harry tried not to notice. Harry, will you go to the dance with me? Harry froze with his fork in his mouth. He could feel his face turning pink. Ginny stood next to him, smiling expectantly. With deliberate slowness, Harry set his fork down and chewed his mouthful of food. He then took a sip of water and carefully put the cup down on the table. Without looking up at Ginny, Harry spoke in a quiet voice. I'm sorry, Ginny. I would like to, but I am already going with someone else. Harry felt his appetite vanish. Liar! Ginny screamed at Harry. Her eyes filled with tears as she ran from the great hall. Harry just stared at his plate. Harry, Hermione spoke in a mild tone. The dance was just announced. How can you already be going with somebody else? Yeah, Ron joined in. You got something going with a girl and you not telling us. Harry willed himself not to blush as he reached for his fork again. Harry, Hermione persisted. I bet it is that girl from herbology. Ron said with a grin. You were all over her in the greenhouse today. Terry Shire. Hermione's voice was filled with shock and was pitched higher than normal. You didn't see. When Hermione shook her head, Ron gave her a distorted account of what had happened that morning by the potting table. To hear Ron tell it, Harry and Terry were all but dry shagging through their school robes. Hermione knew Ron was embellishing wildly on the truth, but she obviously believed that Harry had been actively participating in whatever Ron was blowing out of proportion. So, Harry, Hermione asked with an unreadable look in her eyes. Are you and Terry an item? Ron, Harry said without answering. You and Hermione make a great couple. At Harry's words, Hermione gave a blushing smile and Ron looked shocked almost to the point of panic. You two are equally confused. Harry's friends were now wearing identical frowns. With a grin, Harry finished his dinner. It was a quiet trio that moved to leave the Great Hall together. Harry felt it was an unfortunately eventful night in the foyer. Harry had just made it out of the Great Hall when Terry Shire intercepted him. Harry, are you looking forward to the Halloween dance? Terry fell into step with the trio and walked beside Harry as she talked. I suppose I am at that, Harry said truthfully, thinking of Cho. Terry slipped her arm around Harry's and forced him to slow down. What? Harry was confused by her actions, even if his friends were not. We'll see you later, Ron said. Don't be too long, Hermione added. Harry's friends walked away smiling. Where are you going? Harry protested their abandonment of him in Terry's company. Terry took advantage of the opportunity. She was of an equal height with Harry. He had never been very big, a trait common of successful seekers. Years of virtual beepery at the Dursleys doing all the heavy labor, in addition to running to escape Dudley from the moment his fat cousin learned to walk, had left Harry with a well-muscled body. The near starvation had made Harry slimmer than would be normal for a boy his age. Terry Shire, clinging to his arm, had dragged Harry to the side of the corridor and pressed her body against him to trap against the wall. Right now she was very aware of the hard muscles under Harry's school uniform. With her left hand, she coaxed Harry's right hand to her hip. Her right hand was working its way around Harry's waist. Harry's felt confused and embarrassed. His upraising had made it hard for him to see himself as attractive to anybody. Harry tried to keep his attention on Terry's face. Her hazel-colored eyes were taking in the details of Harry's face. Her dusty hair framed an apple-shaped face and flowed down past her shoulders. There was glistening layer of a modest-colored gloss on her parted lips. Harry could also smell a floral scent of perfume. Harry tried keep his attention on Terry's face, but wasn't doing a very good job. Terry held Harry in place with the pressure of her body against his. Harry could feel the heat of her body where she held her hips against his. Terry could feel the reaction she was causing. Harry may be shy, but his body was reacting in a satisfying manner. Terry wanted to encourage more reactions from Harry, so she rubbed her beeps against his chest. Harry felt his body becoming excited. When Terry moved her beeps on his chest, Harry looked down to where she was pressed against him. Terry gave a small, victorious smile. Harry, Terry breathed, putting her lips next to his ear. I am really looking forward to the Halloween dance. She brushed her lips over Harry's ear and he flinched back. Harry, Terry keyed his cheek. Would you be my date to the dance? She bent her head to key the side of his neck. Terry, Harry stammered her name. Terry, I can't, I'm sorry. He was starting to wiggle his body, trying to escape. The movement just made Terry smile more. Why not, Harry? Terry pulled back so he could see her pout. Don't you like me? It's just that I am already going with someone else. Oh, Terry did her best to sound disappointed. I understand. But Harry, you have to understand something. What's that? I am in Hufflepuff, Harry. We are not afraid of working hard to get what we want. Terry turned around without letting the pressure off of Harry's body. She stood with her bottom pressed against his hips and reached back to grab Harry's hands. With a tight grip on his fingers she pulled his arms around her waist, and wiggled her hips. The harder something is to get, the more it is worth. Terry slid Harry's hands up her body, almost to her beeps, before letting go of him and walking away. Harry watched her walk off with a roll to her hips and felt a sense of relief wash over him. The encounter had left Harry weak in the knees. The blush finally faded from his face as Harry walked to his common room. Approaching the portrait of the fat lady, Harry was grateful that his robes concealed the way his body had betrayed him in reaction to Terry. Saturday had started bright and clear. Harry woke ready for a weekend to help escape some of the stress that had come with the first week of October. Ginny was still not talking to him. Terry had spent the week stalking Harry. Try as he might, Harry could never manage to find time to talk with Cho. Just to add to Harry's problems, girls were asking him to the dance. At least this time, Harry reflected to himself, I have a reason to tell all those girls no. It feels good to know I have a date. Harry felt good about the surety of having a partner for the dance. The absence of doubt was like the absence of a heavy load from Harry's back. The fact that Harry's date was Cho had him nearly walking on air. When Harry and his friends arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast, they were all looking forward to a good weekend. Harry turned when he heard Cho call his name. The Ravenclaw team was headed to Quidditch practice. I have a question. Cho came over to him as her teammates walked on. Morning, Cho. Perfect day for flying, Harry observed. Have to practice to beat Gryffindor in your new brooms. Cho gave Harry a warm smile. Harry, do you know what you will wear to the Halloween dance? Well, Harry paused and felt a small blush in his cheeks. He had not really given it any thought. I don't have much, Harry confessed to his lack of wardrobe. I was thinking of my dress robes. The green ones. All right, Cho said without hesitation. I have to practice. See you later. With another warm smile, Cho dashed off to join her team. With a smile of his own, Harry joined his friends for breakfast. Harry could see the questions about to explode from Ron and Hermione, who had witnessed the whole exchange. The morning mail cut them off before they could begin. Harry was a little surprised to see Tiffany DeFee's raven arrive with a letter tied to its leg. The black bird brought a few comments from Harry's friends as it landed on his shoulder. Thank you, Maggie, Harry said to the raven as he untied the letter. The raven waited on his shoulder patiently as Harry read the letter. Dear Harry, Tiffany had written. I hope your new players keep your team on your winning run. I am more of an earthy person myself, so I don't follow Quidditch too much. I hope classes are well. My mum has plenty to share with me, but sometimes I do envy you a formal education. My mum says we will be visiting kin in Scotland this December. What is your schedule for the holidays? Maybe we can find time to meet. Right soon, Tiffany D. Harry nearly jumped at the voice in his ear. The sharp voice of the raven said again. Harry looked at the bird like as if it was mental. The raven's voice carried all too well over the conversations in the Great Hall. People were starting to look towards Harry. All right, already. Harry turned to face the bird. It pecked gently at Harry's nose, then with a swish spread its wings and flew from the table. Harry's friends were giggling. It was the voice of Dean that ended the moment of mirth. Cool. Dean's voice was filled with wonder and awe. Seamus. I see it. Seamus sounded as awestruck as Dean. Awesome. Harry looked where the pair was staring. The sight was impressive, Harry had to admit. It was nearly a meter long. A gray triangle covered with dozens of blinking lights majestically cruising along over the Gryffindor table. A model of an Imperial Star Destroyer from Star Wars TM approached Harry with a soft rumble that sent ripples through cups of juice. When it was directly over Harry's plate, the ISD dropped a rolled letter. Once its message was delivered, it turned slowly and headed back the way it came. The starship was making quite a stir in the Great Hall. Many of the Wizarding-born students had no idea what it was. This became painfully clear just short of the doors into the Great Hall. Draco and his goons were just coming in for breakfast. Malfoy looked like he was furious and ready to explode. When he saw the gray shape about to pass over his head, Draco whipped out his wand. Dean, Seamus, even Neville started to jump to their feet, but they never made it. Sparks flew from Draco's wand. Ripples of light passed over the ISD's hull when it was hit, but the shields held. Then it returned fire. A burst of red bolts of energy shot out of the model and struck Draco, making him let out a sharp cry of surprise and pain. With his cronies joining in, he pointed his wand at the ship again. The ISD was rocked when the curses hit. One penetrated the shields to leave a black scorch mark on the hull. This time the ISD let loose in full Imperial style. Even as the ship opened fire, a swarm of small black shapes burst out of the open hangar. Like angry hornets, the little back things buzzed around the ill-fated trio. With tiny flashes of red, they stung at Draco. The ISD was not staying out of the fight. Its red bolts left welts on exposed skin and burnt spots on robes. Little blue darts of energy stuck, making muscles twitch and spasm. All through the Great Hall, students were roaring with laughter. Goyle collapsed on the steps. Crabbe looked like he was caught between having seizures and trying to dance. Malfoy had quickly had enough and, with Crabbe right behind him, fled from the Great Hall. There was a loud cheer to be heard as the ISD recovered its minuscule fighters and resumed its course. Yes, Dean shouted with a wide grin. Wizard, Ron exclaimed, clearly impressed. Even Hermione was excited about the display, although for a different reason. I wonder how they managed all of that. Her eyes were filled with questions. It wasn't until Seamus prompted him that Harry remembered the letter the ISD had dropped. Harry, when you and your friends are done with breakfast, come on down for some TV. Gary. Harry passed the note around to his friends. Hermione scowled at the letter, but otherwise it was met with enthusiasm. As they ate breakfast, the boys talked about their favorite shows. Dean, Seamus, and Harry alternately tried to explain everything to Ron and Neville. The two Wizarding-born boys were completely lost in the conversation. When breakfast was finished, Hermione announced her intention of studying in the library. She went on to extend an invitation for the others to join her. Harry wondered why she was so surprised when nobody accepted. With a sniff, she headed for the library while the boys made their way to the front doors. It really was a perfect day. The air was clear, the sun was shining, and Malfoy had been humiliated at breakfast. The 5 fifth years set off across the grounds. The little house of Gary Stone looked totally unremarkable as the boys knocked on the door. It's open. Come on in. Gary's voice called out. He was sitting at the coffee table frowning at the black marks on the ISD model that lay upside down on the table. Good morning, gentlemen. Who? Dean launched in. Where? Seamus added without missing a beat. Good morning, Gary. Thank you for your invitation. Glad you came, but who shot at the messenger? He gestured to the model. Malfoy. Ron sneered as he said the name. Figures. Gary paused for a moment before brightening. Well, it is Sci-Fi Saturday, boys. Harry, why don't you help me with the snacks? Snacks? A confused Neville interrupted. But we only just now finished breakfast. You're new at this, I see. Gary's voice sounded amused. Somebody fill him in. With that, Gary and Harry went into the kitchen. Harry was sure magic was at work in this house. The kitchen was huge compared to the outside of the building. Come to think of it, so was the living room. I hope nobody is on a special diet. Gary set a pair of empty trays on the kitchen table. Harry, grab us some colas and the dips from the fridge, would you? I'll get the munchies. The pair returned to the living room carrying loaded trays of junk food. Everybody found places to sit. Gary took the lazy boy for himself and produced a handful of remote controls. Ron and Harry took the side unit of the wraparound sofa. Dean and Seamus sat on either side, Neville along the long body of the sofa. We'll start with the classics today, Gary said. We need to build the foundations for a better understanding of what is to come. He sounded like a teacher at the start of term. Feel free to take notes as there may be a quiz later. Neville and Ron both groaned and the others laughed. Ready for takeoff. Gary pulled the lever on the side of his chair and his seat reclined as the footrest came up. The food and drinks were quickly distributed as Gary started pushing buttons on the remotes. The big screen television lit up with static, then speakers around the room crackled. Everybody settled down as the room and screen went dark. Then the music started. Powerful music that invoked cheers from Dean and Seamus. The morning was spent watching the forces of good and evil locked in an ongoing war in a faraway galaxy. Neville and Ron, without any prompting, booed and cheered in all the right places. Food was eaten and thrown. Sodas were drunk, spilled, and worn. For hours, 5 students forgot about tests, stress, strife, and the Dark Lord that threatened their world. A good time was had by all. I guess you lot should be on your way. The last of the credits were scrolling off the top of the screen. Gary stood up and stretched as he spoke. I have other things to do today, and I am sure you do too. Everybody was in good cheer as they parted company. Harry looked at the mess they had made of the living room and offered to help clean up. I got it covered, Gary insisted. Off with you. The 5 students made their escape before Gary could change his mind. They headed up to the castle for an early supper. All of them were talking about the movies. It didn't matter that Neville didn't understand ion drives or that Ron knew nothing of robotics. The story was simple enough to enjoy without knowing how everything worked. The 5 Gryffindors entered the castle in high spirits, not caring about the lone Slytherin with a face filled with rage headed the way they had come. Mondays, in Harry's opinion, were made for torment. It was October 30th, the day before the Halloween dance. Harry's Monday had started out on a low note, and had dropped from there. The weather was overcast and threatened to storm. At breakfast Harry got a large letter from Sirius under the alias of Snuffles. Harry felt better to get a letter from his godfather. The positive feeling was diminished to next to nothing when he read the letter. The bulk of the letter was a long, dry, boring, and years too late lecture about where babies came from. The rest of the letter was unhelpful advice about how Harry could deal with the attention from Terry. You lucky dog, a ladies' man just like your old man. Be careful not to break too many hearts. Sirius's advice was not as encouraging as it was intended to be. Herbology was turning into a torment to rival potions. For the first half of the class Professor Sprout gave a lecture to the students. During the lecture Terry had sat next to Harry and had entertained herself at Harry's expense. Under the desk, Terry put her hand on Harry's knee. That was the tamest place she had left her hand, and only briefly. Harry didn't want the embarrassment of anybody knowing what was going on. The effort of suppressing startled noises and jumps was trying Harry's endurance. Terry seemed to take Harry's determined silence as an encouraging sign. Harry nearly stopped breathing when he felt cool fingers reaching into the fly of his trousers. Terry had her hand under Harry's school robes and was working into his pants. I'm going to work the plot, a red-faced Harry announced in a shaky voice as soon as Professor Sprout closed her lecture notes. With as much discretion as the flustered Harry could muster, he went to the outside garden plot that he and Terry had been assigned. It was an effort not to run for the door from the greenhouse. The cool air was a welcoming touch on Harry's overheated face. The depressing weather would keep the rest of his classmates in the greenhouse, Harry hoped. His prediction was not far off. Unfortunately, he was not the only person to expect people would want to stay inside. Harry had just started pulling the late autumn weeds when Terry arrived at his side. Dedicated, are we, Harry? Terry asked with a grin. She got down beside him and set her hands to work on their plot. Why is it that a girl always seems to end up on her knees with a guy? Harry quietly concentrated on the weeds. One pale green shoot was being especially difficult. Got a hard one, Harry. Cherry continued to tease. Want me to pull it for you? When the weeding was done, Harry spread a few spades of fertilizer over the plot to add nutrients so the soil would be rich for spring planting. Nice and fertile, Cherry commented. Read for your seed. Next he forked mulch and hay over the plot to protect the soil from the cold weather. Years of tending Aunt Petunia's flower beds had taught Harry how to care for plants. Harry found himself smiling at the idea that his aunt had helped him learn something he could use in the wizarding world. Petunia would be furious about it. You fork really good, Harry. Missing the innuendo, Harry talked about the flower beds at number 4 Privet Drive. Cherry listened attentively, welcoming the opportunity to share a little piece of Harry's life. Harry was relieved that Cherry had taken a break from her teasing. With his mind on cleaning up their plot area, Harry kept talking. Aunt Petunia had always put down Harry's work. She had treated him as an unpaid and unwelcome gardener. But every year she would brag about her garden and gardening prowess to the neighbors. As Harry talked about it, he noticed a feeling of pride. No matter what his aunt had said to Harry, she thought so highly of the results that she wanted the credit. It was, Harry decided, the highest compliment that she had ever paid him. Throughout his discourse, Harry was unaware of the emotions carried by his voice. There was anger about how he had been deprived. Despair mixed with loathing as he spoke of thorny roses. Cherry had read Harry's letters that summer. She remembered of how many times he had referred to his relatives as being overly strict and harsh. Watching Harry's face and listening to his voice as he talked about his aunt made it all take on a new clarity. Harry cleaned up and put the tools away without looking towards Cherry. He did not see the shining of her eyes that heralded the tears about to fall. With her following, Harry went back into the greenhouse to pick up his book bag just as the bell rang. Cherry grabbed Harry in a hug. Before he could react to the suddenness of the embrace, she let go. Snatching up her things, Cherry rushed to join her friends as they started for the castle. My God! Cherry's voice rose briefly from among her friends. Harry was just setting off with Hermione and Ron for Hagrid's hut when the cluster of Hufflepuff girls exploded with alternating squeals, cries, and several voices sounding full of disbelief. Harry! This display headed off an argument Ron and Hermione were about to have. The two turned their attention on Harry. The rest of the morning was spent with Hermione and Ron trying to pry information out of Harry. Lunch had been extra trying for Harry. From the way they were acting, it was clear to Harry from across the Great Hall that he was the topic of a furious discussion at the Hufflepuff table. The people at the Ravenclaw table could not help but overhear some of the conversation. Cho Chang sat with her back to the Hufflepuffs. Harry silently watched her face as whatever she overheard sent flickers of emotions across her features. All the while he sat between Ron and Hermione as they argued. To make matters worse, the pair was arguing about Harry. I guess we will have to go too, Ron pronounced. What do you mean by that? Hermione demanded. The only way to know who Harry is interested in is to see for ourselves who he spends the night mooning over. Ronald, that is a horrible thing to say. I know. But it is the only way I can think of. So, are you coming with me? What? Hermione's voice squeaked. So we can watch Harry moon over some girl. Do you want to come to the dance with me? Ronald Weasley, it took you this long to ask, and that is the best you can do. What? I just wah off. Harry's elbow caught his friend under the ribs. Ron glared at Harry for a moment. Before he could comment on the sudden assault on his person, Hermione was talking again. I'll have you know that my interest in going to the dance with you, Mr. Weasley YYY, Harry's other elbow struck with precision. It was now Hermione's turn to glare at Harry. Glad that that is settled, Harry said to his lunch. When his friends started to ask what he was talking about, Harry just said he didn't want to be late for class and got up to leave. A slightly bewildered Ron and Hermione followed him from the Great Hall. For the rest of the day, Harry was trapped between his friends as they argued out the details of their date. The day of the dance finally arrived. It was Halloween at Hogwarts and the whole school was in a positive mood. At breakfast Harry was surprised to see nearly headless Nick positively cheerful. Sir Nicholas, the fat friar, and Peeves were all chatting together above the Slytherin table. The bloody Baron was nearby, but appeared uninterested in the conversation. Classes went past in a pleasant rush. Potions class was held firmly in line while Professor Snape had the class make a potion for curing gout and easing foot pain. In divinations their instructor was in an uncommonly generous air. She only predicted Harry's embarrassment, and not his slow and ugly death. Nearly half of the time given to Transfiguration was taken up with a lecture from Professor McGonagall about proper behavior for the dance. Once classes were over for the day, Gryffindor Tower was filled with madness. The boys without dates for the dance plopped themselves down in the common room. The ones going stag made a small attempt of making themselves presentable before getting out of the way. The boys with dates were in their dorm rooms sweating out every detail. The girls' dorms were filled with chaos. Girls in every stage of dress were all over the place, running from room, to bathrooms and back again. Some were painting their toenails while some were doing their hair. There were girls in nothing but makeup and underwear running between rooms in quest for some sacred accessory. Occasionally a girl would find an excuse to dash into the boys' dorms, then rush back to give a report about whatever information was collected to excited listeners. And a good time was being had by all. Over in the boys' dorms things were a little quieter. Girls kept popping in on any flimsy excuse they could think of, in order to check up on what this boy or that was wearing. The dateless boys in the common room were also under scrutiny, they were just not aware of it. Fortunately, most of the male students were too young to shave, so the bathroom was not the scene of a massive bloodshedding. Half-naked boys elbowed each other for a place in front of the mirrors as they tried to make themselves presentable. Harry had long ago given up on his mop of black hair and had settled on running a comb through it a few times. Not wanting anything to happen to his dress robes, they were laid out on his bed while he worked out his last details. Seamus, who was going with Lavender, appeared almost calm. Dean had somehow managed to get a date with Parvati and was as nervous as a cat in a kennel. Seamus and Dean had both settled on midnight blue robes. Dean's had black trim while Seamus had chosen plum. Neville was dressed in a charcoal gray with black trim and looked like he was going to be sick. Harry had just used a bit of string he had transfigured into a ribbon to tie a bow on his gift to Cho. Now he was trying to stay calm. To distract himself, Harry was cleaning his glasses with the solution Tiffany DeFay had sent him 3 months before. It was into this scene that the Weasley twins made their entrance. Fred and George were dressed in mirror image of each other. They wore robes of neon blue with a green W made of lightning bolts on the chest. Together they strode into the room and went straight to their brother. Ron was in his trousers and shirt sleeves and going through his trunk in a panic. "Oi, Ron," Fred called to his brother. "We have something for you," George said when Ron looked towards his brothers. The twins each offered forth a package wrapped in brown paper. With a face filled with suspicion, Ron took the offerings. Fred winked at Harry as Ron tore open the paper. "Wicked." Ron gave a cry of joy. In his hands was a fine robe of steel gray with black trim. The other package was a pair of low boots polished to a shine. "Why, how?" Ron was speechless. "You have to be presentable," Fred stated. "You represent the Quidditch team," George continued. "As well as the Weasleys. Can't have you embarrassing us. It is bad for our style." "How did you get them?" Ron asked as he dressed. "We bought them, of course," George said with a voice dripping with mock injury as if he had been accused of stealing. "Where did you get the money?" "Ron, you do us an injustice," Fred said with feigned outrage. "We are dedicated professionals. You sound like you have no faith in your brothers. There you stand, clothed in the very success of Weasley Wizard Wheezes." "Really?" Ron asked with disbelief. "Business. She has been very good to us, gentlemen." Seamus' voice broke in. "We have a mission before us. Ensign Dean." Dean paled at the title, looking like a man on his way to his own funeral. "See if you can get a sample of her lip gloss for analysis." "Aye, Captain." Dean was nervous but determined. Harry pulled on his dress robes and pocketed his gift for Cho. As a last thought, and a finishing touch, Harry placed the necklace of stone beads around his neck so it lay on top of his robes. After a last flurry of activity, the 7 boys set out for the common room. The common room was a tangled mess of moving bodies. Lee Jordan moved to join the Weasley twins. He was dressed in a neon green robe with blue lightning bolts making a W on his chest. Harry suddenly felt very grateful that he was a silent partner. Dean and Seamus met up with their dates and headed for the portrait hole. A shaky and shocked-looking Ron was soon standing next to a radiant Hermione. She was dressed in a simple dress of Caribbean blue with her hair in a braid. She smiled as she took Ron's arm. Harry felt out of place and made his escape from the common room. Once in the corridor, Harry felt better. The crowd into common room was a bit much for him to take. Harry was feeling distracted this evening. He had used the solution on his glasses and discovered its effect. Everything magical had a soft glow around it. This meant that just about everything in the school glowed. It would take some getting used to. Harry set off for the Great Hall as Neville came out of the common room. Both of them would be meeting their dates in the entryway. Neville was holding a corsage of flowers in his sweaty hand. Harry nervously hoped Cho would not be offended by his gift. A small crowd was gathered outside the doors to the Great Hall. This dance, they had been told, was not a formal event. Couples had already gone in and taken seats in the Great Hall. People waiting for friends or partners waiting for their dates milled around in the foyer exchanging pleasantries. Looking at the mingling people, Harry sought out Cho Chang. His eyes fell on her almost instantly, and he drank in the sight of her. Cho was a vision of beauty. She was dressed in a black outfit with wide sleeves and trousers that was covered by a sleeveless dress. The dress was dark green silk with gold embroidery and trim. It had a high color and was snug-fitting from her neck to her waist. The dress flattered the curves of Cho's small frame and was slit from the waist down both sides, allowing her the freedom to move comfortably. From her head, Cho's hair hung in a single ponytail, like a raven-black waterfall down her back. She was beautiful. Cho saw Harry and smiled warmly. That smile made Harry's heart skip a beat. She moved to meet Harry halfway across the foyer. "You look wonderful," Harry spoke without even thinking. His voice was filled with nervousness, but he couldn't help himself. "Thank you, Harry." Cho bowed slightly in recognition of the compliment. "You are looking handsome this evening." Harry felt the heat of his blush rising in his face. "For you." Harry spoke more abruptly than he intended as he held his gift out to her. Cho accepted the offering. Tied with a bow in gold ribbon was the pair of sticks Harry had bought over the summer. They were lacquered a deep red with lines of tiny gold Chinese ideograms running down their length. Harry was nervous about his choice of a gift. It was an impulse and he was almost sure it was a bad one. Harry watched Cho's face as she accepted the sticks. Her breath caught in her throat and her eyes widened. "Oh, Harry," Cho nearly cried. "Thank you." Harry was bewildered by her reaction, but was relieved that his gift was well received. Cho with quick and deft hands put her hair into an elaborate coil on top of her head and ran the pair of sticks through the coil to hold her hair in place. Harry didn't see Cho pocket the ribbon. He had been watching her face, and almost missed it when Cho placed the suddenly glowing sticks into her hair. Once in place, the golden nimbus around the sticks faded and tiny golden sparkles ran over Cho. "You are going to have to tell me how you got them." Cho smoothly took hold of Harry's left arm. Her face was beaming and she stood with an air of confidence and accomplishment as if she had just caught the snitch. "I am sure it will be a wonderful story." Harry's mind was racing and he was smiling. Cho and Harry entered the Great Hall together. The Great Hall had been decorated for the Halloween feast. A magical fog swirled silver around the students' ankles. High above head, silver wisps of magical clouds hung in the air. Small flocks of bats flew around the hall. The walls and ceiling of the Great Hall had been charmed to look like the feast was being held under the branches of a forest in autumn. The long house tables were absent from the hall. Instead, smaller square tables with a bench on each side were arranged around a moderate dance floor. Harry and Cho selected a table that was somewhere between where Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables normal lay. They were joined shortly by Hermione and a still stunned-looking Ron. Hermione and Cho exchanged greetings as Ron voiced his surprise. "Cho Chang." Ron almost managed to whisper. "You have been sweet on her for years. I thought for sure it would be that girl from Hufflepuff." Ron glanced at Cho. Merlin's beard, you're lucky. A sharp kick in the shins from Hermione shut Ron's mouth. Each table held 8 couples, 2 on each side. Harry and Cho shared their table with mostly a mix of Gryffindors and their dates. Neville had joined them with Hannah Abbott on his arm. Ian Smith was the second Ravenclaw at the table, with his date. Harry never met Amanda Cooper before. She was an attractive 7th-year brunette from Slytherin. Dean and Parvati, and Seamus and Lavender also joined Harry and Cho's table. Conversation was just pleasantries and small talk while everybody waited for dinner to be served. "May we join you?" Gary Stone had approached the table. On his arm was a tiny woman that was almost a foot and a half shorter than he was. She had silver hair, fair skin, fine, sharp features and a slender build. She was dressed in a dress of silver silk that clung to her body and spilled into a pool around her ankles that made it look like an extension of the enchanted mist that swirled over the floor. "Gary, I mean, Mr. Stone, please join us." Harry invited the newcomers to have a seat at the table. All the boys stood as Gary held his date's hat as she slid into place on the bench. "Allow me to introduce you to my companion," Gary gestured to the woman as he sat down. "This is the Lady Argantius of Strathclyde." After the boys managed to collect their dropped jaws, greetings and pleasantries were exchanged anew. Soon after, dinner was served. Being nervous burned a lot of energy. Everybody was eager to devour the food that appeared. Hogwarts feasts were always fantastic, and tonight was no exception. While they were dining nearly headless, Nick visited with Harry briefly. "Good evening to you, young ladies and gentlemen." "Good evening, Sir Nicholas." "Happy Death Day." Harry couldn't really think of anything to say to his ghostly friend. "Why, thank you, Harry. It is good of you to remember. I just wanted to wish you all a pleasant evening and say that I hope you enjoy the entertainment." "Ah, my lady." Nick turned his attention to the approaching figure of the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw House. She nodded in recognition and greeting, then cast her glance over the occupants of the table. Her eyes lingered on Gary Stone and Lady Argantius for a brief moment. She studied Harry for a full minute before giving a nod to Cho. "Sir Nicholas." The fat friar joined the ghostly gathering beside Harry. "The others will be here in a moment. Are you ready?" "I am. This should be fun. Will you give us the honor of your company this evening, my lady?" The Grey Lady turned down the invitation with a small shake of her head. "Ah, our loss. Perhaps another time then," the fat friar said diplomatically. It was then that Peeves erupted through the table in front of Harry. "Look, love birds." Peeves leered around the table, only to flinch away from the gaze of Gary Stone. "Peeves," a low and warning voice came from behind Harry. Majestically, the Bloody Baron of Slytherin came into view. "Good evening," he said to the people at the table before turning his attention to the assembled spirits. "If we may begin." At his lead, the assembled ghosts floated into the air above the diners. The ghosts of Hogwarts provided the first round of entertainment for the evening. They raised their ghostly voices in song. They sang an assortment of cheerful Christmas carols that had been edited to be mournful and comical to fit the Halloween season. Such songs as "Silver Skulls" and "Walking in a Wicked Wonderland" soon had the diners laughing and cheering for more. Before long, the feast wound down. Plates were being pushed back and conversation was starting to build. Gary stood slowly, then turned to his companion. "Milady," Gary spoke with smooth elegance and self-confidence. "Would you be as kind as to honor me with your company on the dance floor?" Lady Argantius gave a slow nod of her head, then rose gracefully to her feet. Together, they walked towards the dance floor. Harry watched them go. As he watched, he also saw other movement around the hall. The head table receded and a troupe of then and graceful people took up positions at the front of the platform. The troupe, apparently musicians, set up instruments and settled into play. Around the dance floor, Professor Dumbledore with Professor Sprout, Hagrid and Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick and Professor Trelawney all arrived at the edge at the same time as Gary Stone and Lady Argantius. They all stepped forward simultaneously. As their feet touched the dance floor, music filled the air. The staff led the dancing. When the first dance was over, couples from the student body rose to their feet and started for the dance floor. "Cho, would you like to dance?" Harry said in a rush. Heat was rising in his face again. "Excuse me, will you honor me with a dance?" Harry tried to copy Gary but just didn't have the practiced elegance. His words were still rushed, but easier to understand. I would love to. Together Harry and Cho moved to the dance floor. As more people wanted to dance, empty tables vanished and the dance floor expanded. Harry tried to keep all of his attention on Cho's face as they danced together. During slow dances, he was painfully aware of her body next to his. Desperate to keep calm, Harry bent his mind to the task of inventing a story. Harry and Cho danced and talked the night away. They were one of the last couples to leave the dance floor that night. When the last dance was done, Harry walked Cho back to her common room. She held his hand all the way. "Thank you, Cho," Harry said outside of the Ravenclaw common room. "I had a wonderful time with you tonight." "So did I, Harry. I hope we can spend more time together, Cho. It is always nice to be with you. I will look forward to it. Well, good night, Harry." "Yes." Cho ran a finger over the string of stone beads. "Next time you will have to tell me the story of how you found my present." "Sure, okay, Harry." Cho grabbed the beads and pulled him to her. Harry was lost in a moment of bliss. With petal softness, Cho touched her lips to Harry's. The key only lasted for a second before Cho released Harry and fled into the common room. Harry felt energized and euphoric as he watched Cho disappear. With a grin on his face, Harry started for Gryffindor Tower, and collapsed into a world of darkness and pain. Lord Voldemort was in a small cottage set beside a river. Through his eyes, Harry could see the slow-moving water in the moonlight. It was not the river that held Voldemort's attention, however. A dried-up old man stood in front of the Dark Lord. It was impossible to tell how old the man was. He looked like he was made of old leather stretched over a frame of sticks and rocks. With the exception of a pair of wondrously bushy eyebrows, the little man was hairless. He stood as still as a statue between two Death Eaters. "Surrender to me the secret of Serpent's tears," Voldemort demanded in a rage. "If you do not give me the formula, I will see you die a painful death." The old man only grunted and shook his head. Taking their cue from the old man's refusal to cooperate, the Death Eaters started to torture him. With a flick of their wands, they sent threads of green and red lightning into the old man. The old man tensed as the painful energy arched through his body. Muscles twitched and jumped under his leathery skin. The Dark Lord raised his own wand and pointed it at the old man before him. Crucio. Through an act of superhuman determination, the old man continued to stare down the Dark Lord. Harry, through Voldemort's eyes, could only watch helplessly. The old man never shouted or cried out. His eyes held contact with the Dark Lord. Voldemort was furious at the old man's determined refusal. After an unknowable amount of time, the old man's face drooped. He suddenly looked sad as his facial muscles went limp. The old eyes lost their look of determination then. They became unfocused and the old man started to drool. Finally, with blood running from his ears, the old man collapsed to the floor. "Lucius," Voldemort barked, his voice filled with rage. "Search it all, and then burn it all." "Yes, my lord." Harry heard the voice of the elder Malfoy as the world was consumed in a swirl of blackness. Harry woke up alone. The white walls, curtains, and bedding of the hospital wing were made gray by the darkness. Somebody just out of Harry's range of vision was writing by the light of an oil lamp. Harry could see the slow flickers of shadows and hear the gentle scratching of a quill on parchment. "I must be getting used to the visions," Harry thought grimly to himself. "I am recovering faster. Dear God, what kind of person can I be if I am getting used to seeing people tortured to death?" Harry lay awake for a long time, alone in the dark with his thoughts of Voldemort. Madame Pomfrey released Harry the next morning. He made only a token effort to make himself presentable before going to see the headmaster. The anger Harry felt towards Voldemort's evil, and for his own growing capacity to become used to the terrifying visions, was burning inside of him. Harry was just starting to wonder what the password to get past the stone gargoyle would be when Professor Dumbledore found Harry. "Good morning, Harry," the headmaster greeted Harry with a smile. "You were free of the hospital wing before I had a chance to speak with you." The headmaster guided Harry to his office. "Candy apple." Almost negligently Dumbledore tossed the password at the gargoyle guarding his office. "Would you care to tell me about what happened?" In a halting voice, Harry recounted his most recent vision. Harry gave every detail he could remember. The headmaster asked dozens of questions, helping Harry to remember more information. Harry felt a particular satisfaction in pointing out that Lucius Malfoy had been at the scene of the crime and a willing supporter in the atrocities. Harry kept his private fears and concerns to himself, however. "I thank you, Harry." Dumbledore concluded the interview. "I will excuse you from morning classes if you wish." "No thank you, Professor." Harry gave a small shake of his head. "I think I want to stay busy for now." "I understand. Then why don't you take some time to get yourself together before breakfast? It is still early, and I suspect your friends are still sleeping." "Yes, Professor." Harry left the headmaster's office and returned to the Gryffindor Tower. After classes, Hermione found Harry in the common room. His face was a mask of determination that he had worn all day. He was sitting at a table with what she had started referring to as the other book bag. Harry had been reluctant to tell his friends about what had happened after the dance, only giving a short and gruff answer. He had had another vision of Voldemort. "Harry," Hermione intruded into Harry's thoughts. "Harry, we have a prefects meeting in 20 minutes. "All right. Thank you, Hermione," Harry answered in a flat voice without ever looking up. "Harry, may I borrow this book?" Harry looked up to see Hermione standing with one finger on the cover of Animus Accido Addictio. "Sure." Harry gave a brief nod of his head. The short, wooden answers were starting to bother Hermione. She picked up the book in question and headed for the prefects' meeting. Harry arrived at the meeting on time. His Snogger patrol after the meeting went by in a blur. He was very abrupt and unsympathetic to anybody he caught that night. Harry tried to distract himself from his concerns by throwing himself into studying. It was a measure of his desperation that he didn't touch a single Quidditch book. When his prefect duties were fulfilled for the night, Harry returned to his dorm where he fell asleep reading his Auror's manual. The first week of November wound to a close. Prefect duties and Quidditch practice cut into Harry's study time, and would for the remainder of the season. Harry looked forward to any excuse to be on his broom, to fly, and to be in control of his own life. When not sitting in class or sitting atop his broom, Harry held his nose in a book. Hermione admired his studious determination, but was a little concerned about this change in Harry. Following the Halloween dance, she had seen only two things that made Harry smile: flying his broom and talking to Cho Chang. Hermione was not the only person to notice the change in Harry's behavior. Ron, despite his Quidditch obsession, felt the effects of the change in Harry. Ginny, who had stopped talking to Harry the night the Halloween ball was announced, had slowly started to warm up to him again. On more than one occasion, Hermione found herself wishing for access to a modern Muggle library. She wanted up-to-date books on psychology and mental stress. Terry Shire saw the change in Harry too. A more dedicated work partner no student could wish for. Harry threw himself into the work with energy and determination. Terry did not see this as an improvement. She wanted Harry to pay attention to her. Before, he would struggle to hide the effect her teasing had on him. After Halloween, it was like she was having no affect whatsoever. Unless she poked him in the ribs, Harry didn't even notice when she was talking. As long as she talked about class material, he would listen and answer questions. A single suggestive comment though, and Harry would become grim and tune her out again. Cho had sensed a change in Harry as well. He lit up every time she was near him. He would listen and talk and smile as long as Cho was with him. But Cho noticed the moment Harry became aware of her by the brightening of his disposition. When she watched Harry from a distance, he was like a thunderstorm boiling on the horizon. Harry. It was Saturday, November 4th, and the Gryffindors were headed out to Quidditch practice. The Ravenclaw team was just leaving the pitch when Cho took the opportunity to talk to Harry. "Hi, Cho." Harry's cool mask melted and he smiled warmly. It was a smile that brightened his whole face and made his eyes seem to sparkle. "How are you doing? How is the flying today?" "Good, good, thank you." Harry. The first match of the season is Ravenclaw against Slytherin on November 18th. "Yes, I will be cheering for you." "Thank you, Harry, but I wanted to know if you would walk out with me Hogsmeade on the 19th. Harry was stunned by the offer and it took him a moment to find his voice to answer. Yes. Harry was excited enough that he nearly yelled his consent. Cho gave Harry a quick key on the cheek. I look forward to it. Cho sped off, leaving a stunned but happy Harry to catch up to his teammates. Quidditch practice went well. The reserve players and the first-string veterans swapped sides back and forth, mixing up the two teams. This gave the veterans a chance to get used to playing with reserve members, and gave the reserve members training in how to work with the veterans. Harry suspected the Gryffindor reserve roster would be a match for the first-string players of Slytherin by Christmas. Harry spent the whole weekend in a good mood. Over the next 2 weeks, thinking about Hogsmeade with Cho helped keep Harry out of his depression. He was still throwing himself into his school work and extra studies until he was worn out and ready to sleep like a log. The people around Harry were glad to see his old self making a reappearance. It was during this time that Harry got used to the effects of the solution Tiffany DeFay had sent him. Harry learned to read the glow of magic that denoted enchanted items. He could not identify the charms or enchantments, but he knew that the brighter the glow the stronger the magic. Harry also discovered what Tiffany had meant about true sight. Harry was enjoying his best term in potions. Sever was helping Harry and indirectly annoying Professor Snape. The first potions class after Halloween gave Harry a shock he was unprepared for. Professor Snape marched into the classroom in his normal fashion and stood in the front of the room. When Harry saw him through his glasses, he saw a different person. All of the traits Harry had come to expect from the greasy professor were still present. Underneath all of that, Harry saw a tired, noble-looking man that was quietly suffering from defeat. Harry almost felt pity for the man, until the professor took 15 points from Gryffindor for that stupid look on Harry's face. After the vision on Halloween night, something had changed inside of Harry Potter. The outside observers saw it as only a passing round of depression. Harry didn't see it at all. Something had changed inside of Harry Potter, and may the gods have mercy on him. The first match of the Quidditch season had arrived. The whole school was in the grips of Quidditch fever. It had been more than a year since the last House vs. House Quidditch game. Ravenclaw was the favorite in the first game of the season. All of Ravenclaw walked with an air of pride and excitement. Students from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor both added Ravenclaw's colors to their own for the match. In contrast to the excited crowd made by the other three houses, Slytherins in their silver and green looked determined and moved in small packs, like armies on the march. Nobody openly talked about it, but wagering was hot and heavy on the game. Even the staff was in on the action. Rumor had it that even Sir Nicholas and Professor Binns had a bet on the game. When breakfast was finished, the population of Hogwarts migrated to the Quidditch Stadium. From the looks of the crowd, a sizable slice of the Hogsmeade population was also in attendance. Harry saw the crowded stands and felt a wave of depression crash down on his head. The last time the stands had been full was the night Cedric Diggory had died. Guilt and remorse flooded through Harry. Harry, head boy, Ravenclaw Ian Smith and head girl Elizabeth Miller of Hufflepuff approached Harry as he was entering the stands. "Could you come with us down to the pitch?" Ian asked Harry in a voice that was filled with contained emotions. "We want you with us before the game," Elizabeth said in a quiet voice. "It will only take a minute." "Sure." Harry turned to his friends. "Save me a good seat, will you?" Ron and Hermione assured Harry that they would. Harry followed the head boy and head girl out of the stands. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw teams were just coming onto the field. Madam Hooch stood at center pitch with the chest that held the Quidditch balls. The teams made a circle around Madam Hooch and the team captains. Through this circle came Ian, Elizabeth and Harry. From the opposite side of the field came the heads of houses and the headmaster. It was clear that the Slytherin team didn't have a clue about what was going on. Apparently Draco Malfoy had managed to buy the Slytherin team captaincy. He stood near Madam Hooch and glared at Harry. "If you will forgive the interruption, Madam Hooch," Ian spoke first. The headmaster and the assembled heads of house all gave a single nod of the head. "Go ahead, Mr. Smith," Madam Hooch said. "Thank you, Elizabeth, it is all on you." The head girl charmed her voice to carry to the crowd. Harry and Ian stood beside her as she addressed the stands. "Good students of Hogwarts, Elizabeth Miller spoke in clear tones. "I beg your forgiveness for this delay of the game. Before play begins, I would like to say a few words." There was a general murmur from the stands, but no immediate protest. Last year Hogwarts suspended Quidditch. It was during his last year at Hogwarts, a year without Quidditch, that Hufflepuff seeker Cedric Diggory was taken from us. It was in the spirit of cooperation and friendship that the Triwizard Tournament was held. It was in the spirit of honorable competition that Cedric Diggory competed in that tournament for the honor of Hogwarts and Hufflepuff. In memory of his commitment to Quidditch and good sportsmanship, I asked for a moment of silence to remember Cedric Diggory. When Elizabeth stopped talking, the stands fell quiet. A large banner was raised over the Hufflepuff section of the stands. Surrounded by the words, "Remember Cedric Diggory," was a large fluttering picture of a golden snitch and a riderless broom. It was during a minute of silence that only the wind could be heard, until Malfoy spoke to his team. "Mount up," he said in a loud whisper that could be heard for 20 feet. "We are here to play, not cry over losers." The crowd in the stands had not heard his words, but everybody at center pitch did, and they scowled at him. When the moment of respectful silence was over, the crowd was ready for a good match. Harry, Ian, Elizabeth, and the staff left the field. Madam Hooch called for the team captains to shake hands. Roger Davis, captain for his final season at Hogwarts, held out a hand. Malfoy's handshake was little more than a slap of hands before mounting his broom. People in the stands were grumbling as Draco lunged into the air. Harry watched 14 glowing brooms move into position. Madam Hooch released the balls, and with a blow of her whistle the game was on. The Slytherin team on their Nimbus 2001s threatened to trounce the Ravenclaw team. The pressure was on Cho to get the snitch before the score was too far out of balance for a win. Harry cheered at the top of his voice for her to beat Malfoy. He did not have time to return to Hermione and Ron in the stands before the game started, so he sat at the bottom of the stands with Ian and Elizabeth between the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor sections. As the players zoomed over the field, Harry concentrated on the Seekers. Quidditch brooms are layered with enchantments and charms. Through Harry's glasses they all glowed brightly. The balls too were clearly illuminated to Harry's sight. The snitch, when it was actually close enough to see, was a bright spark of magic zipping through the air. As Harry watched the Seekers, something started to bother him. Malfoy's broom was a Nimbus 2001. It was a far better broom than Cho's Comet 260. Harry was familiar enough with Malfoy's broom, from when he had owned a 2000 and from playing against Draco's 2001, to know how the broom should perform. It was when Malfoy flew past where Harry was sitting that things became clear. Cho had seen the snitch. She was flying for it with all the speed her broom could give. Malfoy was far enough away when he started after the snitch that Cho still had the advantage. As he streaked past Harry in the stands, Malfoy was flying faster than his broom should have been able to manage. Harry could see how. The glow of enchantments around Malfoy's 2001 was different the other brooms of his team. As he zoomed overhead, Harry could see a bright spot hidden among the twigs of Draco's broom. Malfoy was nearly to the snitch with Cho at his flank. Harry reached out his hand towards the 2001. "Come." Harry's voice was filled with the power of command as he made a pulling motion with his hand. Something bright launched out from among the twigs of Malfoy's broom. The 2001 lurched as its boost of speed vanished, as if it had bogged down. Draco fought to keep his balance and Cho flew past him. Her hand flashed out ahead of her. Cho Chong had the snitch. The announcement boomed over the stadium as something hard landed with a smack in Harry's hand. "Cheater!" Harry shouted as he held up an amber rod. "What?" Ian and Elizabeth demanded in unison. "This is enchanted," Harry explained. "I saw the light of it in Malfoy's broom. It was making his broom faster than a firebolt." Draco had heard Harry's shouted explanation and turned his broom to dive for the outstretched rod. If he could get that away from Harry and dispose of it, there would be no evidence of cheating. Fueled by desperation, Malfoy raced forward. "Stupefy!" Ian shouted with his wand pointed at Malfoy. "Impedimenta!" Elizabeth slowed Malfoy's flight. A stunned Draco slipped from his broom to land with a crunch at the feet of Madam Hooch. Ian Smith and Elizabeth Miller had both witnessed Harry's removal of the amber rod from the tail of Draco's broom. When the limp form of Draco Malfoy landed in front of Madame Hooch, she demanded an explanation. When Harry climbed down from the stands to face her, it was with Ian and Elizabeth at his back. To Madame Hooch the Quidditch pitch was sacred ground. While she could forgive some degree of over-enthusiastic play or the occasional bending of the rules, there were limits. She could not condone the attacking of a Quidditch player as long as they sat a broom. It was a furious Madame Hooch that faced Harry Potter. "Mr. Potter," Madame Hooch spoke with a voice filled with rage and shaking from the effort to remain in control. "You, of all people, should know better than to attack a player. You have precisely 5 seconds to explain yourself before I have Professor McGonagall remove you from the Gryffindor team." Harry handed her the amber rod. Malfoy was cheating. Harry made the statement with a voice that sounded calm but held as much anger and righteous indignation as Madame Hooch felt. He had this in his broom's bristles. Madame Hooch took the rod and examined it. "This will be dealt with. However, you had no call to attack a fellow player. You should have reported his unethical behavior and left it at that." "Madame Hooch," Ian spoke up. "If you please. Harry did not attack the Slytherin Seeker. Elizabeth and myself are the ones that took action against Mr. Malfoy when he tried to take the evidence of his cheating from Harry." Madame Hooch eyed the students in front of her as she weighed what they had said. The gathering standing around Draco's resting place did not go unnoticed. Professor Snape was in the lead of the advancing professors. His face was a set mask of hatred. It was clear that he was ready to launch into Harry. Behind him came Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Dumbledore. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were standing at the rail in the stands behind Harry. Some of the students of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw stood around and behind Harry's friends. Professor Snape opened his mouth to rip into Harry, but was cut off by Madame Hooch. "Professor Snape, how dare you let a miscreant like that represent your house?" The head of Slytherin House was confronted by the school's flying instructor, and was left speechless with his mouth hanging open. "I suggest you re-examine the members of your team thoroughly before their next match." Madame Hooch turned to Professor Flitwick next. "Professor, if you would please tell me what you can make of this." She thrust the amber rod at the diminutive professor. It appears that Mr. Malfoy was not content to trust in himself or the merest of his broom. Madame Hooch was now addressing the assembled professors and the headmaster equally. Mr. Potter noticed that bit of gaudy decoration and was kind enough to remove it. "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall spoke to Harry, "it is very serious to accuse somebody of cheating. Are you absolutely positive that is what you saw?" "Yes, Professor." Harry was able to speak with confidence because he had already been proven right. The Nimbus 2001 just doesn't perform the way Malfoy was flying today. When I realized his broom was flying differently, I knew he had to be cheating. "Professors," Elizabeth looked like she was so angry she was going to be ill. "When that rod came out of Mr. Malfoy's broom, he nearly stopped in mid-flight. It would appear that it was the rod, and not the broom, that Mr. Malfoy was flying." Ian spoke slowly. His face was marked by a frown of concentration. The broom was mostly for form. When the rod was removed, the broom was forced to fly under its own power. It could not accelerate as fast as necessary to make a smooth transition. If the rod only boosted the broom's performance, its removal would have made less of a difference in Mr. Malfoy's flight. "Very good, Ian." Professor Flitwick drew the others' attention to himself with his approval of Ian's reasoning. "This rod is charmed with the same spells that make a broom fly. The spells are not stabilized and would fade in a few days at best, but they are very powerful. There are none of the comfort or safety charms that are a part of a modern broom." Professor Flitwick was speaking as he passed his wand in slow circles over the amber rod. "It would appear that, without a broom attached, this rod would be a very dangerous combination of charms to attempt to fly." "Severus," the sound of Professor Dumbledore's voice made everybody jump. The headmaster had remained silent, but now he stepped forward and looked both stern and disappointed. "I suggest you take young Master Malfoy up to the hospital wing. I will leave his punishment to you, but he will not play Quidditch for Slytherin in any of their remaining matches." "As you say, Headmaster." Professor Snape conjured a stretcher and removed the still unconscious Draco from the field. The head of Slytherin House looked furious, and Harry was sure that Snape would find a way to take it out on Gryffindor. The departure of Draco and Snape marked the end of the meeting. Professor McGonagall and Madam Hooch left the field together, pausing only long enough to gather the Quidditch balls. The headmaster and Professor Flitwick walked away talking about the amber rod and the charms used to enchant it. With the instructors out of the way, Harry was suddenly surrounded by students. "Harry," Ian said from beside him, "you and your friends are invited to Ravenclaw to join our victory party." Thanks," Harry said to Ian. "I'll see if they are available." Ian left to join the members of his house that were still in the stadium. "Harry, I need to speak with my house." Elizabeth excused herself. "Have a good weekend." "Sure, see you." Harry watched her go for a moment before his attention was demanded by an excited Ron. It couldn't happen to a better student. Ron gloated with evil glee. "That git will have a hard time buying his way back onto the team. Wait till his father finds out." Ron was nearly cackling with malicious joy. "Ronald Weasley," Hermione chided the grinning redhead. "Harry, you handled that very well. It is past time that he learned that he is not above the rules. Time he learned money can't buy skill." Ginny had latched onto Harry's arm. "Him as a seeker made me feel embarrassed to be a one too." "Ginny," Ron snorted, "you're a reserve player, not a seeker." "Ron," Harry said hotly, "Ginny is more of a seeker than Malfoy could ever hope to be. That git isn't fit to polish her broom." Ginny beamed up at an oblivious Harry and hugged his arm tightly between her beeps. Her ears filled with the echo of Harry's voice praising her abilities. It was extremely good fortune for Slytherin that most of the school was too excited about the Ravenclaw victory to notice the actions around Harry and Draco after the game. It was Slytherin's extremely bad luck that Malfoy had been caught cheating on that particular game. By supper time word of Draco's cheating had spread through the school. The great hall was filled with dark expressions and angry mutters. Malfoy, Harry noticed, was absent from the Slytherin table. Harry also noticed an incredible number of black eyes, cut lips, and bruised cheeks all along the Slytherin table. The reason for the roughed-up Slytherins was glaringly obvious. Many of the Slytherins had wagered heavily on the match. Draco's plan to cheat had apparently been well known to the members of his house. When Slytherin lost to Ravenclaw, people were not going to let their winnings remain in Slytherin pockets. With news of the cheating, any delay of payment was being poorly received. Harry suspected that Draco was staying out of sight until tempers cooled considerably. After supper Harry went to the Ravenclaw party. He had invited his friends to come along, but they had all given some excuse for not being able to attend. Truth be told, most just did not feel comfortable going to another house's common room. There was also a small party planned for the Gryffindor common room. Draco Malfoy and similarly minded Slytherins had made a long-standing practice of dumping on the other houses for their acceptance of less than pure-blooded students. The Muggle-born and mixed-heritage students were all happy to see Slytherin being taken down a peg or three. Hermione, practically standing over Ron with a paddle, insisted that they needed to study if they were to have time to visit Hogsmeade tomorrow. Ginny simply stared at the open book in her lap and told Harry in an icy voice that she had no time for a party. So Harry, equipped with his bookmark pass tucked into Arma Adoro, went alone to the Ravenclaw party. Harry, an excited Roger Davis snatched up Harry in a bear hug as soon as he entered the Ravenclaw common room. What followed was 30 minutes of Harry being passed around and introduced like a celebrity nobody had ever met before. It was a half hour before Harry was allowed to sit down and catch his breath. He had just started to take a drink of butterbeer before he was pulled to his feet again. With much pulling and pushing, Harry found himself being directed up onto a table. As soon as he had his balance and stood up on the small study table, someone bumped into him. There was a cheer from the assembled students of Ravenclaw. "Ladies and gentlemen," someone was yelling over the crowd, "I present to you the champions of the day, Cho Chang and Harry Potter." The crowd cheered loudly. A very embarrassed Harry turned to face an equally flustered Cho. Before either of them could speak, the celebrating students tried to pass up large cups of drink for a toast. The table was jostled and Harry and Cho were forced to cling to each other for support to keep from falling. Another wild cheer erupted from the surrounding party. Unfortunately, it was then that the poor old table had decided it had had enough and one of its legs gave way. Harry felt the world tilt out from under him. Everything around him became a blur of motion. Cho clung tighter to Harry as the sensation of falling gripped them both. The floor rushed to welcome Harry's body. He landed with Cho on top of him. The air was driven from Harry's lungs and his head hit the floor with a sharp crack. Harry lay with his eyes unfocused and pain shooting through him as everything went dim. It was less than a minute before Harry regained consciousness. His eyes immediately locked on Cho's concerned face. She was kneeling next to Harry and watching him closely. Harry sat up and put a hand to his spinning head. "Are you all right, Harry?" Cho asked with a concerned voice. She helped Harry make his way to a couch and sat down beside him. Cho waited patiently while Harry's head cleared. Someone handed over a pair of butterbeers and Cho passed one to Harry. After he had taken a swallow, she spoke up again. "Harry," Cho spoke with some hesitation. "In today's game, you helped me, didn't you?" It was both a question and an accusation. "All I did was put an end to Malfoy's cheating," Harry said honestly. "Ian was there, he can tell you." "He did. He told me you stopped Draco Malfoy from getting the snitch." Cho paused, looking into Harry's face. "Did you help me win today because you like me?" "You make it sound like I did it for you," Harry spoke with a wounded expression on his face. "That slimy git, Malfoy was cheating at Quidditch. I was not going to let him get away with it. It doesn't matter how much I might love you," Harry's voice was heated with indignation. "I am not going to help you win a game." Harry took a long drink of his butterbeer without realizing the slip of the tongue he had made. When next he looked towards Cho, she had a strange expression on her face. "What? You are sweet, Harry," Cho smiled without any explanation. Then she changed directions so fast it left Harry trying to catch up. "Ian told to me how you slowed down Malfoy's broom without your wand. What charm did you use?" "Oh," Harry had to think a minute before answering. "It was a word of command." "What is that?" "Well, in charms we learn that it is the will, the wand, and the word. The will of the witch or wizard shapes what the magic will do, the wand focuses the magic, and the word is pronounced according to a formula to order the magic to take the shape imagined by the witch or wizard." "Right. That's right," Cho agreed. "Command words are words with very specific definitions used with the power of the will behind them. It is a kind of wand-less magic." "Can you show me?" "Sure." Harry drained his butterbeer in a long pull. "Levitate this." Harry held up the empty bottle. Cho pulled out her wand and used a basic levitation charm. The bottle floated into the air and she held it there. Harry took a moment to clear his mind, then held out an open hand. "Come." The bottle hesitated for the briefest of moments as it fought to escape Cho's charm, then it shot out of the air to slap into Harry's palm. Next, Harry set the bottle on the floor and crossed his arms across his chest so his hands were tucked from sight. "Rise." The bottle lifted off the floor and ascended to the ceiling of the common room. "You see." Harry looked towards an astonished Cho. As soon as Harry's attention wavered from the bottle, it dropped for the floor. Harry's seeker reflexes let his hand snap out at the last instant to close around Cho's hand as she caught the bottle. They sat grinning at each other for a moment, then, amazing, Harry and Cho nearly dropped the bottle. They had become the center of attention. Ravenclaws of different years had gathered while Harry had been talking and had watched the demonstration. The Ravenclaw cleverness and thirst for knowledge was not to be forgotten for something as simple as a party. With Cho's willing help, Harry repeated the demonstration. There was soon an animated discussion about the theory of command words. Harry was forced to remember almost everything he had learned in the previous 4 years of charms in order to keep up in the conversation. Harry felt out of his depth as the intellectual debate continued. The general party feeling remained, but Quidditch had become only a background discussion. As the evening wore on, Harry contented himself with being a spectator. Harry would have stayed in the Ravenclaw common room longer if it wasn't for curfew. Harry waited as long as he dared before saying his good nights. He didn't want to lose his trip to Hogsmeade tomorrow by being caught out after hours tonight. "I'll meet you in the Great Hall in the morning," Cho said to Harry as he was getting ready to leave. "I am looking forward to tomorrow." Harry paused, looking at Cho shyly. He stepped close to her with questioning in his eyes. She smiled and leaned towards him. It was an awkward, Clumsy key that Harry planted on Cho's soft lips, but she smiled afterwards and didn't seem to mind his inexperience. Good night. Good night, Harry. Harry woke feeling refreshed and energized. When he realized it was still too early for breakfast, Harry busied himself with making as presentable an image as he could. Thinking of spending the day with Cho had Harry's brain running in top gear. Before leaving the dorm, Harry kicked Ron's bed. When a groan came from behind the curtains, Harry gave it one more kick. "Oi, breakfast," said Harry before going downstairs. In the common room, Harry ran into Hermione. She was reading her school books. "Harry, I hope you are taking the time to study." Hermione gave Harry a critical look. "We have a charms test this week." "What?" Hermione looked annoyed when Harry started laughing. Harry headed off a lecture about responsible study habits by telling her about the conversation that had taken over the Ravenclaw party. "Oh, I wish I had gone," Hermione said with envy in her voice. Then she reached into her bag. "You can have this back." Hermione shoved Animus Accido Addictio at Harry with a sniff. "I don't know why you would waste your time with a book like that." Harry wordlessly tucked the book into his robes next to the other one he had picked up at the same time. When Harry had started studying them, he had had a very hard time of concentrating. At times he had felt foolish for wasting his time. Other times he felt he was just not smart enough to understand and that he should just leave the books alone. But Harry had persisted. Eventually Harry figured out what was happening. The books were protected by magic to keep people from reading them unless they really wanted to learn what was held in their pages. Harry couldn't help but wonder what it meant that Hermione couldn't get past the protections. Eventually a weary-looking Ron managed to find his way down to the common room. He stumped over to hear Harry and Hermione were sitting. "Food," Ron grunted with a jerk of his head towards the portrait hole. "Breakfast." With that, the trio made their way down to the Great Hall. It was still early and most of the hall was empty. Draco was sitting by himself at the Slytherin table. He was eating breakfast very slowly. He looked like he had tumbled down every staircase in the school, and now every attempt to chew his breakfast was an experience in pain. A diverse group of Hufflepuffs were smirking at him from their table. When the trio started for the Gryffindor table, two people came over from the Ravenclaw table. "Good morning. You look pretty this morning, Cho," Harry said with a smile. "Good morning, Harry." As Harry started to sit down, Cho smoothly usurped Ron's place at his right. A disgruntled Ron sat next to Hermione instead. Ian Smith took a seat across the table from the others. "Harry, Hermione, I wanted to tell you that the new password for the prefect's room is fair play. We decided to change it after yesterday," Ian explained with a nod of his head towards the lone Slytherin. "Draco has had his prefect status revoked. If you see him trying to claim prefect's privileges or authority, report it right away." Hermione and Harry both agreed that they would, and Ian wished them a good morning. He left Cho and the trio to eat breakfast and returned to the Ravenclaw table. "What're doin', O'Day?" Ron asked around a fork full of eggs. Harry looked shyly towards Cho before answering. I don't really have a plan. Why don't us just meet at the Three Broomsticks for a late lunch?" Hermione looked over Harry then Ron with a critical eye. She looked like she was considering the opportunities the situation may present. "All right, Ron and I will meet you there," Hermione said at last. "We will?" Ro asked in surprise. "Yes, Ron." Hermione's tone of voice said she would not suffer an argument on the topic. Ron just shrugged his shoulders and helped himself to another plate of breakfast. Breakfast was finished in silence. Harry and Cho excused themselves from the table before Ron could finish eating. With a last assurance to meet later, they left the Great Hall. At the castle entrance Harry paused to let his eyes adjust to the bright morning light, and Cho took Harry's hand while he was distracted by the glare off the lake. Together they walked to Hogsmeade. It was a different experience for Harry than when he went with Hermione and Ron. When it was the trio it was almost a ritual. They would go to the joke shop and then the candy shop. Next was the bookstore, then it would be over to the Quidditch store. Then they would hang out at the Three Broomsticks until it was time to go back to the castle. With Cho, Harry did not know what to expect. He felt excited to be holding Cho's hand, and was perfectly willing to hold her hand all day. Harry and Cho shared small talk as they crossed the school grounds. Harry, with all his attention on Cho, just let his feet wander. Zonkos and Honeydukes went by in a flash. The bookstore was passed over in favor of a visit to Gladrag's Wizardwear. Harry, like most teenage boys, viewed clothes shopping with as much anticipation as a trip to the dentist's. It was fun, Harry had to admit, watching Cho shop for robes. He just didn't understand why he had to be an active participant in the activity. The seamstress had welcomed Harry and Cho and ushered them into the changing rooms. Following directions, Harry undressed and put on a rather ugly gray robe the seamstress handed through the curtain. When he came out of the changing room, he saw that Cho was in an identical robe with matching baggy gray socks. "You go first." Cho gave Harry a small shove towards the seamstress before sitting in a comfortable chair and picking up a big book full of pictures of shoes. The seamstress took charge then. She directed Harry to stand in front of 3 large mirrors. The wizarding mirrors started talking all at one. "Scrawny fellow. Not much to work with. Beautiful eyes." The critical comments just kept coming and Harry did his best to tune them out. The seamstress was taking Harry's measurements as she asked question. "What should we start with?" she asked. "A nice green, maybe. The Christmas season is coming." "He has green," Cho spoke up, and then after a moment's thought, she continued. "Dark but soothing in a contemporary cut. How about something a little more stylish then?" Harry didn't know how to answer, but Cho nodded her head and the seamstress continued. Chanting under her breath, she touched her wand to the gray robe. Harry was instantly dressed in a flowing robe of forest green with golden ivy embroidery along the hems. Harry held up his arms and looked over his reflections. Harry agreed when the mirrors said that it wasn't quite the look for him. The seamstress applied her wand a second time. The robe changed its cut to fit closer to the torso but remained loose on the sides. Harry felt that he looked a little like a holiday candlestick. Another touch of the wand and the gold embroidery faded away. Harry gave a nod of approval at the lack of decoration. Again, the seamstress altered the robe. Her wand touched Harry's shoulder and the robe responded. The sleeves shifted from being exaggerated flaring affairs down to simple with stiff cuffs. The next tap of the seamstress's wand made the shoulder panels and sleeves of the robe darken to moss green. Harry tilted his head to the side and considered the robe thoughtfully. A little more. The seamstress touched her wand to the robe and it grew a high collar of moss green. She eyed the collar a moment before changing it to forest green. Harry tried to pull at the stiff collar. It chafes a bit," Harry observed. "Not good for a long evening," the seamstress commented. A flick of her wand and the front of the robe split from the neck halfway down Harry's chest. With a swish of her wand the seamstress added a moss green lacing. Harry could now adjust the front of the robe and the collar fit much better. He gave an affirmative and approving nod of the images in the mirrors in front of him. The seamstress gave a satisfied smile. "Oh," Cho's voice made Harry give a small jump. "It looks good on you, Harry." Harry felt himself blush at her approval. The seamstress took that as the final word and started making notes on a parchment. Cho walked over to Harry and tugged here and there at the robe. "All right then." The seamstress directed Harry over to the chair Cho had just vacated. As Harry stepped away from the mirrors he felt his robe change. He looked down to see that it had returned to its original baggy gray. "To match, sweetheart?" the seamstress asked sweetly as Cho stepped in front of the mirrors. "Yes," Cho said, "but to complement not as a set." Cho piled her hair on top of her head and produced the red lacquered sticks from somewhere to hold her hair in place. "If you can, I would like these to go with it as well," Cho gestured to the sticks in her hair. "We will certainly try." Harry watched in amazement the process that followed. The seamstress wove her wand through the air around Cho like she was in a sword fight against a pair of invisible opponents. Cho and the seamstress communicated in small gestures of head and hands, and clipped monosyllable words. The robe Cho was wearing was transformed so many times it was impossible for Harry to keep track. The women would spend long minutes discussing changes too subtle for Harry to notice. The gown started as Harry's had. Long and flowing forest green that had started changing in an instant. It had become form-fitting and rotated through shades of green in just moments. Over time, through trial and error the robe took form. In the end it was less of a robe and more of a gown. It was a sleeveless forest green with a short stiff collar. It was snug in the torso with loose wrapping skirt. Just visible under the skirt was a pair of velvet, moss green, low-heeled shoes. Matching the shoes was a moss green bodice with red lacings at the sides and gold buttons down the front. What Harry had not noticed was how he was observed during the process. Cho and the seamstress had watched Harry's every reaction in the mirror. Without looking directly at him or asking him any questions, they had used Harry to help tailor the finished product to have an impact on him. Finally the seamstress jotted down some more notes on her parchment, then she directed Harry and Cho back to the changing rooms. Harry felt a measure of relief to be restored to his school clothes. He was only partially aware of a conversation between the seamstress and Cho. When he was returned to his normal state of dress, Harry exited the changing room and stood by the sales counter. The seamstress placed 2 forms on the counter in front of Harry. She made a vague gesture to them. "If you can fill out your information and sign please, your robe will be delivered when it is finished." The seamstress took a moment to consider Harry's scruffy hair and thin build. "Do you have a Gringotts account for billing, or are you from a Muggle family?" Harry had filled out his name, astrological sign, birth date, school house, and year before the question broke his concentration. "What? Oh." Harry started to respond. The seamstress felt a moment of depression coming on. She loved her work, but hated to lose a sale because somebody from a Muggle family didn't have the wizarding money. The store would wait to make the ordered robes until payment was made, but frequently the student would have to cancel when parents could not or would not provide enough money for the robes. "Can you be sure it is billed to my main account please, and not the business account?" Harry finally answered her question. He didn't want to spend any money from Weasley Wizard Wheezes if he could help it. Harry's answer made the seamstress brighten considerably. She gave Harry a beaming smile. "Just as you say, my good sir." Her voice was a happy tone and she wanted to let the young man know she appreciated his custom. "You have my word on it." Her reaction was a bit much for Harry, and he was left a little distracted as he signed his name to both order forms. This made the seamstress all the more pleased. The young lady had mentioned having to use layaway. The seamstress was just reviewing the forms when Cho approached the counter. "Miss," the seamstress said, still smiling. "The gentleman has settled everything." She wanted to be very sure of her commission bonus and read over the personal information very carefully. She didn't want an order in the name of Charles Windsor again. "You didn't have to do that, Harry." The young woman was protesting her companion's generosity. The seamstress missed whatever the young man might have said as the name on the order sank in. "The Harry Potter." The seamstress suddenly turned searching eyes on the forehead under the untidy mop of black hair. The infamous lightning-shaped scare was lurking under the hair of the suddenly shy and blushing student. Yeah, it has been an honor, sir." From under the counter the seamstress produced a business card. "My name is Margaret. Come in anytime for a fitting. Free alterations too." "Thank you, Margaret." Harry accepted the card and led Cho hastily from the shop. They were 20 feet out the door before Harry slowed down. "I'm sorry, Cho. I should be used to that by now." "It is all right, Harry." Cho gave him a shy smile. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be a problem. I forgot how famous you are." It was Harry's turn to smile. "We still have some time," she said. "Would you like to go over to the Quidditch store?" "I would love to," Harry answered. Cho took Harry's hand again and they set off through Hogsmeade. Harry and Cho finished making the round of Hogsmeade together. Harry took advantage of being away from Ron and Hermione to do a little early Christmas shopping. Cho and Harry had fun exploring the broom and game accessories in the Quidditch shop. The apothecary provided a chance to just walk close to each other as they shopped for herbs to top off their potions kits. At last they met up with Ron and Hermione at the Three Broomsticks. Hermione and Ron were sitting together at a table near the end of the bar. When he and Cho arrived, Harry noticed something different about his friends. Hermione was looking calm and had an amused smile. Ron looked like he had caught a bludger in the pit of his stomach. His face had a stunned expression and he looked like he might be sick. He and Hermione were both holding hands. Harry and Cho joined the couple at their table. "Nice day, isn't it?" Harry asked nobody in particular. "A nice day for walking out." Hermione looked down at the table and Ron blushed to his hairline. A good day for just sitting quietly together, Cho observed with a mischievous grin. Hermione did blush at that and Ron turned even more red. There was very little conversation attempted after that. The four shared random comments and observations as they sipped butterbeer. Nobody at the table was worried about who might be watching them. None of the four noticed the determined faces of the watchers. Harry had dragged himself out of bed Monday morning with a speed that made Ron look like a hyper morning person. After an emotional and busy weekend of Quidditch and Hogsmeade, Harry had finished his Sunday with a late evening of prefect duties. Harry had wondered how his father, one of the infamous marauders that had been the bane of students and staff alike, had ever made head boy. Harry suspected the appointment was to keep him so busy that his time for mischief-making would be diminished. The evening had passed uneventfully for Harry. According to the Marauders' map, all of the students out after curfew were lurking around the Slytherin dungeons. Harry suspected that it would be a long time before all of the Slytherin debts were settled in full. When Monday morning found Harry, the boy who lived, was thinking he would rather face Voldemort than get out of bed. Harry knew it was going to be a long day. When the trio finally made their way to the breakfast table, there was no time for visiting with friends. They wolfed down their food so fast Harry thought that he might have swallowed a spoon. Then it was off to herbology. Halfway between the castle doors and the greenhouses, Harry had cause to regret getting out of bed. Terry Shire pounced on Harry. The grey Scottish morning provided ample light for everybody to see the display. She had approached Harry at a flanking angle so he didn't see her coming. His only warning had been some giggles for other Hufflepuff girls a moment before Terry threw her arms around Harry's neck. Harry was thrown off balance by the attack. Terry tried to use his loss of equilibrium to pull Harry into a key. Harry's reflexes were not hindered that morning by any unnecessary thinking. Harry threw out an arm for balance and grabbed Terry for support to keep from falling. This turned her attempt at an impassioned embrace into what appeared to be just a friendly hug. Terry was left unsatisfied by the result of her actions and was caught unprepared for when Harry let go of her. He quickly stepped out of her embrace and she lost her balance. The sleep-deprived trio didn't see the flirtatious girl stumble and fall on her bottom in the dew-damp grass. Harry flopped onto his seat in the greenhouse wishing the class was already over. An irritated Terry Shire stalked over to her partner. The seat of her robes was soaked from her landing in the wet grass. "It's your fault my panties are wet," Terry growled in Harry's ear as she sat down beside him. There was no excuse for Harry to work outside that morning, and the potted plants needed very little attention. Professor Sprout only gave a short lecture and a pop quiz that morning. After the quiz, the professor sat at her desk grading the students' answers, and class was left to their own devices for the remainder of the class. Harry was trapped. Harry tried everything he could think of to look busy. Unfortunately, Terry was determined to collect the key she had been deprived of earlier. She sat next to Harry and chatted in a pleasant voice about planting seeds, plowing furrows, mulching, forking the haystack, and every other gardening innuendo she could think of. Harry missed most of the suggestion, and tried to answer with serious conversation. Terry had no intention of letting him escape the topic she had in mind. When she asked if his sapling was a cherry wood, Harry blushed red. "Will you please stop?" Harry whispered hoarsely to her. "A Hufflepuff, stop trying." Terry giggled softly. "That would be like a Gryffindor running away. This is a challenge, Harry. Will the lion abandon courage and pride, and surrender? The badger wins by determination and persistence. The lion versus the badger. This is a battle that can take a very long time." She grinned and breathed on Harry's cheek as she spoke. "This is an endurance test, Harry. Do you have the endurance to go all the way with me?" "I don't need this," Harry groaned. "What's wrong, Harry? It isn't like this is any kind of a real problem. If it is not a real problem, then why do you have your knickers in a twist over it?" "My knickers aren't in a twist," Terry smiled sweetly. She lowered her voice to a bare whisper. "They are in your bag." "What?" Harry hissed in shock. "I told you it was your fault that my panties were wet. I am sure not going to go through the day with wet panties." Harry was caught between embarrassment and anger. "Just what do you want from me?" Harry asked in a tired voice at last. "Harry, if you don't know what to do, it won't be any fun if I have to tell you." With that she stopped talking and put her attention into her textbook. Harry let his temper simmer for the rest of the class. It was with immense relief that Harry escaped the greenhouse at the end of class. For the rest of the day Harry was able to forget his problems by watching the problems the Slytherins were having. Draco was still looking like he had been used for a bludger target. His normal goons ignored him all day. They were also wearing their own bruises. Every Slytherin Harry saw looked to be having a rough time. Pansy Parkinson looked immaculate, but she was hissing mad and never wanted to sit down. Professor Flitwick was still caught up in the events of the Quidditch match. He announced that he would be teaching how to layer charms, and how to detect how many charms might be layered on an object. Also he would demonstrate how to identify between two enchanted objects that were connected or overlapping each other. For demonstration purposes, the professor was using the amber rod Harry had pulled out of Malfoy's broom. The day would still have been salvageable if it was not for what happened in the last class of the day. Ron's last quill had just made its last mark. The nub collapsed, turning a period into a blotch. "Borrow a quill?" Ron asked Harry, who absent-mindedly nodded his head. Ron delved into Harry's back without hesitation. "What? Whose panties are these?" In his surprise, Ron failed to keep his voice down. Hermione turned to shush him and saw him bent low with a pair of red panties hanging from his fingers. "Ronald Weasley." Hermione's voice brought the whole class's attention down on Ron. "Mr. Weasley." Professor Fletcher's voice was filled with suppressed laughter. "Would you care to explain the connection between a woman's undergarment and defense against the dark arts?" "They're not mine," Ron explained in an embarrassed rush. His attention was divided between Hermione and the professor. "They're Harry's panties." Harry, Hermione, and Ron were surrounded by an explosion of laughter. Hermione, in an attempt to rein in the situation, snatched the panties from Ron's hand. "Ew, they're damp." With the exception of the blushing trio, the class roared with mirth. Nothing was accomplished in class after that. When the class let out, people were still having fits. The professor was doubled over holding his sides. The trio returned their bags to the Gryffindor dorms before going down to dinner. Hermione refused to listen to any explanations about the panties. In the common room, she threw them at Ron, who batted them to Harry, before disappearing up the stairs to her room. Up in the boys' room, Harry and Ron dropped their bags on their bed and Harry tossed the panties into his trunk. Harry was almost to the portrait hole to go down to dinner when a livid Ginny came in. She stalked up to Harry and shouted at the top of her lungs. "You!" Her full arm slap caught Harry on the side of his face and knocked his glasses crooked. She ran up to her room past a confused Hermione that had just missed the encounter. "Mental," Ron observed calmly. "Just plain mental." Tuesday brought a new day of trials and tribulation for Harry. On his way to breakfast, Harry was intercepted by Terry Shire. He was just coming into the foyer when Terry marched straight at him. Harry was surprised by the brilliant purple bruise that surrounded her swollen left eye. Without a pause or missing a step, Terry planted her hand in the middle of Harry's chest and forced him to walk backwards. He didn't stop until his back hit a wall. Terry was face to face with Harry before she spoke. "And what were you doing waving my panties around?" she demanded in a low voice. "What have you been telling people about me?" "I didn't." Ron found them. He wanted to borrow a quill. "In my bag." Harry tried to stammer an explanation, but Terry wasn't listening. "If you want to tell people, I want to do it before I hear about it. And you better well key me before you think of going any farther." Terry stormed off before Harry could say anything. Harry finally made it into the Great Hall only to have Cho grab him by the arm and drag him clean to the front entrance of the castle. "Harry, is there a reason people are saying what they are?" "What are they saying?" "Harry." Cho's voice was thick with implied threat. "I don't know what people are saying. Please tell me." Harry's face and voice were pleading. "All right, Harry, but you better tell me everything. People are saying you snogged the panties off of a girl in the middle of the grounds." The Weasley girl went around telling everybody that Harry would never do anything like that. "Then you shared your trophy with about half the boys in school. There is something about a fight in there somewhere. And somebody said you were chasing half the girls in Gryffindor." "Well, Harry." Harry's legs went limp and he sagged against a wall. He was suddenly very tired again. With as much detail as he could make himself repeat, Harry told Cho everything about Terry Shire, from the fist fan letter to the confrontation that morning. He went on about the crush Ginny Weasley had been carrying from his first year. Harry told Cho about all the Weasleys had done for him. Once he started talking, the details came out in a flood. Harry talked about how Ginny was somewhere between being his friend and being like family. "I guess she heard the same things you did and went to get the truth from Terry. Ginny was upset with me last night, but I didn't know why. This morning Terry has a black eye the size of a quaffle." Harry finished talking and looked at Cho, anxious to have her believe him. Her face was an unreadable mask. Cho's eyes seemed to be measuring every part of Harry's face while she reviewed his every word. "We are not finished with this, Mr. Potter," Cho said in a firm voice. With a stiff back she walked away. With slumped shoulders, Harry tried to get to breakfast. He had no appetite, but his body was demanding food. In keeping with how his morning was going, Harry made it to the Gryffindor table in time to be intercepted by Ginny. She had a hard look in her eyes and a bright smile on her lips. Ginny didn't say anything. She just stayed as close to Harry as she physically could while he forced himself to eat breakfast. Harry was wishing he could go back to bed and sleep through the rest of the day. He was trying to come up with a believable excuse when Hermione reminded Harry and Ron that they had to get to potions. It was with identical groans that Harry and Ron followed Hermione to the dungeons. Snape was a perfect complement for the morning. In the dark potions classroom, Harry's day finally started to look up. "Good morning, students," Snape spoke in a polite fashion, and it looked like it was killing him. "It has been suggested to me that my teaching style may be too abrupt for the less agile-minded students." As a condition of the Slytherin loss to Ravenclaw, Snape glared venomously at Malfoy. "I will spend today answering any potions-related questions you may have. Please take notes so I do not have to repeat myself." Neville Longbottom cautiously raised his hand. "And how may I help you, Mr. Longbottom?" The rest of the period was spent with students asking questions and getting thorough answers explained to them. The most questions were asked by Neville and Hermione, while most of the class scribbled down notes as fast as they could. Professor Snape looked like he wanted to strangle the whole class once at a time, but he kept his voice mild and his words polite. It was that last question of the day that put him over the edge. "Yes, Mr. Potter." Snape looked like he was going to be sick. "Please, Professor," Harry said in as a respectful voice he could manage. "What is the potion called?" "Serpent's Tears, used for." Class dismissed. "Potter in my office, now." Professor Snape's voice shook the jars on the shelves. "Move." The class emptied in a stampede and Harry nearly ran into Snape's office. In his ear, Harry could hear the hissing voice of Sever answering the question. Harry wondered why he had never thought to ask about the potion before. "Where did you hear about that potion?" Snape had followed Harry into the office and had started talking as soon as the door had slammed shut behind him. Harry touched his scare in way of an explanation. "I had this dream." Harry's voice trailed off. "I see." Professor Snape looked irritated. "Well, since you asked, I better tell you before you go and try to find out on your own, and likely end up killing yourself. Serpent's Tears, also called Dragon's Tears, and even Tears of the Worm, is a potion used to drain the magical energy out of a living creature." Professor Snape was in full lecture mode now, and he was not likely to stop until he answered every question he thought Harry might ask. The process is very slow and painful. It is much like being placed under the Cruciatus curse. The potion fills the body with burning pain as it leaches out the magical energy of the victim. The potion then comes to the surface of the creature in the form of sweat, or tears, that crystallize and fall away. In the end, the victim is left powerless. In the case of magical creatures, the potion is fatal. Trying to harvest that magic of intelligent creatures has sparked more than one uprising. The potion has one major flaw. Only a small percentage of the magic is captured in the tears, the rest is permanently lost. The tears can be dissolved in an elixir of serpent's blood to transfer the trapped magical energy to whoever drinks the new potion. Nobody is sure if any copies of the formula still exist. The last person suspected of knowing how to make the potion was the alchemist Nicholas Flamel. The potion is said to have been first created by Salazar Slytherin in an attempt to cure magical illnesses. While the potion was a success in that regard, it also drained the magic out of the patient. A wizard was not likely to accept being turned into a healthy muggle. Does that answer your question, Mr. Potter? Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor. Sever had provided a little different information than Professor Snape, but the two had given complementary explanations. Good. Now get out of my office. I have work to do. Yes, Professor. Harry beat feet for the door. Out in the corridor was a pair of reception parties. Ron, Hermione and Neville were waiting for Harry. Draco and his goons were waiting to bait Harry with what they thought was a bawling out by Snape. What did he say? Ron asked as soon as Harry came out. I'll tell you later. Harry set off down the corridor with his mind racing. So, Potter, Draco set himself in the middle of the corridor with his goons at his shoulder to effectively block the way. Harry hardly acknowledged the Slytherins. Move, Harry commanded with a shooing gesture of his hand. The three Slytherins were knocked aside by the power of Harry's command. They hit the wall with enough force to knock the air from their lungs. Lost in though, Harry walked on. He was oblivious to the expressions of shock and surprise on the faces of his friends as they followed him. Professor Snape's pleasant attitude towards the students was obviously a result of a lost wager about the last Quidditch match. The fact that Harry's divination professor had also made a bet on the match was a small surprise. It was no surprise whatsoever to Harry and Ron that she had lost. As a result, she was forced to teach a week of class in a manner approved by the person she had lost to. Professor McGonagall had made it clear that she would accept nothing less than full adherence to the terms of the wager. The curtains were tied open in the tower classroom, letting in ample light. The room was free of the smell on incense. The professor was free of makeup or jewelry. The class was spent reviewing the statistical accuracy of divination as a whole and on each of the common methods. Harry found the class rather refreshing. Ron wished Hermione could have been there. Professor Trelawney looked as furious as Snape about losing her wager. The highlight of the Quidditch wagering was the effect it had on history of magic. Harry and his friends had just settled into their desks when Sir Nicholas came into the room. Good day, class. I will be your instructor for the remainder of the term, Sir Nicholas announced to the class. A wave of cheers rose up in response. When the class settled down, the lessons began. Today we will start with the 1582 Articles of Artifice. These were the first standards of rules used to establish a quality standard for all magical artifacts produced in England. November was over and December had just begun. It had been a miserably cold and wet Friday and Harry was enjoying his chair close to the fire. November, Harry decided, was a month that had lasted far too long. His day in Hogsmeade with Cho had been the best part of the month. Everything had plummeted down from there. No matter how hard Harry tried to forget about the disastrous days after the Ravenclaw versus Slytherin match, events conspired to rub his nose in them. Terry Shire had used her blackened eye to play on Harry's sympathies and sense of responsibility to get attention. Professor Fletcher had decided to spend a few weeks teaching can be used to lure people into the dark arts, or be manipulated by them. He had even threatened to produce a succubus for the end-of-term exam. Professor Snape had launched into a series of classes about potions to fight impotency, potions to cause impotency, and contraceptive potions. Even Ginny had to have her digs at Harry. "Harry, can you help me with this?" she asked in a loud voice that could be heard all the way across the common room. "I need help catching up with my studies because I was in detention for fighting." It had only been one night, and because Harry had prefect duties that night he had gone out of his way to help her with polishing the suits of armor in the foyer. However, the youngest Weasley had gotten into trouble over Harry and she was not going to let him off easy. Tomorrow was the first Saturday of December and Harry was looking forward to a normal weekend. Harry had just pulled his other bag into his lap when Ginny approached. Her hair was loosely combed back after being released from a braid. It cascaded in copper waves around Ginny's face. Her face was touched with a thoughtful expression as she pulled a footstool over and sat down next to Harry. "Harry," Ginny said softly, "why did you choose me as your reserve seeker?" Harry was relieved that Ginny wasn't trying to torment him, and he was always happy to talk about Quidditch. "Because you were the best one for the position," he said simply. "Are you sure that that was your only reason?" Are you sure it was not because, well, Ginny was starting to blush. Harry took a few minutes to gather his next words. Ginny, Harry said, I had to choose the best person for the position. It doesn't matter who else is on the team. It has nothing to do with everything your family has done for me. Ginny, I can't let my feelings for you or anybody else color that kind of decision. It doesn't matter who I like. If I had chosen you just because I liked you, it would not be fair to the team. You had the skill, Ginny. This is Gryffindor, not Slytherin. It doesn't matter what your family name is. We don't care about money or bloodlines. You have the skill and the will, and that is all that matter here. Ginny was smiling at the end of Harry's impromptu speech. Hear, hear, huzzah, you tell, a rain of short comments from around the common room agreed with Harry. He found himself blushing. He had been a little too caught up in what he was saying and had not watched how loud he had been talking. Looking around the common room, Harry saw people from every year nodding approvingly at what he had said. Harry's answer to Ginny's question had struck a sympathetic chord in every Gryffindor. Harry felt a warm feeling of pride and camaraderie with everybody in the room. Through thick and thin, Gryffindor had stood with Harry. Your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. Harry remembered Professor McGonagall's words before his sorting. After answering Ginny's question, Harry felt a renewed awareness of his house. Harry felt the closeness he shared with his brothers and sisters in Gryffindor. Thank you, Ginny, Harry said in a soft voice. She was obviously confused about why Harry would be thanking her. Before she could think of anything, Harry kissed her lightly on the cheek. When he sat back and pulled out his books, Ginny was frozen in place. Harry already had his attention fully involved in his studying when Ginny finally reacted. With a sharp gasp, Ginny clasped both hands to her cheek. Harry kissed me. The thought thundered through her. She gave an excited squeal and bolted from her seat. The footstool was knocked over and was still rocking on its side as Ginny ran up the stairs to her dorm. Mental. Ron's voice sounded from somewhere in the common room. A smattering of chuckles agreed with him. Harry didn't even notice. His attention was lost in a chapter called Animal Bodies and Spirits. Ginny burst into her dorm room. Nobody else was there to see her throw herself onto her four-poster bed. Pressing her face into the pillows, Ginny shrieked excitedly. Harry had kissed her at last. It wasn't a proper key asterisk, but it was a start. Ginny had wanted to build her spritz. Gryffindor was going to play Hufflepuff the last Saturday of the term and she was starting to get nervous. Harry had admitted that he could not pick her for the team just because he liked her. Ginny felt warm inside. Harry liked her. He also recognized that she was good on a broom. Ginny had been so excited when she was chosen for the team because it meant Harry had picked her. Now she felt excited because she realized that Harry had noticed her ability. Harry didn't just see her as an extension of his friends. He didn't see Ginny just as a Weasley. He recognized her for being a good cook and now for being a good flyer. Who knows what Harry might notice next? Especially if I help him notice, Ginny thought to herself with a mischievous grin. Ginny climbed off the bed and crouched low to reach under the nightstand. From its shadowy resting place, Ginny pulled out a battered wood box. With a quick look around to make sure she was alone, she put the box on her bed and opened it. Ginny pulled out a little black book and flipped through it. I wonder what I should do to help Harry take notice me. It was a source of endless wonder. How could a sport that was all played in the air leave the players so muddy? It had rained all Friday night. Saturday had dawned cold and damp. A misting drizzle of rain had made the morning Quidditch practice an exercise in misery. Looking like 14 drowned cats, the Gryffindor Quidditch team trudged back up to the castle. Harry felt like he would be waterlogged for a week. After a long hot soak in the prefect's bathroom, Harry went down for a late lunch. As he passed through the foyer, the Ravenclaw team was on their way out to practice. Harry gave a sympathetic wince. The weather had not improved at all. As he watched the Ravenclaw team head out, Cho made eye contact with Harry. He felt an electric jolt pass through his body when she looked at him. He almost melted into a puddle of relief when she gave him a tiny smile, and Harry smiled broadly in return. When she was out of sight, Harry went into the Great Hall for lunch. Harry felt sure that December was going to be an improvement over November. Even Slytherin House was getting back to normal. Harry was slowly grazing through lunch when Hermione and the Weasleys arrived at the table. Good practice, Ron observed to nobody in particular as he helped himself to a plate of food. Hey George, Fred, Harry spoke to the twins. How are you set for making souvenirs? What do you have in mind? George asked. Well, it occurs to me that we are missing an opportunity. You saw how excited everybody was about the last match. There should be some way to take advantage of it. Like what? Fred wanted to know. By making book on every game. George suggested. Nah, Harry didn't think Dumbledore would allow organized gambling at Hogwarts. By selling souvenirs. But everybody can already get what they want. Who needs extra pennants and scarves? Can't you two come up with something new? Harry prodded. Well, I suppose, maybe new pennants design. Something to go with our new brooms. I was thinking of something, Harry interrupted the twins. Could we make a collectible? Like what? Fred asked, his mind visibly racing with the start of an idea. A Gryffindor lion on a Quicksilver, Harry suggested. Yeah, George took up the idea. The pennant could roar when you wave it. Every Gryffindor would want one. Fred agreed with the idea. But then make something different for the next match. Harry pushed the idea further. But we need time, George protested. To develop and market, Fred gestured with a roll in his hand. If you make something for each match, you will never have time to make enough. For everybody that wants to buy. Limited edition, Harry said simply. Brilliant, Fred burst out. Bloody wicked. Way to go, Harry. We'll make a killing. The twins were soon lost in their own little world as they argued and debated and started to invent. They forgot all about lunch and wandered off to wherever they disappeared to when planning something. Harry, Ginny said mildly. Are you mental? Why are you encouraging those two? What is wrong with it? Harry asked her. It is a good idea. Sure it is, but why involve them? They have the creativity and the resources to pull it off. It will make a bundle. Harry, Ron spoke up. Mum's going to kill you. Those two with an idea is like a hippogriff with the bit in its beak. There will be no controlling them. And if they make any money, they will just throw it into their joke shop, Ginny added. They will be unbearable as they go off with new pranks to try out on everybody. Ron and Ginny were both starting to go white around the eyes at the thought of Fred and George having a little extra money. Harry couldn't help himself. He exploded into laughter. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny all looked at him as if he had gone mad. Ginny watched Harry for a minute before stomping off in a huff. Hermione decided she needed to go to the library and Ron only hesitated a moment before volunteering to go with her. Harry slowly laughed himself out and returned to his reading. Harry was lost in a book when a shadow fell across the pages. Mr. Potter. The firm voice of Professor McGonagall made Harry look up. It is good to see you being so devoutly studious. What is it that you are reading? Professor, it is a book about the way the will directs the power of a spell, and how everything else is just tools to focus the mind. I see. You will please bring your things and come with me. Professor McGonagall turned away, leaving Harry to gather his things and scramble to catch up. She led Harry into her office and gestured towards an empty chair. Have a seat, Mr. Potter. Harry made a show of straightening his robes and gathering himself, politely stalling for Professor McGonagall to sit before he did. Mr. Potter, I want you to know that you have been very closely watched this term, she said. We expect a lot from the prefects and hold them to very high ideals. I am pleased to say that you have not yet disappointed us. However, there is some concern. You have displayed some proficiency in wandless magic this term. When a student shows an uncharacteristic increase in aptitude, we like to know why. She stopped talking and it took Harry a few seconds to understand that she was waiting for an explanation. It started over the summer, Professor. Harry told his head of house about how Dudley and his gang had brought Harry out of his depression and the resulting discovery of the collectible shop. Harry also explained how he felt cut off from the wizarding world over the summer. No magic is allowed at the Dursleys. I have to do my homework at night when nobody will catch me. When I found these old books, it was the only thing magical that was not on a school requirement list I had. Reading them helped me reconnect with the magical world. They helped me find new ways to look at what was taught at school. It helped me understand the lessons better. Harry fell silent for a long minute. And when I think about last year, I realize that I need to learn everything I can to help survive. Harry fell silent again, and looked down at the floor in front of Professor McGonagall's desk. "Very well, Mr. Potter," she said at last. "I just wanted to understand this sudden fascination you had for books. I must inform you, however, that copies of the books you found over the summer are in the school library's restricted section. You have demonstrated good judgment so far. I hope you continue to do so." Harry recognized the dismissal. "Thank you, Professor." Harry left her office without further comment. When he was out in the corridor, Harry took a deep, calming breath. He had to tell Ron and Hermione about what just happened. He set off towards the library. On his way through the castle he crossed paths with the soggy and worn-out Ravenclaw team. They were just coming back from practice and looked like they had all crawled through the mud. Harry couldn't help but search out the face of Cho as her team walked by. She looked tired. Her hair was a tangled, dripping mess. Her hands were waterlogged and her robes were plastered to her body. Her every step made a sloshing, squishing sound. She saw Harry looking at her and planted herself in front of him. She felt like a drowned rat and didn't want anybody scrutinizing her at the moment. "What?" she demanded of Harry. "You're looking at me, why?" His eyes were locked with hers. Without missing a beat, without any time for thought, Harry's tongue took off on its own. I'm sorry," he stammered. "You're just too beautiful." "Well," she huffed. Then she smiled. "You're too sweet." She rushed off, leaving a bewildered Harry behind. Harry trudged into the Great Hall on Monday morning with Ron and Hermione. Ron was his normal grumpy self that morning. Hermione was chatting away almost nervously about the end of term only 3 weeks away. To hear her talk, a person would think she was holding on in her classes by her fingernails. Harry was only listening with half a mind. His stomach was demanding too much attention. "Post," someone called out as the morning flock of owls flew into the Great Hall. Harry spooned hot cereal into his mouth as he watched the morning delivery. A large barn owl swooped down in front of Harry and dropped a bundle wrapped in white paper. While Harry is examining the package, a second owl swooped down. This one was an average-looking brown and simply dropped an envelope. The package was labeled Gladrags Wizardwear. The letter was addressed to Harry and signed with a single word. "It's from Snuffles," Harry whispered excitedly to his friends. Hermione and Ron both perked up as Harry opened the envelope and started reading. "It says he is going to be in the area for a visit and that he will tell me more later," Harry reported to his friends. Harry read the letter to himself twice more before Ron elbowed him in the ribs. "Come on, class," Ron said, stuffing a last muffin into his mouth. Harry stuffed everything into his bag and set off with his friends. Harry's mind was more on his godfather than the classes ahead. His inattentiveness came at a price. He was just out of the castle when Terry caught up to him. She slipped her arm around his and pulled him close. "Hey!" Harry tried to pull away, but Terry refused to let go. After nearly pulling Terry off her feet, Harry decided it was easier to ignore her than to chance falling in mud. Terry took this as a victory. Harry spent herbology fading between different shades of red as Terry kept him blushing. Harry was of the opinion that Terry had far too many hands for anybody's good. She also had too much body under her school robes for her own good. A fact she reminded Harry of almost constantly. If she wasn't touching Harry or bumping up against him, she was constantly putting herself in his way. Reaching without looking for something that Harry expected to be where he left it was an invitation to Terry. Harry kept finding his hand on her thigh or full of her beep. Once more, Harry was grateful when herbology was over for the day. The satisfaction of another day of classes survived filled Harry as he collapsed into his seat at the dinner table. Right then his mind had 2 objectives to pursue. He was only interested in food and sleep, very specifically in that order. He was forced to change his plans when a hand touched his shoulder. Pulling his mind away from his stomach, Harry looked over his shoulder and forgot all about food. Cho was standing at Harry's shoulder with a bundle wrapped in white paper held against her chest with her left hand. When he turned to look in her direction, she let her right hand slide off his shoulder. "Harry, I just wanted to thank you again. It was my pleasure." Harry turned a little pink. In truth, Harry had signed for her dress robe accidentally, and felt too embarrassed about it to correct the seamstress. "Your attention please." The voice of Professor McGonagall rang out over the great hall. The students fell quiet and all eyes were on the head table. "Headmaster," the deputy headmistress said quietly to Dumbledore. "Thank you, Minerva," the headmaster said as he stood. "Ladies, gentlemen, staff, and ghosts, it is my pleasure to make an announcement at this time. This December the 23rd we will hold a Yule Ball. Attendance is optional and restricted to 4th years and above, and their partners. Dress code is formal and will be enforced. Thank you." Professor Dumbledore sat down with a small smile for the chaos he knew his words would bring. The hall was immediately filled with excited chatter. Harry right away looked to Cho, who was standing beside him. Hastily he stood up. "Cho, Harry started. "Harry," Cho said at the same time. They both paused, then Cho spoke again. "Yes, thank you, I would love to." She gave Harry a peck on the cheek and brushed her fingers along his arm. Before he could say anything, Cho made her way to the Ravenclaw table. It was a flustered Harry that sat down for a delayed dinner. Harry was enjoying the thought of another dance with Cho. The thought made everything taste better as he set about to fill his grumbling stomach. He didn't notice when Ginny stepped behind him. She waited patiently behind Harry. When he almost had a full cup of pumpkin juice to his lips, she smacked him on the back of the head and stormed off. Ron and Hermione exploded into laughter as juice soaked into Harry's school robe. The school was filled with holiday fever. The last day of term was December the 22nd. The 23rd would see the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff match in the morning and the Yule Ball in the evening. Every girl in Hogwarts was hoping for a fast game. Ron, who had made a date with Hermione before he even realized what he was saying, was hoping for a long game, or maybe a serious injury or two. The Yule Ball was going to be another mixed blessing for Harry. Terry Shire was disappointed at not going with Harry for a second time that term, and she was determined to make Harry understand her feelings on the matter. Draco, being his normal undesirable self, used every excuse he could to needle Harry and his friends about the ball. Whether it was Weasley poverty or Hermione's heritage, it didn't matter to Malfoy. He just looked for openings to inflict anger with petty insults. While Harry didn't lash out, he was not immune to Draco's taunts. Draco wasn't satisfied with the idea of a quietly fuming Harry. Draco wanted a reaction to prove that he was having an effect on the boy who lived. Draco Malfoy, Harry reminded himself, was just one of many things he had to endure. There were larger problems to deal with, and they insisted on making sure Harry never forgot what was lurking in the darkness on the rest of the world. Crucio. Pain flooded through Harry's skull and the words spun around him. "Where is he?" Voldemort demanded. The room was a comfortably furnished study. A large desk was in front of a pair of tall narrow windows. A thick woven carpet covered the hardwood floor. A pair of large fireplaces was set on opposite ends of the room. The blazing fires in the hearths gave the room a warm glow and shadows flickered on the stone walls. A semicircle of Death Eaters stood facing the Dark Lord as he focused his attention and frustration on a figure crouched on the floor. "How dare you return empty-handed? Where is Macpherson?" "Master," the figure cringed. "He was gone before we arrived. He was warned we were coming." "Warned by who? Who gave you this information?" "Master, a Muggle woman lived next door. She was old and lived alone. She was curious of what happened around her house. She said an old man came just a day before we did." "What old man?" Voldemort was in a towering rage. "Bring her here and I will learn all she has to tell." "Master, she described the old man to us, master. He had a long silver beard and thin half-moon spectacles." "Dumbledore," Voldemort hissed. "Yes, master. She said he argued with Macpherson. She said Macpherson would have thrown the old man out if he hadn't said what he did. Master Macpherson stopped arguing and agreed with the old man. They left together." "What did Dumbledore say? Can she tell me that?" "Master, she said she heard only one thing. Master, she said she heard him say, 'Serpent's tears,' master." "Bring her to me. I will hear what else she can tell us." "Master, forgive me, master." "Forgive you? Bring me the old woman. If she has something good to tell me I may forgive you." "Master." We can't, master. The old woman, we had to kill her, master. What, master? She summoned the Muggle authorities. We were able to obliterate the minds of the authorities, but she was old and she was scared. When we tried to make her cooperate, something broke inside of her and she died. It was an accident, master. Crucio. The Dark Lord leveled his wand at the man on the floor. Voldemort and his Death Eaters watched the man screaming in agony. The Dark Lord held the man under the curse as he considered what he had reported. Enough. Voldemort broke the curse. You were careless. Do not make that a habit. Yes, my lord. The rest of you, you who are my lieutenants. Spread the word that I am displeased. Someone had betrayed me. Dumbledore knows I am searching for the last treasures and knowledge that is my heritage. Someone is talking where they should not. Find the follower with the loose tongue and remove it. The Death Eaters vanished, leaving Voldemort alone. The Dark Lord stomped over and threw his body into the chair behind the desk. Nagini slithered out pf the thick shadows in the corner of the room. Like a demented parody of a dog, the giant snake put its head in its master's lap. Voldemort caressed the snake's head. As his temper cooled, the vision faded. Harry woke up to a berry vision of the white furnishings of the hospital wing. Damn. December 23rd was a day made for fun. The rain of early December had turned into snow. Large white drifts were piled up around the school. The sky was clear and the still air was crisp. As people made their way to the Quidditch stadium, their cheeks turned rosy in the cold morning light. With a game this morning and a ball tonight, the whole school was in bright spirits. Harry sat in the changing room feeling charged up. Friday had been the end of the first term of the year. Harry felt it had been his best term at Hogwarts to date. Harry had resisted the urge to ask Sever for help in potions, and he had still received full marks. In Dada and Charms, Harry had scored a close second to Hermione, and that was a notable accomplishment of its own. Harry had almost bust out laughing in Transfiguration class. With the extra reading he had done, Harry found the methods used in class to be easy and almost effortless. He had received high marks in divination by predicting a humiliating and painful defeat in the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff match, to be followed by a humiliating and heartbreaking embarrassment at the Yule Ball. Harry sat on the bench in the changing room, letting his mind focus on the game before him while he smiled about the term behind him. 12 Gryffindors sat in the changing room. Fred and George were running late, and the rest of the players were getting agitated. Ron was looking green and had already heaved his stomach empty. Today was his first match. The reserve roster all looked pale and nervous. Ginny was gripping her Quicksilver so tightly her fingers were white. Harry knew how all the new team members felt. "Ginny," Harry said softly as he turned to face her. "Don't forget to breathe. You were just going to watch this game from the side. I feel fine, so you can relax." Ginny looked at Harry with wide eyes. She looked like an owl caught in a bright light. "I'm fine. Really I am," she squeaked. Harry decided to try and reassure Ron instead. "Ron." Ron nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard his name. "You were ready for this." "What if I'm not?" His voice was so tense it cracked. "What if I totally flub it and we lose the match? What if I am a rotten keeper? Then we kick you of the team and you play for the Cannons," Harry said in a deadpan voice. Ron looked ready to faint at the idea of being kicked off the team, but rebounded when the comment about the Cannons hit him. "What do you mean by that? What are you trying to say about the Cannons?" The color returned to Ron's face as his temper flared. The rest of the team burst out laughing and the tension drained away. It was into this moment of merriment that Fred and George arrived. "Sorry we're late," Fred said. "What did we miss?" George asked. "Where the hell have you two been?" Angelina demanded. "Sorry. Business. We had some last-minute sales. We had to finish." "Just what on earth?" Alicia started. "Are you selling?" Kate continued. "Right before a match," Angelina finished. Again, the changing room was filled with laughter. "These," Fred said, grinning as George thrust out a hand. George was holding a plush red Gryffindor lion. It was standing on its hind legs as if in mid-stride. Over its shoulder it was carrying a miniature Avis Quicksilver. From George's hand, the little lion was looking up at the surrounding players and let out a roar. "Gryffindor," came the purring roar from the plush lion. "Harry gave us the idea," Fred confessed. We were a little rushed to get the first batch here in time for the game," George explained. The twins continued to explain the idea for a line of Gryffindor collectibles as they changed into their Quidditch robes. Finally it was time to take to the field. "All right everybody," Angelina started to speak. "Game time. We have the skill, we have the equipment, now let's go get the victory." The team captain's short speech was answered by a shout of agreement from the team. 14 Gryffindors in their house colors marched onto the field. The reserve roster went to a bench in front of the Gryffindor stands while the lead roster marched to center field. Madam Hooch stood at center field waiting for the team captains. The Hufflepuff team came onto the field looking determined. The captains met and shook hands over the box holding the Quidditch balls, and the teams mounted and took to the air. Madam Hooch released the balls, and with a blast of her whistle, the game was on. It was, in all likelihood, the most civilized Quidditch match the school had ever seen. The Hufflepuff team was still hurting from the loss of Cedric Diggory. He had been the team captain for years and had made the players work together. Without him the Hufflepuff team just did not have the discipline to win. The Gryffindors were quick to see the problems the Hufflepuffs were having, and adjusted their playing. No insults or taunts were offered. The Gryffindor chasers gave warning to the Hufflepuffs when a bludger threatened. For the bulk of the game Fred and George used the bludgers to play crazy game of tennis with the Hufflepuff beaters. The 4 beaters moved up and down the field with action of the Quidditch game and used the rolling and flying chasers as some kind of mobile tennis net. Katie, Alicia and Angelina were giving the Hufflepuff chasers lessons on flying and teamwork as much as they were playing Quidditch. Above the game Harry and the new Hufflepuff seeker, a second-year named Eleanor Branstone, were flying in circles. Harry shouted a few encouragements to the young girl and tried to give her small bits of advice. It was obvious that the second year was feeling overwhelmed. "Don't just watch me," Harry instructed her. "Watch for the snitch. Look for a bit of color or something shiny moving by itself. But don't forget to keep some attention on the other seeker." Harry kept Eleanor moving with short feints and close passes over her head. Harry did all of this while searching for the snitch. "Why are you helping me?" Eleanor finally demanded. "The better seeker you are, the more fun the game is for me. I've had enough playing against a seeker with no skill in my matches against Slytherin. I thought you just wanted to get the golden snitch as fast as you could." She was looking up at Harry and trying to follow him through a lazy figure 8 over the game. "Not always. There are strategies to remember. It is all well and good if you win the game. But if you can choose when to end the game, you can make a game better for everybody. Don't just watch me," Harry reminded her. "It is not just about the seeker and the snitch. It is about the team and the audience too. I never thought about it like that. Try it. You might beat me if you really work at it." Harry looked at the mass of players twisting, diving, and circling around above center field. "What's your boom?" "A Comet 310, she said proudly. "You trust me." She looked at Harry, but he was concentrating on the players below them. "Sure, I guess. Why? Stay with me. Don't just follow. Keep up with me." Harry suddenly went into a dive. Without hesitating Eleanor followed him. The dive could only last a few seconds because they were not that high to start with. Eleanor did all she could to keep up with Harry. She was almost shoulder to him. The seekers flashed through the rolling mass of chasers. Lee Jordan was shouting wildly but Eleanor was too focused on Harry to listen. Everything was happening at lightning speed, and then it was as if the world and shifted into slow motion. Harry and Eleanor were both stretched out low over the handles of their brooms. She watched as Harry put out his left hand towards her. Eleanor thought that it was a strange time to want to hold hands with a boy, but started to reach her hand out towards Harry's. Then she saw it. A flash of gold in the air as it disappeared into Harry's palm. He closed his fingers around the prize. "Pull up." Harry barked at Eleanor and she obeyed instantly. The world resumed its normal speed. Eleanor realized that everybody was on their feet and shouting. She was startled to find she was only a few feet above the ground. If Harry had not told her to pull up she would have planted herself and her broom into the pitch like a giant dart. She followed Harry as he made a slow turn back to center field. Side by side, they landed on the pitch as both teams surrounded them. Harry got the snitch. Lee Jordan was still shouting. Gryffindor wins 320-0. It had been a civilized game, but nobody had given away a single point. Once everybody was dismounted, there was a round of hugs and handshakes. Eleanor was feeling flustered by how close she had come to planting herself into the ground. Harry had caught the snitch when she almost didn't see it at all. She felt like kicking herself. How could she think of playing a seeker after losing like that? It was with a start that she realized that she stood next to Harry in a circle of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff players. Harry was facing her and offering his hand. Determined to be a good sport, she took his hand. "Remember Cedric Diggory," Harry said as their hands met. "Always play with honor, dedication, and your whole heart." The players all cheered and Eleanor realized that Harry had left something in her hand. The Gryffindors left for the showers and the Hufflepuffs had started for their own changing room. Eleanor stood looking at the golden snitch in her hand until she had to run to catch up to her teammates. As a second year, Eleanor would not be going to the Yule Ball. She didn't care. For the rest of the weekend, anywhere at school and even on the Hogwarts Express on her way home for the holidays, anytime someone spoke to her, Eleanor Branstone heard the same thing. She had been fantastic. She had almost beat Harry Potter. She didn't correct them. She didn't tell them the truth. Harry had shown her what it was like to be a seeker and had given her a moment that everybody would remember and respect. It was a priceless Christmas gift. Eleanor promised herself, as she headed home for the holidays with her family, she would work as hard as she could to become the best seeker she could. She would become so good that Harry would never dare give her a chance again. She would be a seeker he could be proud of. Harry and Ron were still celebrating with their teammates when they reached the Great Hall for lunch. Everybody was eating and laughing as they reviewed the events of the match. Ron was blushing bright red as everybody took turns in congratulating him on his first match. While the Hufflepuff chasers had been decent at handling the quaffle, Ron had blocked every shot they tried. It was Harry that noticed the imbalance of students in the Great Hall first. The Gryffindor girls had just excused themselves from the table when he noticed. There were plenty of young girls in the Great Hall, and lots of boys from every year. The odd thing was nearly total absence of any girls above third year. Harry was about to comment on his observation when the meaning sank in. The girls were getting ready for the Yule Ball. Guys," Harry said, trying to get the attention of the assorted Weasleys and other Gryffindors still at the table. "Guys. What is it?" Fred asked. "What's up?" George inquired. "The ball, remember." A colorful burst of expletives followed Harry's words. In a scramble of arms and legs, the boys rushed from the table and out of the Great Hall. Harry checked his appearance in the mirror one last time. With the exception of the black mop of hair on his head, he was satisfied with how he looked. This was a formal event and Harry was determined to make his best effort of it. Through the lacings of his dress robes was the shimmer of the under-robe that Charlie Weasley had given Harry for his birthday. The dragon scale fibers were a little stiff but did not itch like wool. The under-robe was also pleasantly cool. Harry had cinched his dress robes around his waist with the matching dragon scale belt. His wand was a dark ring around his right index finger. On his left hand Harry had the signet ring he had picked up over the summer. The golden stag's head on a field of red reminded Harry of his father and gave him a sense of calm. He wore the ring on his left middle finger. The shape of the ring was like a knight's shield. Harry liked the image. His patronum was a stag after all. Harry had also pinned his prefect badge to his robe above his Auror badge. The simple necklace of stone beads looked out of place with his finery, but Harry was not about to go anywhere without it. The necklace was settled around the high collar of the dress robes so that it was clearly visible. Harry had just one detail left to take care of. He needed a gift for Cho. It was in a near panic that Harry was searching through his things. "What are you looking for?" Ron asked. He was dressed in the robes his brothers had given him for the Halloween dance. "Gift for Cho." Harry's quick answer came without a break in his search. "Shit." Three voices behind Harry sounded as one as the same thought hit Ron, Seamus, and Dean. Suddenly there were four boys tearing apart the room in search of a gift. Neville, carefully guarding the bouquet of flowers he had for Hannah, watched his roommates and smiled. It was not every day that he was the one calm and prepared while others were a nervous wreck. Neville further improved his mood by giving the other boys the idea that was escaping them at the moment. "You should make something yourself," he said calmly. He was growing Hannah's flowers in one of the school greenhouses. "Girls like it when you make an effort for them." "Brilliant." Harry grabbed the idea and a half-used roll of parchment he had spilled juice on one morning. He had transferred the essay he had been writing to another roll and had saved the stained parchment for scribbling notes. Neville watched Harry roll the parchment into a long cone. With quick hands Harry twisted the cone tightly. The wide end of the cone was an open spiral that tapered sharply down to the twisted section. It looked vaguely like a single long-stemmed flower. Harry took a 3 long, calming breaths. In his mind he pictured a golden blossom on a jade-green stem. Closing his eyes, Harry concentrated on the image in his mind. With each breath Harry gathered in his energy. Every time he breathed out he sharpened the details of his mental picture. The mental picture was of a flower with many slender petals aligned in rings and curving up into a narrow cup of a blossom. The petals were smooth and golden, and shined in the candle light. A long straight stem with a pair of long leaves attached to the golden flower. The leaves lay close to the stem, like a seeker on a broom going into a dive, with just the ends curling back and down. Harry imagined the stem and leaves a deep green with an inner glow of beauty. Opening his eyes, Harry focused his mental image on the twisted scrap of parchment in his hand. He had never tried this before and wanted to finish what he started before he could doubt himself. It was a kind of transfiguration, and if it worked he would have a perfect flower to give to Cho. Finally Harry drew in one more breath. Bloom. The power of command rang in Harry's voice as the gathered energy rushed out of him. With a blurring glow that made the eyes ache to watch, the simple parchment was transformed. "Wizard," breathed Ron. "Fascinating." Dean tried to sound unemotional, but failed. "Thanks, Neville," Harry said breathlessly. The effort had taken a lot out of him and went further than he had planned. It was a good idea. Ron, Dean, and Seamus started clamoring for Harry to help them. The stress of the night ahead had the three of them too worked up to think quickly. Fortunately their brains caught up to the situation and Harry was able to regain his internal balance and catch his breath. The others used common transfiguration to produce flowers from parchment. Ron's were a little rumpled, but Harry suspected that Hermione wouldn't care at all. With a last check of the final details and touches, it was time to face the evening ahead. With nervous determination, the 5 boys left the safety of their room. Harry went to meet Cho with a smile on his face, a steady stride, and a stampede of centaurs in his stomach. He had checked the Marauders' map before setting out from Gryffindor Tower. Cho had still been in her dorm room in Ravenclaw. Harry was hopping to meet her just outside of her common room. She would, he hoped, see it as a gesture of affection and as the gentlemanly thing to do. Harry was also counting on there being less people outside the Ravenclaw common room than outside the Great Hall, so that fewer people would witness his embarrassment. Harry had used more common transfiguration to make a second sheet of parchment into a scarf of red and gold silk and wrapped it around his gift for Cho. Gripping the small bundle for dear life, Harry approached the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry was just starting to wonder if he should announce himself when the passage opened. Roger Davis, the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, exited Ravenclaw Tower in time to meet Harry in the corridor. Behind him came the rest of his team except for Cho Chang. "A good game today," Roger congratulated Harry. "That new Hufflepuff seeker shows some promise." A shame about the rest of their team, the Ravenclaw team started speaking in rounds as they criticized the events of the game. Harry was only given a few short openings to comment on the game, and none at all to ask for Cho. Harry was having a hard time keeping up with the conversation. His stomach was a storm of fire and ice, and he was filled with conflicting emotions. He was anxious to see Cho at the same time he was nervous about meeting her. Harry felt like he was going to be sick. Then the Ravenclaw team parted and Cho Chang was in front of Harry. She was beautiful. Her dark hair was elegantly sculpted and her skin was flawless. She moved with grace and confidence Harry had only known on a broom. As she moved to greet him, Harry felt his emotions calm and a feeling of contentment wash over him. Harry moved without thinking. He handed his gift to Cho without ever taking his eyes from her face. "I'm sorry," Harry said. You deserve better than this. I just couldn't make anything that could match how special you are. Harry was still embarrassed about how his gift had turned out. He had been too shaken to try again. Cho carefully unwrapped Harry's gift and her whole Quidditch team gasped in astonishment. Oh, Harry almost flinched at the sound of Cho's voice. Harry, it's wonderful. Cho's eyes shined as she admired the flower. Where could you have found this? I made it, Harry said sheepishly. He could feel himself blush. I love it. Cho threw her arms around Harry in a crushing hug. Her teammates scrambled forward ready to catch the flower if she dropped it. There was little chance of that. Harry was breathless as Cho took his arm. Together they walked down to the Great Hall. Cho was careful to carry her flower protectively while making sure everybody would see it. The pair arrived just as the doors to the Great Hall opened. In the candle light of the hall, Cho's flower was clearly visible, and was soon the object of whispered comments of all the girls. Harry had been worked up and nervous when he made the flower. As a result, he had put far more power into his creation than he had intended. The flower was a perfect lotus blossom of flawless amber on a smooth stem of dark jade. From top to bottom the whole flower glowed with its own internal warmth. In the candle light of the Great Hall the flower was easy to see. In a world of magic that one flower stood out, making Cho the object of envy. Cho and Harry found a table near the dance floor. Harry wanted to put his best effort forward tonight. He held the chair for Cho as she sat. He watched her every move to cue his own actions from. Harry was painfully aware that growing up with the Dursleys left him lacking in proper social skills. The silence between himself and Cho felt uncomfortable, so Harry said the first thing to come to mind. You look wonderful tonight, Cho. You look very handsome yourself. Cho smiled softly. But Harry, that necklace does not match your robes. Robes aren't very important. Harry let his mouth run free because he was content to be with Cho. A gift from somebody special is worth treasuring. Harry didn't even think about how his words may have sounded as they came out. Cho was smiling at him and Harry didn't care why. As is inevitable when two seekers are together, the conversation turned to Quidditch. As they ate dinner, Harry shared with Cho the talk he had shared with the Hufflepuff seeker. I don't care what house she plays for, Harry was explaining. She has the potential to be a great seeker and should be encouraged. It makes the match much better if everybody comes ready to play. Well, when Ravenclaw plays against Hufflepuff I will see if you did her any good. I think Quidditch means more if every player does their best too. Harry and Cho would have been inseparable for the entire evening if they had had their way. Unfortunately, the evening was not without problems. Harry sat in Professor McGonagall's office fuming over how the night had gone wrong. Draco Malfoy had decided that his own night would have been incomplete without making fun of somebody. Great Grindelwald, Draco's voice hissed. He was standing with his back to where Harry and Cho had just stepped off the dance floor. If you're going to whore yourself out to a mudblood Weasley, at least have some taste. Draco and his party had descended on Ginny and Colin Creevey. Standing beside Draco was Pansy Parkinson. She was dressed to match Draco and the pair looked like they were going to a funeral. She was giggling at Draco's words as she hung on his arm. He should have to pay extra to sleep with a true blood, Pansy chided. Even if it's a Weasley. 20 points from Slytherin, Harry said calmly. Draco didn't appear to notice and was actually reaching for Ginny. Come along Weasley, Draco ordered. I'll find somebody that can pay you a little gold. How much did Draco pay you, Pansy? This time Draco heard Harry and he spun around. Potter. Draco's voice dripped hatred. Stay out of this. It doesn't concern you. You are wrong again, Draco. They are both in my house and they are both my friends. Harry had gestured to Colin and Ginny. Colin had lit up when Harry had called him a friend. Well, tell your friends, Draco made the word sound disgusting, that they are beeping the natural order of things. Pansy and Cho were glaring at each other and a small circle was forming around Draco and Harry. Mudbloods think too much of themselves as it is. Embarrassments like the Weasleys shouldn't encourage them. 10 more points from Slytherin, Harry said flatly. You can't deduct points from a prefect. Lose 10 points for pretending to be a prefect. Harry was remaining calm and it was seriously disturbing Malfoy's perceptions and ability to keep his cool. You can't do this. Can and did. Live with it, maggot. You filthy. Draco reached into his robes for his wand. Harry gave a dismissive gesture with his hand. Go piss. Harry had kept himself under control on the surface, but was angry nonetheless. H's anger trickled out with his last words at Malfoy. Draco was just starting to pull out his wand, unaware of the staff that had approached the conflict, when a horrified expression spread over his face. The pale face turned bright red as the front of his robes became dark with moisture. The smell of urine was unmistakable. With a string of obscenities, Draco turned to flee. In his rush to escape the Great Hall, he knocked Professor Snape over a chair. Harry just noticed this when he felt Professor McGonagall's hand on his shoulder. Now he waited for his punishment. Harry had used accidental magic to embarrass Malfoy. He had no illusions about the incident being glossed over or brushed aside. Still in his best robes, Harry wondered what his punishment would be. Finally his head of house arrived. Mr. Potter, you must learn to control your magic better than that. Harry stood as Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk. After talking to all parties, I chose to believe that your embarrassment of Mr. Malfoy was not what you intended. To that end, by the end of the winter holiday you will present to me a 2-foot report on the effect of the will on the human body. Now, good night to you. As soon as the words of dismissal were out of her mouth, Harry escaped Professor McGonagall's office. Harry stood in the hall filled with disbelief. With the exception of missing the rest of the ball, nothing bad had happened. Sure, he had a paper to write, but that was nothing when compared to the punishments he had imagined. Feeling a little dazed at his good luck, Harry headed for Gryffindor Tower. Greetings of the season, the fat lady said as Harry walked up. Diligence, Harry gave the password. Have a good night. You too, dear. The portrait swung open and he entered the common room. Harry was immediately surrounded by noise. A party was in full swing in the common room. Along one wall an altered Slytherin banner was stretched. The well-known Slytherin serpent was now a snake on a field of yellow. When Harry arrived, the assembled students burst into cheers. Hands took hold of him and guided him into the common room. People toasted Harry and the embarrassment of Draco and Slytherin. People toasted the victory of Gryffindor over Hufflepuff. People toasted the end of term. It was a party for all occasions and everybody was having fun. Harry had fun in spite of himself. Butterbeers were in abundance and a sugar high was quick in coming. Music was coming from somewhere. Harry found himself dancing the night away. He lost himself to the party. He drank whatever anybody put in his hand. He danced with any girl that stepped up to him. He key-ed anybody that put their arms around him. Things were a little fuzzy by the end of the party, but he was pretty sure he had key-ed Seamus at one point. The details blurred as morning grew closer. Harry remembered his arms around a girl, long kiss, bright laughter, and flashes of red. There were cool hands that touched, and tickled and warm breath in his ear. Sometime in the early hours of the morning the party ended for Harry as he fell asleep with Ginny in his arms. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.